They nervously played out a charade of charm and seduction, while she maintained a face so slack and bored that she could have been asleep. What amazed Arkady was that the women actually were Russian. He heard it in their accents and whispers to each other, saw it in the pallor of their skin, the tilt of their eyes. He saw a woman in pink silk, as broad-shouldered as a farm girl from the steppe who might have wandered west in her underwear. She whispered to a more delicate friend with huge Armenian eyes and a body stocking of black lace. When he looked at them, he couldn't help wondering why. How did imported Russian prostitutes differ from German ones? In wingspread, submissiveness, the ability to heal? They pointed to him. They could spot it. He was Russian, too. He asked himself how desperate he was for love, or at least for a facsimile of it. Did the need shine from him, or did he look as dead as a charred match? He reminded Tommy, "You said that Max Albov came back to Munich smelling like a rose." Tommy said, "If anything, I think we respect Max more. I bet he'll make $1 million. Doing what, did he say? Television journalism. He mentioned a joint venture. Properties, assets. He says a man who can't make money in Moscow couldn't find flies on shit. Sounds inviting. Maybe everyone should go back to Moscow. That was the idea." Tommy couldn't take his eyes off the women. He looked red-faced and overheated just by proximity, pressing his shirt against his belly, raking his hair with thick fingers, signs of an excitement Arkady did not share. Love was the mountain breeze, sunrise and nirvana. Sex was a roll in the leaves. Paid sex was the taste of worms. But it had been so long since he had known either sex or love, who was he to judge? One man imagines paid sex to be coarse and deadening, the next man finds it simple and direct. Does the second man have less imagination or more money? Every race has its catalogue of features, a Tatar heritage of narrowed, upward slanting eyes, Slavic oval outline and rounded brow, small lips, skin pale as snow. None of the women looked like Irina, though. Her eyes were broader and deeper, more Byzantine than Mongol, both more open and more hidden in their look. Her face was less oval, lighter in the jaw, her mouth fuller, more articulate. It was curious. In Moscow he heard Irina 5 times a day. Here, silence. Sometimes he thought of normal, alternative lives he and Irina could have led, lovers, husband and wife, the ordinary way people live and sleep and wake together, perhaps even grow to hate each other and decide to leave, but in a normal fashion, not with lives cut in half, not with a dream that degenerated into obsession. The woman in pink came over with her friend and asked for champagne. Sure. Everything seemed like a good idea to Tommy. The 4 of them took a table in the corner. The woman in pink was Tatiana. Her friend in the body stocking was Marina. Tatiana had dark roots and an elaborate blonde ponytail. Marina wore black hair brushed over a bruised cheek. Tommy, playing host, introduced my pal Arkady. "We knew he was Russian," Tatiana said. "He looks romantic." "Poor men are not romantic," Arkady said. "Tommy is much more romantic." "We can have fun here," Tommy suggested. Arkady watched a woman walk hips slowly marching toward another battle as she led a soldier through a beaded curtain to the back rooms. "You see many Russians here?" he asked. "Truck drivers," Tatiana made a face. "Usually we have a more international clientele." "I like Germans," Marina said in a reflective mood. "They wash." "That's important," Arkady said. Tatiana lowered her champagne under the table to reinforce it from a flask and generously did the same for the other 3 glasses. Vodka once again subverting the system. Marina leaned over her glass and whispered, "Molto importante." "We speak Italian," Tatiana said. "We toured Italy for 2 years." Marina said, "We were with the Bolshoi Piccolo Ballet Company." Not necessarily connected to the original Bolshoi Ballet, Tatiana giggled. We did dance. Marina sat straighter to emphasize a sinewy neck. Small towns, but so much sun, such music, Tatiana recalled. There were 10 other so-called Russian ballet companies in Italy when we left, all copying us, Marina said. I think we can say we spread a love of dance, Tatiana said. She poured Arkady a second shot. Are you sure you don't have any money? She's always attracted to the wrong men, Marina said. Thanks, Arkady said to both of them. I'm looking for a couple of friends. One named Max. Russian, but better dressed than me, speaks English and German. We never saw anyone like that, Tatiana said. Or Boris, Arkady said. Boris is a popular name, Marina said. His last name is something like Benz. That's a popular name here, too, Tatiana said. How would you describe him? Arkady asked Tommy. Big, good-looking, friendly. Does he speak Russian? Tatiana asked. I don't know. He only spoke German around me, Tommy said. Benz was such a nebulous creature, nothing but a name on a registration form in Moscow and on a letter in Munich, that Arkady found himself relieved to meet anyone who might have met the man in the flesh. Why would he speak Russian? Arkady asked. The Boris I'm thinking of is very international, Marina said. I'm only saying that his Russian is very good. He's German, Tatiana said. You haven't been to bed with him. Neither have you. Tima was. She commented on it. Commented on it? Tatiana affected a prissy accent. We're friends. What a cow. Oh, I'm sorry, Tatiana added when she saw that Marina was hurt. She told Arkady, he's a Polish sausage. What can I tell you? Is Tima here? No, but I can describe her to you, Tatiana said. Red, four-wheel drive, also answers to the name Bronco. I know where she means, Tommy said, excited to get back into the conversation. It's right down the road. I'll take you. I wish you did have money, Tatiana told Arkady. Under the circumstances, he thought it was the biggest compliment he could expect. A dozen jeeps, troopers, pathfinders, and land cruisers sat in a highway turnout, a prostitute waiting behind the wheel of each car. Clients parked on the shoulder to shop. Once a price was set, the woman turned off the red lamp that announced her availability. The client climbed in, and they drove to the far side of the turnout, away from the passing lights of the road. 20 off-the-road vehicles stood there already, on the verge of a black field. Tommy and Arkady walked by the lit cars and then down the center of the turnout, stepping aside as a trooper eased by. Tommy was becoming a more eager guide all the time. They worked out of camping trailers in the city until residents complained about the late-night traffic. There's less visual impact here. They're safe. Doctors check them once a month. The back windows of the far cars all had drawn curtains. A jeep jiggled from side to side as if it were running in place. What does a Bronco look like? Arkady asked. Tommy pointed out one of the larger models, but it was blue. They were all high off the ground, what a person would want to set off across the tundra in. What do you think? Tommy asked. They all look good. I mean the women. Arkady caught a different drift. Tommy, what do you really mean? I mean, I could lend you some money. No, thanks. Tommy shifted from foot to foot, then held out his car keys. Do you mind? You're serious? Arkady asked. Well, since we're here, we might as well enjoy it. Tommy talked in gusts, gathering bravado. Christ, it'll only take a few minutes. Arkady was stunned and felt stupid for being so. Who was he to judge anyone else? In another second, Tommy would be pleading. He took the keys. I'll be in the car. The Trabi was parked across the highway. From it he saw Tommy head directly to a jeep, agree instantly to a price, and run around to the passenger side. The jeep backed away into the dark. Arkady lit a cigarette and found an ashtray but no radio. What a perfectly socialist car, designed for bad habits and ignorance, and he was its perfect driver. Headlights swung on and off the road, creating an ad hoc junction. Perhaps it wasn't so much a matter of there being no crime in Germany as how crime was defined. In Moscow, prostitution was against the law. Here, it was a regulated trade. A trooper pulled into the slot that the jeep had abandoned. The driver turned on her red light, primped her curls in the rearview mirror, made up her mouth, adjusted her bra, pushed up her breasts like muscles, and then picked up her paperback. The woman in the car ahead stared with eyes that looked as if they were painted on her lids. Neither of them looked like a Tima. Arkady assumed the name was short for Fatima, so he searched for someone vaguely Islamic. At this distance the lights were softened to candle glow. Each windshield looked like a separate icon, with a separate virgin bored to distraction. After 20 minutes he began to get nervous about Tommy. An image of the cars on the far side of the turnout shone in his mind. A car rocking harder and harder on its springs, its curtain closed tight. If ever there was a place where sex and violence could be confused, this was it. The sound of someone being throttled and beaten. From the outside, that could sound like love. It was an unreasonable fear, but he was relieved to see Tommy darting nimbly back across the road. The American dove into the car and squeezed behind the steering wheel. Breathing hard, he asked, "Was I gone long?" "Hours," Arkady said. Tommy pressed himself back into his seat to tuck in his shirt and button his jacket. The smell of perfume and sweat invaded the small car with his return, like the aroma of a trip to an exotic land. He was so proud of himself, Arkady wondered how often he got up his nerve to approach a prostitute. "Definitely worth the money. Sure you won't change your mind?" he asked. "I'll take your word for it. Let's go." Arkady's door opened. Peter Schiller had to crouch to be on a level with them. "Renko, you didn't answer your phone." Peter's BMW stood in the dark, far back from the highway. Arkady spread-eagled, leaning against the side of the car while Peter patted him down. They had a clear view of the turnout, of the cars off the road, and of Tommy heading back to Munich alone in his Trabant. "Moscow's a mystery to me," Peter said. He ran his hands around the small of Arkady's back, the inside of his thighs, along his wrists and ankles. "I've never been there and never hope to be there, but it seems to me that a senior investigator shouldn't have to work out of a public phone booth. I checked out the number when you didn't answer." "I hate staying by a desk." "You don't have a desk. I went by the consulate and talked to Fedorov. I pried him away from some singers. He doesn't know anything about your investigation. He never heard of any Boris Benz, and I think it's fair to say he wishes he never heard of you." "We never did develop a rapport," Arkady conceded. When he tried to turn, Peter pushed his face against the roof of the car. "He told me where to find the pension. Your lights were out. I waited and thought about how to deal most effectively with you. It was obvious you picked Bayern Franconia out of the blue to run a protection racket on. It's also clear you were doing it alone, to make a few Deutschmarks during your holiday. A little Russian free enterprise. I considered the usual protests to different ministries and Interpol, until I remembered how sensitive my grandfather is to any publicity attached to the bank. It's a merchant bank, not for the public, and it doesn't need publicity, least of all the kind you'd give it. So then I considered just taking you out someplace and beating you until you were a bloody pulp. Isn't that against the law? Beating you so badly you'd be afraid to tell anyone what happened." "Well, you can always try," Arkady said. Arkady didn't have a gun, and Peter had a pistol, a Walther from the glimpse he'd had at the bank. He was pretty sure that Peter Christian Schiller wouldn't shoot, at least not until he ordered Arkady away from the BMW, because a bullet could go right through soft tissue and spread glass and gore all over the interior of his handsome car. If Peter wanted to hit him, Arkady didn't know whether he would resist. At this point, what would a little blood or loose teeth matter? He straightened up and turned around. Peter's yellow jacket was whipping around him in a breeze that came off the field. He held his pistol low. "Then who should show up but your friend in the Trabi? I thought, here's a poor bastard from East Germany. No one drives a Trabi anymore if they can avoid it. Sometimes you see them near the old border, but not here. 10 minutes later, he comes out of the pension with you. It made more sense that you had an Aussie as an accomplice. An Aussie? East German. He picks the victim. You show up with a phony letter from the consulate. I called in the plate number, but the car belongs to a Thomas Hall, American national, Munich resident. Why would an American drive a Trabi? He says it's an investment. You followed us? It wasn't difficult. Nothing else was that slow. So what are you going to do? Arkady asked.
This ends Disc 7. Red Square, Disc 8.
The wonderful thing about a German face was that the agony of thought played so clearly on it. Even in the dim light from the highway, Peter looked torn by fury on one side and by curiosity on the other. "You're a good friend of Hall's?" "I never met Tommy before last night. I was surprised to see him tonight." "You and Hall went to a sex club together. That sounds friendly." "Tommy said he'd seen Benz there. The women at the club said we should look here." "You never talked to Hall before last night?" "No." "You never communicated with him before last night?" "No. What are you getting at?" Arkady asked. "Renko, this morning you gave me a fax number to find. I did. The machine belongs to Radio Liberty. It's in the office of Thomas Hall." There were surprises left in life after all, Arkady thought. Here he had spent the evening with an apparent innocent, only to discover his own stupidity. Why hadn't he checked the Liberty numbers himself? How many other pieces of information had he brushed off his lap? "Do you think you can catch up with Tommy?" Arkady asked. Peter wavered, and Arkady watched with interest to see which way he would go. The German stared back so intently that Arkady thought of the old stage routine of one man pretending to mirror the other. Finally Peter said, "Right now the only thing I'm certain of is that I can catch a Trabi." They returned by the same route Tommy had taken, but at a different speed. Peter wound the BMW up to 200 kilometers as if he were driving on a familiar racetrack in the dark. He kept glancing at Arkady, who wished he would keep his eyes on the road. "You never mentioned Radio Liberty at the bank," Peter said. "I didn't know Liberty was involved. It may not be." "We don't need a Russian civil war here. We'd rather you all went home and killed yourselves there." "That's a possibility." "If Liberty's involved, Americans are involved." "I hope not." "You've never worked with Americans?" "You've worked with Americans," Arkady assumed from Peter's tone. "I trained in Texas." "As a cowboy?" "For the Air Force, jet fighters." On a curve, a sign shot by. Arkady thought there was nothing like high speed to make a man appreciate the camber of a road. "For the German Air Force?" "Some of us train there. There's less to hit if we crash." "That makes sense." "Are you KGB?" "No. Did Fedorov say I was?" Peter produced a sardonic laugh. "Fedorov swore you weren't KGB. God forbid. But if you aren't, why are you interested in Radio Liberty?" "Tommy sent a fax to Moscow." "Saying?" Peter demanded. "Where is Red Square?" They drove in silence until a pink spot emerged ahead. "We have to talk to Tommy," Arkady said. He held up a cigarette. "Do you mind?" "Roll down the window." Air whistled in, and with it came an acrid smell that made his throat close. Peter said, "Someone's burning plastic." "And tires." The pink spot grew, vanished, and reappeared, larger and deeper in color. It disappeared, then came into sight again at the abutment of a cross-ramp, a torch at the base of thick, roiling smoke that leaned away from the wind. Closer, the torch was a meteor, furiously trying to burrow its way into the earth. "Trabi," Peter said as they went by. They walked back from the downwind side, hands covering their noses and mouths. The Trabant was a small car, now compacted even more by its impact with the base of the ramp. Yet the flames were enormous. red scalloped with chemical blue and green, and the smoke was black as oil. The trabbie didn't just burn from the inside, it was all on fire at once, plastic walls, hood, and roof melting as they burned so that flames rained onto the seats. The tires burned as spectral rings. They circled the wreck as best they could, in case Tommy had crawled free. Arkady said, "I've seen this kind of fire before. If he isn't out now, he's dead." Peter retreated. Arkady tried to get closer, crawling on all fours below the smoke. The heat was too intense, a breath that made his jacket steam. When the wind shifted, he saw in the car the kind of portrait a scissors artist cuts out of black paper. It was burning too. Peter returned in the BMW, backing up past the fire and searching the road with his spotlight until he found skid marks. He stopped, got out, and set a blue flasher on the roof. He was probably a good policeman, Arkady thought. Too late for Tommy. In violet hues, a plastic door peeled away. As the plastic roof curled back, a stronger updraft made flames swirl like a passionate flower folding and unfolding. Chapter 22. You know, in the old days, we would have gassed you, tied you, and shipped you home in a crate. We don't do things that way anymore. Now that our relations with the Germans have improved, we don't need to, Vice Consul Platonov said. No, Arkady asked. The Germans do it for us. First I remove you from these premises. Platonov pulled a shirt off the line strung across the room, surveyed a map of Munich spread on the table, the roll and juice by the sink, and then deposited the shirt in Fedorov's hands. Renko, I know it feels like home to you, but since the consulate rents this room, we can do what we want. Right now I want to report you as a vagrant, which is what you are, because I have your passport, and without it you can't register anywhere else. Fedorov unzipped Arkady's carry-on into a yawning mouth and tossed in the shirt. Germans deport foreign vagrants, especially Russian vagrants. It's a matter of economics, Platonov said. It's bad enough, they think, taking care of East Germans. If you're thinking about political asylum, forget it. Fedorov emptied the bureau drawers and bustled around the room like the energetic assistant he was. That's out of date. No one wants defectors from a democratic Soviet Union. Arkady hadn't seen the vice-consul since his first welcome to Munich, but Platonov had not forgotten him. What did I tell you? See the museums, buy some gifts. You could have made a year's salary just buying here and selling when you got back. I warned you that you had no official status and not to contact the German police. So what did you do? You not only went right to the Germans, but you also involved the consulate. Have you been to a fire? Fedorov sniffed a jacket. Arkady had washed the clothes he had worn the night before and had showered too, but he doubted that his hair or his jacket would ever be completely free of smoke. Platonov said, Renko, twice a week I have tea with Bavarian industrialists and bankers to convince them that we are civilized people they can do business with and safely lend millions of Deutschmarks to. Then you show up and start twisting arms and demanding protection money. Fedorov tells me he had a difficult time convincing a lieutenant of the Polizei that he was not part of a conspiracy to defraud German banks. How would you like to be visited by the Gestapo? Fedorov asked. He poured wallet, change purse, toothbrush, and toothpaste into the bag. The locker key and Lufthansa ticket he confiscated and put into his pocket. Did he mention any bank in particular? Arkady asked. No. Fedorov looked into the refrigerator and found it empty. Did the Germans make an official protest? No. Fedorov folded up the map and threw it into the bag. Have you heard from the police since? No. Not even since the car wreck. That was interesting, Arkady thought. I'll need my airplane ticket, he said. Actually, you won't. Platonov dropped an Aeroflot ticket on the table. We're sending you home today. Fedorov will put you on the plane. My visa is good for another week, Arkady said. Consider your visa cancelled. I'd need new orders from the prosecutor's office. Until then, I can't leave. Prosecutor Rodionov is a hard man to reach. I have to ask myself why he sent an investigator on a tourist visa, giving you no real authority. The whole affair is too odd. Platonov wandered to the window and looked out toward the rail yard. Over the vice-consul's shoulder, Arkady saw trains slide across the tracks, morning commuters poised on the steps. Platonov shook his head in admiration. Now there's efficiency. I'm not going, Arkady said. You have no choice. Either we put you on the plane or the Germans will. Think how that will look on your record. I'm giving you the easy way out, Platonov said. All because I'm evicted? As simple as that, Platonov said, and absolutely legal. I really have to appreciate good diplomatic relations. I've never been evicted before, Arkady said. Arrested and exiled, but never simply evicted. Life was getting subtle, he thought. It's the coming thing. Fedorov swept the rest of the wash off the line and into the carry-on. The door opened. Standing in the hall was a black dog that Arkady assumed was part of the eviction process. The animal had eyes as dark as agate, and by its size and density of hair looked cross-bred from a bear. It walked in confidently and regarded the three men with equal suspicion. Unequal footsteps followed from the hall, and Stas looked in. "Going somewhere?" he asked Arkady. "Being sent." Stas entered, ignoring Platonov and Fedorov, though Arkady was sure he knew who they were. He had studied Soviet apparatchiks all his life, and a man who studies worms all his life recognizes worms. Fedorov started to drop the bundle in his arms, but when the dog turned, he held on to the clothes. "I sent Tommy around last night. Did you see him?" Stas asked Arkady. "I'm sorry about Tommy." "You heard about the accident?" "I saw it," Arkady said. "I want to know what happened." "So do I," Arkady said. Stas's eyes shone a little more than usual. When he glanced at Platonov and the burdened Fedorov, the dog followed suit. He looked at the open carry-on again. "You can't leave," he said, as if it were a decision. Platonov spoke up. "It's German law. Since Renko has no place to stay, the consulate is expediting his return home." "Stay with me," Stas told Arkady. "It's not that simple," Platonov said. "Invitations to Soviet citizens have to be submitted in writing and approved in advance. His visa has been cancelled, and he already has his new ticket to Moscow, so it's impossible." Stas asked Arkady, "Can you go now?" Arkady removed his locker key and Lufthansa ticket from Fedorov and said, "Actually, I'm almost packed." Stas joined the traffic milling around the center of town. Though it was a gray summer day, the windows were down because the dog's breath condensed on the glass. The animal filled the rear seat of the car, and Arkady had the feeling that he would be allowed in front with his bag only as long as he moved slowly. When he had left, Platonov and Fedorov had looked like a pair of pallbearers whose corpse was walking out the door. "Thanks." "I did have some questions," Stas said. "Tommy was a silly man, and he drove a stupid car. The Trabi wouldn't go more than 75 kilometers per hour and never should have been on a highway. But I don't understand how he could lose control and hit an abutment so hard." "I don't either," Arkady said. "I doubt there's enough left of the car to tell the police anything. It burned down to an engine block and axle. There was probably that idiotic heater. A kerosene heater on a car floor, a death trap. Tommy didn't suffer long. If the crash didn't kill him, the smoke did. We see the flames, but they die of fumes first. You seen this kind of thing before?" "I saw a man in Moscow die in a car fire. It just took a little longer because it was a better car." Thinking about Rudy made Arkady remember Polina. Also Yak. He thought that if he got back to Moscow alive, he would be a less critical person, more appreciative of friendship and deathly cautious of all cars and fires. Stas, on the other hand, drove recklessly. At least he watched the road, content to let the dog keep watch on Arkady. "Did Tommy take you to Red Square?" "You know about that place?" "Renko, there are not many reasons to be on that road at that time of night. Poor Tommy. A case of fatal Russophilia. Then we went to a parking lot, sort of a mobile brothel. A wonderful place if you're looking for a wasting disease. German law says the women are checked for AIDS every 3 months, which means they're more scientific about the beer they drink than the women they sleep with. Anyway, trying to have sex in a jeep can give you a hunchback, and I have enough disabilities as it is. I thought the two of you were going to talk about famous battles of the Great Patriotic War. We did for a little while." "Americans always want to talk about the war," Stas said. "Do you know Boris Benz?" "No, who's he?" There wasn't a hint of deception or a pause for thought. Children performed clownish, wide-eyed lies. Adults gave themselves away with small gestures, casting the eyes toward memory or couching the lie with a smile. "Could you stop at the train station?" Arkady asked. When Stas pulled in among the buses and cabs at the north side of the station, Arkady hopped out, leaving his bag behind. "You're coming back?" Stas asked. "I have this feeling that you travel light." 2 minutes. Fedorov had brains of stale bread, but he might recognize a station locker key when he saw one, and it was even possible that he could remember the number. Arkady's original deposit had expired, and he had to pay the attendant an extra 4 Deutschmarks to open the locker and retrieve the videotape, which left him with 75 Deutschmarks for the rest of his vacation. When he went outside, a traffic policeman was trying to move Stas's shabby Mercedes out of the way of an Italian tour bus. The bus was polished, like a gondola, and had a furious, musical horn. The more the bus honked and the policeman shouted, the louder the dog barked back. Stas himself sat behind the wheel and enjoyed a cigarette. "Not opera," he told Arkady, "but close." Arkady was getting his bearings. He knew when Stas turned north toward the museums and east toward the Englischer Garten. He noticed that a white Porsche he had seen at the station was half a block behind them. "So, who is Boris Benz?" Stas asked. "I don't really know. He's an East German who lives in Munich and travels to Moscow. Tommy said he'd met him. That's who we were looking for last night." "If you and Tommy were together, why weren't you in the crash? Why didn't you die too?" "The police picked me up. I was coming back in a police car when we saw the fire. They didn't mention that you were along." "There was no reason to. An accident report is a short, simple form." Peter had identified Arkady as a witness who observed the deceased consuming alcohol at a roadside erotic club. A brief but pungent description, he thought. He added, especially a single-car accident, where the car has burned so badly it almost disappears. There's nothing left to report. "I think there's more. What did this Benz do in Moscow? Why aren't you investigating on a more official level? Where did Tommy meet Benz? Who introduced them? Why would the police take you out of Tommy's car? Was it an accident? Did Tommy have any enemies?" Arkady asked. "Tommy didn't have many friends, but he had no enemies at all. Why do I have this foreboding that anyone who helps you immediately acquires enemies? I shouldn't have sent him to you. He couldn't protect himself. You can?" Although he didn't catch any signal from Stas, Arkady felt a hot canine breath at the back of his neck. "Her name is Laika, but she's very German, loves leather and beer, distrusts Russians. She makes an exception in my case. We're almost there." He waved toward a building that was a vertical garden of geraniums. "Every balcony a beer garden. Bavarian heaven. Actually, the balcony with cactus is mine." "Thanks, but I won't be staying," Arkady said. Stas swung in front of the building and killed the engine. I thought you needed a place. I needed to get away from the consulate. You're generous. Thanks, Arkady said. You can't just walk off. Look, the truth is that you don't have a place to sleep. Right. And you don't have much money. Right. But you think you can survive in Munich. Right. Stas said to the dog, He's so Russian. He told Arkady, You think some special destiny is protecting you? Do you know why Germany looks so neat? Because every night the Germans pick up Turks, Poles, and Russians and put them in sanitary jails until they're shipped home. Maybe I'll be lucky. You showed up when I needed you. That's different. Stas got no farther before the Porsche eased alongside. The sports car moved back and forth, eyeballing Arkady and Stas. An electrically controlled window slid down, revealing a driver wearing dark sailing glasses with a red cord. His smile seemed to have more than 2 rows of teeth. Michael, Stas said. Stas! Michael had the kind of American voice that cut through the sound of a car engine. Arkady recalled a cool introduction to the station's deputy director at Tommy's party. Have you heard about Tommy? Yes. Sad. Michael observed a moment of silence. Yes. Michael became more businesslike. I was just coming to ask you about it. You were. Because I heard that your friend, the visiting investigator Renko from Moscow, was with our Tommy last night. And who do I see here but Renko himself? I was just leaving, Arkady said. Good, because the station president would really like to have a few words with you. Michael pushed open the passenger door of the Porsche. I just want you, not Stas. I'll bring you back, I promise. Stas said to Arkady, If you think Michael is any kind of salvation, you're insane. Michael drove the Porsche with one hand and used a cellular phone with the other. Sir, I have Comrade Renko in tow. He gave Arkady a wink. In tow, sir, in tow. We hit a gap between radio receivers. These phones work on line of vision. He cupped the phone on his shoulder to shift. Sir, we'll be there in a second. I wish you'd wait until I get there. In a second. He dropped the phone into his sleeve between bucket seats and offered another glimpse of his dark glasses and bright smile. Fucking technical incompetent. Well, Arkady, I've been checking up on you, and you're an interesting guy. From what I hear, you're a maverick. I found you in Irina's file. It's safe to say that you're now in Tommy's file, too. Does trouble just follow you, or what? Were you following Stas? I admit I was, and he led me right to you. The side trip to the train station gave me a scare. What did you take out of the locker? A fur hat and an Order of Lenin. It looked like a little plastic box. A familiar kind of box. I can't place it, and it's driving me crazy. You know, as deputy director for security, I have excellent relations with the local police. I can find out in a roundabout way what you and Tommy were doing last night, or else you can simply tell me. Only one way gets you extra credit. Extra credit? Let me put it more simply. Money. What we can't afford is any mystery about one of our employees being killed. We hoped that the bad old days of the Cold War were behind us. I'm betting they are. Why? You might lose your job. They might shut the station. I'm looking ahead. So is Max Albov. Max is a winner. He's a star. Like Irina, if she polished her English a little more and chose her friends a little better. He glanced over. President Gil Martin is going to ask you about Tommy. Gil Martin is head of Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe. He's the frontline voice of the United States, and he's a busy man. So, if you're cute, then fuck you and you can eat dog food. If you're honest, then there's a bonus for you. It pays to be honest. Exactly. The Porsche surged ahead of the traffic like a speedboat, and Michael smiled as if Munich were tossing in his wake. They crossed to the east side of the city. and the largest houses, short of palaces, that Arkady had ever seen. Some of them were modern, stark Bauhaus plaster and steel tubing. Others looked almost Mediterranean, with glass doors and potted palms. A few were either miraculously surviving or painstakingly reconstructed examples of Jugendstil, mansions covered with playful, vine-like facades and curving eaves. Michael pulled into the driveway of the grandest of the mansions. On the front lawn, a man was setting up a combination umbrella and table. Michael led Arkady across the grass. Although no drops were falling, the man was dressed in a raincoat and rubber boots. About 60, with a noble brow and jowls, he regarded Michael's arrival with a mixture of exasperation and relief. "Sir, this is Investigator Renko, President Gilmartin," Michael said. "A pleasure." Gilmartin gave Arkady a firm sportsman's hand, and then sorted through a toolbox on the table for the shiniest pair of pliers. A wrench and screwdriver had already spilled onto the lawn. Michael pulled off his sunglasses and let them hang from the cord. "I wish you'd waited for me, sir. The goddamn Germans are always complaining about my dish. The grief. I have to have a dish, and this is the only place with a clear sight of satellites unless I put it on the roof, and then would the Heinies scream." Now that Arkady looked, he saw that the umbrella was actually camouflage, striped fabric over a satellite dish 3 meters wide. Dish and table were bolted to the ground. "The boots are a good idea," Michael said. "I've been around broadcasting long enough to know better safe than sorry," Gilmartin said. He told Arkady, "I was with the networks for 30 years until I decided I didn't like the direction the medium was going. I wanted to have an impact." "Tommy," Michael reminded him. "Yes." Gilmartin fixed Arkady with a stare. "Dark ages, Renko. We've had trouble in the past. Murders, break-ins, bombings. You blew up our Czech section a few years back. Tried to stab our Romanian chief to death in his garage. Electrocuted one of our nicest Russian contributors. But we never lost an American. And those were the days when we were admittedly CIA. Prehistoric. We're funded by Congress now. We're a private corporation," Michael said. "Delaware, I believe. My point is, we're not secret agents." "Tommy was an inoffensive guy," Michael said. "The most inoffensive guy I ever met," Gilmartin said. "Besides, the days of rough stuff are supposed to be over. So what were you, a Soviet investigator, doing with Tommy when he died?" Arkady said, "Tommy had a historical interest in the war against Hitler. He asked some questions about people I knew." "There's more to it than that," Gilmartin said. "There's a lot more to it," Michael agreed. "The station is like a family," Gilmartin said. "We watch out for each other. I want to know the whole unvarnished story." "Such as?" Arkady asked. "Was there sex involved? I don't mean you and Tommy. I mean, were there women?" Michael said, "The president means that if Washington goes through Tommy's laundry, are they going to find dirt?" Gilmartin said, "It doesn't matter to them that prostitution is legal in Germany. American standards are set in Peoria. Even a hint of scandal here always brings accusations of corruption and high living. And reductions in funding," Michael said. "I want to know everything you and Tommy did last night," Gilmartin said. Arkady took a moment to choose his words. "Tommy came to the pension where I was staying. We talked about the war. After a while I said I'd like some fresh air, so we got into his car and drove around. We did see a group of prostitutes on the highway. At that point I left Tommy and he drove alone back to the city. On the way he had an accident." "Did Tommy have sex with a prostitute?" Gilmartin asked. "No," Arkady lied. "Did he talk to a prostitute?" Michael asked. No, Arkady lied again. Did he talk to any Russians besides yourself? Michael asked. No, Arkady lied a third time. Why did you separate? Gilmartin asked. I did want to see a prostitute. Tommy refused to stay. Michael asked, How did you get back to Munich? The police picked me up on the side of the road. A sorry night on the town, Gilmartin said. None of it was Tommy's fault, Arkady said. Michael and Gilmartin exchanged looks that made a silent conversation. Then the president lifted his eyes and considered the sky. It's awfully thin. But if Renko sticks to it, it's not bad. He's Russian, after all. They're not going to have a year to boil it out of him. And remember, Tommy drove an East German Trabant, not a very roadworthy car. That's what we zero in on. The car was a death trap. Michael patted Arkady on the back. You're probably lucky to be alive. Losing Tommy must be a blow, Arkady said to Gilmartin. More a personal tragedy. He wasn't in any decision-making role. Research and translations, right? Yes, sir, Michael said. Though they're important, Gilmartin hastened to add. Michael's Russian is better than mine. But I think it's fair to say that without our able translators, the Russians on the staff would run amok. Gilmartin's attention moved to his other concern. He pointed his pair of pliers at loose bolts that had rolled into a fold of the diagram. Know anything about satellite dishes? He asked Arkady. No. I'm afraid I may have moved something out of alignment, Gilmartin confessed. Sir, we'll think about wind load, check the signal, and make sure you didn't damage any cable, Michael said. Looks like a good job. Think so? Reassured, Gilmartin stepped back for a better view. You know, this would be even more convincing if we brought chairs out and got people to really use this as an umbrella. Sir, I don't think you'd actually want people drinking lemonade under a microwave receiver. No, Gilmartin said. He scratched his chin with the pliers. Maybe just the neighbors. Chapter 23. Stas lived alone, and not alone. Moving through the hall meant elbowing Gogol and Gorky. Poets Pushkin through Voloshin resided in a closet. The elevated thoughts of Tolstoy filled shelves above a Swedish sound system, CDs, and television set. Newspapers and magazines were stacked by year. The least slip, Arkady thought, and a man could die under an avalanche of stale news, music, fantasy, romance. Stas said, I don't like to think of it as messy. I prefer to think of it as life lived at full tide. It looks like full tide, Arkady said. Hotels are lacking in soul, Stas said. Laika sat by the door. Arkady could barely see her eyes through her fur, though he felt them following his every move. Thanks, I have someplace to go, he said. After the visit to the station president, Arkady had spent the rest of the day watching Benz's house. It was dusk now, and light was seeping from the room. He had decided to ride the subway until it shut down, or to buy a cheap ticket for an early morning train so he could wait at the station. That way he would at least be more migrant than vagrant. He had come to Stas's place only for his bag. One question kept forcing itself to the front of Arkady's mind. It was so obvious that it was hard work not asking, where is Max staying? I don't know. One drink before you go, Stas said. I suspect you're in for a long night. Before Arkady could protest or get around the dog and out the door, his host was in the kitchen and back with 2 water glasses and a bottle of vodka. The vodka was iced. Fancy, Arkady said. Stas filled the glasses halfway. To Tommy. The cold vodka gave Arkady's heart a brief squeeze on the way down. Alcohol didn't seem to affect Stas. He was a frail reed that stood up to the flood. He refilled the glasses. "To Michael," he offered, "and the snake that bites him." Arkady drank to that, and set the glass on a stack of papers out of Stas's reach. "I'm just curious. You go out of your way to annoy the Americans. Why don't they fire you?" "German labor law. The Germans don't want any foreigners on their welfare rolls, so once one has a job, it's almost impossible to dismiss him. There are meetings between the American management and the Russian staff at the station. By law, the reports are written in German. It drives the Americans crazy. Michael tries to fire me once a year. It's wonderful, like starving a shark. Anyway, I put good programs on the air. You like to embarrass him. I'll tell you what real embarrassment is. When the Jews on the staff accused the station of anti-Semitism, took it to a German court, and won. That's embarrassment. I don't want Michael to forget episodes like that. When Max defected back to Moscow, wasn't that embarrassing?" Stas took a deep breath. "It was embarrassing to me and to Irina. Actually, it was embarrassing to everyone. We'd had security problems before." Michael said so. "An explosion? That's why we have the gates and big walls now. But to have the head of the Russian section defect back to Moscow is a security problem on a different level. I'd think that Michael would hate Max even more than he hates you." "You'd think so." Stas looked at his empty glass. "I've known Max for 10 years. I was always struck by how he could get along with the Americans and us. He changed, depending where he was and who he was with. You and I are Russians. Max is liquid. He changes shape. He fills the container, whatever the container is. In a fluid situation, he's king. He came back from Moscow more of a businessman than he was before. The Americans can't help believing Max, because he's like a mirror. To them, he looks like another American." "What kind of business is he involved in?" "I don't know. Before he left, he used to say a fortune could be made out of the collapse of the Soviet Union. He said it was like any huge bankruptcy. There were still assets and property. What's the biggest landowner in the Soviet Union? Who owns the biggest office buildings, the best resorts, the only decent apartment houses? The party, the Communist Party. Max said that all it had to do was change its name, call itself a company, and restructure. Dump the shareholders, keep the goods." Arkady wasn't aware at what point he had set his bag down, but he discovered himself sitting on the couch. Bread, cheese, and cigarettes were on the table. A floor fixture pointed light in 3 directions. The balcony door was open to street sounds and night air. Stas filled the glasses again. "I wasn't a spy. The KGB called demonstrators and defectors either spies or mentally ill. Russians understand that. The part I didn't expect was that the Americans would think that it was a KGB plot to insert the dangerous Stas into the unsuspecting West. Some of the CIA believed it. All of the FBI believed it. The FBI doesn't believe any defectors. Jesus could ride an ass out of Moscow and they'd open a file on him. There were real heroes. Not me. Men and women who crawled through minefields into Turkey or ran through gunfire to reach an embassy yard, who threw away careers and lost their families. For what? For Czechoslovakia, Hungary, God, Afghanistan, which doesn't mean that they weren't compromised. You understand, but Americans don't. We grew up with informers. Among our friends and families there always were informers. Even among heroes there were informers. It's complex. A woman, an old lover from Moscow, visits Munich. Michael demands to know why I see her when everyone knows she's an informer. But that doesn't mean I don't still love her. We have a writer at Liberty whose wife worked at an army base teaching the Russian language to American officers, screwing them and getting information for the KGB so she could live like a decent Western woman. She spent 2 years in jail. That doesn't mean her husband didn't take her back. We all talk to her. What are we going to do, pretend she's dead? Or we arrive compromised. An artist, a friend of mine, was called in by the KGB before he left Moscow. They said, "We never put you in a camp, so no hard feelings. All we hope is you don't slander us to the Western press. After all, we think you're a wonderful artist, and you probably don't realize how difficult it is to survive in the West. So we'd like to give you a loan, in dollars. We won't tell anyone, and you don't need to sign a receipt. After a few years, you pay it back, with interest or no interest, when you can, just between us." 5 years later, he publicly sent them a check and demanded a receipt, but it took him that long to realize how cheaply he'd been compromised and cancelled out. How many other loans are out there? Or we go crazy. There's the writer who went to Paris, a famous writer who survived the Gulag and wrote under the pen name of Teitelbaum. It was revealed that he informed for the KGB. He wrote a defense and said, no, it wasn't him who informed, it was Teitelbaum. And occasionally, Stas said, we're killed. We open a letter bomb, or get jabbed with the tip of a poisoned umbrella, or drink ourselves to death. Even so, at one time we were heroes. Laika stretched like a sphinx in the middle of the floor. Arkady couldn't see the dog's eyes as much as feel their force. Her ear might turn toward the sound of a particularly noisy car on the street 4 stories down, but her focus remained on him. He said, "You don't have to explain yourself to me." "I do, because you're different. You aren't a dissident. You saved Irina. But everyone wants to save Irina. That's not necessarily a political act." "It was more personal," Arkady admitted. "You stayed. People who knew Irina knew about you. You were the ghost. She tried to reach you once or twice." "Not that I know of." "What I'm trying to say is that we made a sacrifice to be soldiers on the right side. Who knew that history was going to change? That the Red Army would end up as camps of beggars in Poland? That the wall was going to fall? They thought the Red Army was a danger. Now they're worried about 240 million Russians eating their way to the English Channel. Radio Liberty isn't quite the front line anymore. We're not jammed. We have correspondents now in Moscow. We regularly interview people in the Kremlin." "You won," Arkady said. Stas killed the bottle and lit a cigarette. His narrow face was wan, his eyes 2 bright matches. "Won? Then why only now do I feel like an émigré? Say you leave your native land because you were forced out, or because you thought you could help more from the outside than in. Democrats of the world applaud your noble effort. But it wasn't because of any effort of mine that the Soviet Union dropped to its knees and stretched out its long neck. It was history. It was gravity. The battle isn't in Munich, it's in Moscow. History has marooned us and gone in a different direction. We don't look like heroes anymore. We look like fools. Americans look at us. Not Michael and Gil Martin. They're concerned about their jobs and keeping the station alive. But other Americans read headlines about what's happening in Moscow and look at us and say, they should have stayed. It doesn't matter whether we were forced out or risked our lives or wanted to save the world. Now Americans say they should have stayed. They look at someone like you and say, see, he stayed. I didn't have a choice. I made a bargain. They'd only leave Irina alone if I stayed. Anyway, that was long ago. Stas peered into his empty glass. "If you'd had the choice, would you have left with her?" Arkady was silent. Stas leaned forward and waved smoke away to see him more clearly. "Would you?" "I was Russian. I don't think I could have gone." Stas was silent. Arkady added, "My staying in Moscow certainly had no effect on history. Maybe I was the fool." Stas stirred, went to the kitchen, and returned with another bottle. Laika kept her attention on Arkady in case he produced a bomb, a gun, or a sharpened umbrella against her master. Irina had a difficult time in New York. "She was in films in Moscow?" Stas asked. "She was actually a student until she was thrown out of the university. Then she got work at Mosfilm as a wardrobe mistress," Arkady said. "In New York she did stage costumes and makeup, fell in with an artistic crowd and worked in art galleries, first there and then Berlin, all the time defending herself from saviors. The pattern was always the same. An American would fall in love with Irina and then rationalize it as a political good deed. I think Radio Liberty must have been a relief. To give him credit, Max was the one who recognized how good she was. She wasn't a regular at first, just filling in, but he said there was a quality in her voice on the air, as if she were speaking to someone she knew. People listened. I was skeptical at first because she had no professional training. He gave me the job of teaching her how to hit her marks and watch the clock. People have no idea how fast they talk. Irina could run through a script once and almost have it memorized. With training, she was the best." Stas opened the bottle. "So there we were, Max and I, two sculptors working on the same beautiful statue. Naturally, we both fell in love with Irina. We did everything together, Max, Stas, and Irina. Dinners, skiing in the Alps, musical side trips to Salzburg. An inseparable trio, neither Max nor I ever gaining an edge on the other. I didn't actually ski. I read down in the lodge, secure in the knowledge that Max was making no romantic headway on the slopes, because, in fact, our trio was really a quartet." He poured the vodka. "There was always that man in Irina's past, the one who saved her life and stayed, the one she was waiting for. How could anyone beat a hero like that?" "Maybe no one needed to. Maybe she just got tired of waiting," Arkady said. They drank at the same time, like two men chained to the same oar. "No," Stas said, "I'm not talking about long ago. When Max went to Moscow last year, I thought I was in command of the field, but I was outmaneuvered to a degree I never anticipated, in a manner that only proves Max's genius. Because you see what Max did?" "No," Arkady admitted. "Max came back. Max loved her, and he came back for her. It was what I couldn't do and what you never did. Now he's the hero, and I'm demoted to mere dear friend." Stas's eyes looked fueled by vodka. Arkady wondered if he had ever actually seen the man eat. He swirled the vodka in his own glass so that it rolled around like mercury. "What was Max before he ever came to the West?" "He was a film director. He defected at a film festival. Hollywood, however, was not interested in his work." "What kind of films had he done?" "War epics, killing Germans, Japanese, Israeli terrorists, the usual. Max did have the tastes of a famous director. Custom suits, fine wine, beautiful women." "Where is he staying in Munich?" Arkady asked again. "I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that my last hope is you." "Max has outmaneuvered me, too." "No, I know Max. He only attacks when he has to. If you weren't a threat, he'd be your best friend. Not much of a threat. As far as Irina is concerned, I'm dead. That was the word she had used in Tommy's kitchen, like a knife she'd found on the table. But did she tell you to go? No. So she hasn't really made up her mind. Irina doesn't care whether I come or go. I don't think she even sees me. Irina hasn't smoked for years. The first time she saw you, she asked for a cigarette. She sees you. Laika's head turned toward the balcony, and she rose to her forepaws, then stood, ears sharp. Stas motioned for Arkady to be quiet, then reached for the light fixture and turned it off. The room was black. Outside was the percussive noise of Volkswagens and the sound of a bell chasing someone from a bike lane. Closer, Arkady heard the toe-holds of rubber soles, the easing of a rail, the soft landing of a big man onto the balcony. Laika was invisible, but Arkady located her by an anticipatory growl in the darkness. As a step crossed the balcony, he felt the dog coil to attack. There was an audible intake of breath and a voice in pain. "Stas! Please, Stas!" Stas turned the lights on. "Sit, Laika. Good girl, sit, sit." Ricky staggered through the door. Arkady had met the Georgian actor become broadcaster in the station cafeteria and at Tommy's party. Each time Ricky had appeared distraught, or at least histrionic. Now he was again. The back of one hand was covered in spines. "The cactus," he moaned. "I rearranged them," Stas said. Arkady turned on the outdoor light. Under a hanging lamp was a metal table, 2 chairs, a pail of empty beer bottles, and a semicircle of potted cacti, some of them pincushions with short spines, and some that resembled serrated bayonets. "It's an alarm system," Stas said. A shock wave went through Ricky with each needle that Stas pulled out. "Everyone else has geraniums on their balcony. I have geraniums. A geranium is a lovely flower," he said. "Ricky lives upstairs." Stas plucked the final spine. Red puncture marks dotted Ricky's hand. He looked at them mournfully. "Do you always visit this way?" Arkady asked. "I was trapped." Remembering, he pulled Stas and Arkady away from the balcony. "They're at my door." "Who?" Stas asked. "My mother and my daughter. All these years waiting to see them, and now they're here. My mother wants to take the television. My daughter wants to drive back in the car." "Your car?" Stas asked. "Her car, once she gets to Georgia," Ricky explained to Arkady. "In a moment of weakness, I said she could. But I have a new BMW. What's the girl going to do with that in Georgia?" "Have fun," Arkady said. "I knew this would happen. These people have no control. They're so greedy, it makes me ashamed." Ricky's face fell tragically. Stas said, "Don't answer your door and they'll go away." "Not them." Ricky's eyes lifted to the ceiling. "They'll wait me out." "You can go down the stairs from here," Arkady said. Ricky said, "I told them to wait a minute. I can't simply disappear. I have to open the door sometime." Stas asked, "Then why come here?" "Do you have any brandy?" Ricky examined his hand, which was already starting to swell. "No, vodka," Stas offered. "It will have to do." He allowed himself to be helped to a chair and given a glass. "This is my plan. Let her take a different car." Stas said, "You picked her up at the airport. She knows your car. She loves your car. I'll say it's yours, that I borrowed it from you to impress her." "Ah. And what car are you going to let her take?" Stas asked. "Stas," Ricky batted his eyes. "Stas, we're close friends. Your Mercedes is 10 years old, bought used, a dog bed, if I may speak frankly. My daughter is a woman of some taste. She'll take one look at your car and will refuse to touch it. I was hoping we could trade keys." Stas poured 2 more vodkas and said to Arkady, "You wouldn't know it now, but Ricky once swam the Black Sea. He had a wetsuit and a compass. He dove through nets and swam under patrol boats. It was a heroic escape. Now here he is, hiding from his daughter." "You won't trade?" Ricky asked. "Life has caught up with you. I think your daughter's going to make you pay for years," Stas said. "The car is only a beginning." The vodka seemed to stick in Ricky's throat. He drew himself up with dignity, walked out to the balcony, and spat over the rail. "Damn her! And you!" he told Stas. He set the glass on the balcony table and hoisted himself up on the water pipe that ran down the front of the building. For a man his size, he was still agile. Arkady saw his legs swing to the upper balcony. As he thrashed, geranium petals rained. Arkady awoke on the sofa. It was 2 a.m. by his watch. There is no hole deeper than 2 in the morning, the hour when fear rules the world. Stas had avoided the question twice. Where was Max staying? By nature, Russians did not like hotels. Visitors stayed with friends. Other friends knew where. The idea that Max was lying beside Irina made Arkady stare into the bluish dark of the room. He could almost see them in bed, as if it were just on the other side of the living room table. See Max's arm locked around her. Hear Max breathe the perfume of her hair. He lit a match. Chairs, desk, and bookshelves crept out of the dark and toward the flame. He threw off his blanket. On the desk he had seen the telephone. Feeling around the top, he found a small address book. He lit another match, clumsily, with one hand, opened the front of the book and found Irina Asanova and her number. The flame was at his fingers. He pinched it out and picked up the phone. Would he say he was sorry to wake her, but they had to talk? She'd already made it clear she had nothing to say to him, especially if Max was lying next to her. Arkady could warn her. How jealous and inept that would sound with Max right there. Or when she answered, he could ask for Max. That would let her know he was aware of how things stood. Or if she asked who was calling, he could say, "Boris," then see how she reacted to that. Arkady punched her number, but when he started to lift the phone to his ear, his wrist was clamped. Damp teeth held the hand and phone down. When he made the slightest effort to raise the phone, the jaws tightened. He moved his other hand to the phone, and a growl resonated through his arm. On the other end of the line, he heard the characteristic 2 rings of a German phone. "Hello?" Irina said. Arkady tried to wrench his arm free, and the jaws closed. "Who is this?" Irina asked. The whole weight of the dog hung from his arm. A click was followed by a dial tone. As Arkady let his arm fall, the jaws relaxed. When he replaced the phone on the cradle, the teeth let go. He felt the dog waiting to make sure he left the phone alone. "Save me," Arkady thought. "Save me from myself." Chapter 24. The secret was that Stas did all his eating at breakfast. Liver, smoked salmon, potato salad, and pots of coffee. He also had the VCR, an enormous television of an unmarried man. With a remote control, Arkady played the videotape. On fast-forward, the television screen raced through Monks, Marienplatz, beer garden, modern traffic, beer hall, swans, opera, Oktoberfest, Alps, beer garden. Stopped. He rewound to the start of the last scene. It was a sun-dappled garden in a wall of honeysuckle, tended by bees. Diners sat exhausted by the effort of heavy lunches, all but the woman at one table. He froze the frame where she raised her glass. "Never seen her before," Stas said. "What shocks me is that I've never been in this beer garden. I thought I'd been in them all." The screen came back to life. She raised her glass higher. Blonde hair swept back almost ferociously, gold necklace bedded on black cashmere, cat-eyed sunglasses that expressed amusement, red nails and lips that promised in Russian, "I love you." Stas shook his head. "I'd remember her." "Not at Radio Liberty?" Arkady asked. "Hardly." "Around Tommy?" "Possibly, but I've never met her." Arkady tried a different tack. "I'd like to see where Tommy worked." "The Red Archive? The next time I try to sign you in, the guards will call Michael. I don't mind annoying him, but he'll just tell the guards not to give you a pass." "Is Michael always at the station?" "No. Between 11 and 12 he plays tennis at the club across the street, but he takes his phone everywhere." "You'll be at the station?" "I'll be at my desk until noon. I'm a writer. I turn the decline and fall of the Soviet Union into bite-sized words." When Stas left, Arkady neatened the couch, washed the dishes, and ironed the clothes that Fedorov had squashed into the bag the day before. His wrist was ringed with bruises, but the skin wasn't broken. Stas had seen the marks and said nothing. Every step he took, from sofa to sink to ironing board, he was followed by Laika. So far she found his behavior acceptable. While he ironed, Arkady ran the tape again. As the camera panned, he realized he might be looking at a restaurant patio rather than a beer garden. There was indoor dining, though the light outside was too intense to see through the windows. What did he know about her? She might at one time have been a Moscow putana called Rita. She could be the globe-trotting Frau Benz. The only hard evidence of her existence was this tape. This time he noticed that her table was set for two. She had an almost theatrical presence. The gold necklace was Teutonic, but the angles of her face were distinctly Russian. Thick makeup. That was more Russian, too. He wished that just once she would take off her glasses. Slowly her lips formed a smile and said to Rudy Rosen, "I love you." Laika whined, walked toward the television set and sat again. Arkady rewound and froze every other frame. Backward from her glasses, retreat from her table, turn from the diners, embroidery of vines and bees, sidecart of linen, utensils, water carafes, stucco, honeysuckle, window with one pane that reflected the person with the camera standing before a solid wall of green. That was another question. Who took the pictures? A man with distinctively broad shoulders in a sweater that was red, white, and black, Marlborough colors. He played it forward again. Motes floated in the sunlight. Bees stirred, and diners came back to semi-life. The woman in the glasses repeated, "I love you." At the Luitpold garage, an elongated Mercedes with a red car phone was parked by the attendant's booth. Remembering the Arabs at the Hilton, Arkady climbed the ramp to the next level, chose a BMW that looked light on its feet, and gave it a firm shove. The car woke at once with blinking lights and a sounding horn. He heaved into Mercedeses, Audis, Daimlers, and Maseratis until the entire level reverberated with an orchestra of alarms. When he saw the attendant come racing up the ramp, he ran down the stairs. In the booth were ticket punch, register, car tools, and a long shiv for opening locked car doors. The shiv demanded patience that Arkady didn't have time for. He took a lug wrench. As he broke the window of the Mercedes, the limousine's alarm joined the woodwinds, but in 5 seconds he was walking out the garage exit with the phone. In Moscow he was a senior investigator of the city prosecutor's office. Here, after less than a week in the West, he was a thief. He knew he should feel guilty. Instead, he felt alive, even smart enough to turn off the phone. It was after 11 by the time he got to Radio Liberty. Across the street, and hidden by parked cars and wire fences, were a clubhouse, patio tables, and steps leading down to clay tennis courts where players in whites and pastels patrolled the baselines and traded topspin. What a delightful world, Arkady thought. Imagine having the leisure in the middle of the day to pull on shorts, chase a fuzzy ball, work up an athletic sweat. He looked into Michael's Porsche. Its red cellular phone, the plastic scepter, was gone. Michael was on a court near the clubhouse. He wore shorts and a V-necked sweater and played with the indolent ease of someone who had been given his first tennis ball in the crib. His opponent, whose back was to Arkady, swung wildly and moved as unsteadily as a man on a trampoline. Behind him and directly in Michael's line of sight was a table with the phone, its antenna fully extended. The other tables were empty. While Arkady considered an approach, he noticed that life offered its own distractions. Michael's opponent hit balls left and right and over Michael's head to the screen. Other times he missed the ball completely. Sometimes he got tangled up in his shorts. The game seemed not just foreign to him, but from a planet with a different gravity. During a conference at the Net, Arkady was surprised to overhear his own name. As the opponent returned to the baseline, he got a good look. Fedorov. The consular aide's next serve flew over the screen and bounced into a far court where two women were playing. They wore short skirts that displayed scissory, tanned legs, and they regarded the ball as a breach of form. Michael strolled to the fence and apologized with a tone that suggested his empathy. Waving his racket and making too much noise for a tennis court, Fedorov ran to join him. By then, Arkady had walked by the table and switched phones. On the far side of the clubhouse were two recycling bins, orange for plastic, green for glass. Arkady tossed the phone into the orange one, then walked back past the tennis courts, through the station gates, under the cameras, by the guard booth in the parking lot, and up the steps to the reception area. Summoned, Stas came to the desk, a little astonished to see him, while the guards tried to call Michael. "It's ringing," Stas said. "We haven't got all day." The guard hung up, welcomed Arkady with a glare and a visitor's pass. After a buzz at the door, he was back in the cream-carpeted hallway of Radio Liberty. The bulletin boards were changed, a sign of a well-run organization. Glossy photographs showed President Martin leading a tour of Hungarian broadcasters and applauding the folkloric dancers from Minsk. Technicians with audio tape trafficked up and down the corridor. Ludmilla's gray bangs bobbed in and out of a doorway. "Did you come to bomb the director's office, or Michael's? How much trouble am I in?" Stas asked. "Which way is the Red Archive?" "The stairs are between the soda and the snack machine. Bomb away." When Tommy boasted about the Red Archive being the greatest library of Soviet life outside Moscow, Arkady had pictured the lamps and musty stacks of the Lenin Library. As usual, he was unprepared for reality. There were no lamps in the Red Archive, only the aquarium glow of room-length fixtures. No books, either, only microfiche files, motorized steel cabinets that glided on tracks. Instead of a reading room, there was a machine that enlarged microfiche to legible size. Arkady ran a hand over a file in awe. It was as if ancient Rus, Peter and Catherine the Great, and the storming of the Winter Palace had been reduced to the head of a pin. He was relieved to see something as primitive as a wooden box with file cards in Cyrillic. All the researchers scribbling away at desks were Americans. A woman with a blouse full of bows was delighted to see a Russian. "Where was Tommy's desk?" Arkady asked. "The Pravda section." She sighed and pointed to another door. "We miss him." "Of course." "There's so much information coming these days," she said. "There used to be none, and now there's too much. I wish it would just slow down." "I know what you mean." The Pravda section was a narrow room made smaller by shelves of bound copies of Pravda on one side and Izvestia on the other. At the end of the room a VCR was taping from a color television set. The station had to have a satellite dish because, though the sound was low, Arkady realized that he was watching Soviet news. On the screen, a crowd in shabby clothes was pushing over a truck. When it landed on its side, they swarmed into the back of it. A close-up of the driver showed his bloody nose. A different angle on the truck displayed the name of a cooperative for rendering tallow. People climbed out of it, waving bones and black meat. Arkady realized how much he had been conditioned by a few days of ample German beer and food. Was it this bad? He asked himself. Was it really this bad? Beside the set was Tommy's desk, covered by newspapers, coffee rings, and machine-gun bullets used as paperweights. In the middle drawer were soft pencils, staplers, memo pads, paper clips. In the side drawers, Russian English and German English dictionaries, cowboy paperbacks, heavier books on military history, manuscripts, and rejection letters. There was not even a phone jack for a fax. Arkady returned to the file room and asked the woman at the file cards, "Did Tommy have a fax when he worked at Program Review?" "Possibly. The review section is in a different part of town. He could have used one there." "How long was he here?" "A year. I wish we had a fax here. That's one of the executive perks. Privileges," she said brightly, as if describing awards. "We do have information here, anything about the Soviet Union, any subject." Max Albov. She took a deep breath and played with the bows on her collar. "Well, that's close to home. Okay." She started away, stopped. "Your name is?" "Renko." "You're visiting?" "Michael." "Then," she lifted her hands, the sky was the limit. Max was a vein of gold that seemed to work its way through cabinet after cabinet of microfiche. Arkady sat at the enlarger and scrolled through years of Pravda, Red Star, and Soviet film, describing Max's career in cinema, his treacherous defection to the West, his service with Radio Liberty, the CIA's mouthpiece of disinformation, his pangs of conscience, his return to the motherland, and his recent incarnation on American television as a respected journalist and commentator. An early item in Soviet film caught Arkady's attention. For director Maxim Albov, the most important part of the story is the woman. Get a beautiful actress, light her properly, and your film is already halfway a success. His films, however, had all been of the action variety, extolling the daring and sacrifices of the Red Army and Border Guards against Maoists, Zionists, and Mujahideen. Another item read, "One effect of an Israeli tank on fire was particularly difficult because the film crew didn't have the blasting caps or plastic explosives they had requested. The successful shot was improvised by the director himself." Albov. "We were filming outside Baku, near a chemical complex. Filmgoers don't know that my initial schooling was in chemistry. I was aware that by combining seemingly innocent ingredients, we could create a spontaneous explosion without a fuse or a cap. Since the question was timing, we tested 40 or 50 samples before filming, which we did with a remote camera behind a plexiglass screen. It was a night shot, and the effect when the Israeli tank erupts into flame is spectacular. Hollywood couldn't do better." Arkady's head snapped up as the archive door slammed open, and Michael and Fedorov entered. Still in tennis shorts, Fedorov's legs were a fluorescent white. He carried a racket. Michael held a phone. They were accompanied by guards from the reception desk and by Ludmilla, who glowered like a vicious pug.
This ends Disc 8, Red Square, Disc 9.
Ludmilla said, Use my office. It's next to yours. That way your secretary won't log him in. He just disappears. Michael liked the suggestion. They crowded into a room with black furniture and ashtrays set out like urns of the recently departed. On the walls were photographs of the famous poet Tsetaeva, who had emigrated to Paris with her husband, an assassin. Even by Russian standards it had been a troubled marriage. The guards pushed Arkady down onto an ottoman. Fedorov sank into the sofa, and Michael perched on the edge of the desk. "Where's my goddamn phone?" "In your hand?" Arkady asked. Michael let the receiver drop on his desk. "This is not mine. You know where mine is. You changed the fucking phones." "How can I change your phone?" "That's how you got past the front desk." Arkady said. "No, they gave me a visitor's pass." "Because they couldn't reach me on the phone," Michael said. "Because they're idiots." "What does your phone look like?" Michael practiced even breathing. "Renko, Fedorov and I got together today to talk about you. You seem to cause problems across the board." He refused an order from the consul to go home. Fedorov was happy to be included. "He has a friend here at the station named Stanislav Kolotov." "Stas. I'll interrogate him later. He sent you to the archive?" Michael asked Arkady. "No, I just wanted to see where Tommy worked." "Why?" "He made his work sound interesting." "And the files on Max Albov?" "He sounded fascinating." "But you told the head researcher that you'd come to see me." "I did come to see you. Yesterday when you took me to President Gilmartin, you promised me money." Michael said. "You fed Gilmartin horse shit." "Renko does need money," Fedorov said. "Of course he needs money. Every Russian needs money," Ludmilla said. "Are you sure that's not your phone?" Arkady asked. "This is a stolen phone," Michael said. "The police should check it for prints," Arkady said. "Well, it's got my fingerprints on it now, naturally. The police will be here soon enough. The point is, Renko, that you like to stir things up. It's my job to keep things smooth. I've come to the decision that things here will run a lot smoother if you're back in Moscow." Fedorov said. "That's the feeling at the consulate, too." When Arkady shifted, he felt a guard's hand leaning on each shoulder. Michael said, "We've decided to put you on the plane. Consider that done. The communique my friend Sergei here sends to Moscow will depend in large part on your attitude, which so far is piss poor. He could describe your work here as so successful that you went home early. On the other hand, I would guess that an investigator who's sent back for harming relations between the United States and the Soviet Union, for abusing the hospitality of the German Republic, and for stealing the property of this station, will get a cold reception. Do you want to clean a latrine in Siberia for the rest of your miserable life? That's your choice." "I'd like to help," Arkady said. "That's better. What are you looking for in Munich? Why have you been poking around Radio Liberty? How is Stas helping you? Where's my phone?" "I have an idea," Arkady suggested. "Tell me," Michael said. "Call." "Call who?" "Yourself. Maybe you'll hear a ring." There was silence for a moment. "That's it? Renko, you're worse than an asshole. You're a suicide." Arkady said, "You can't send me back. This is Germany." Michael hopped off the edge of the desk. He had the springy step of an athlete, a faint sunglass mask around his eyes, and a tarry smell of sweat and aftershave. "That's why you're going. Renko, you're a refugee. What do you think the Germans do with people like you? I think you know Lieutenant Schiller." The guards pulled Arkady to his feet. Quick as a dog, Fedorov jumped up. An ashtray, phone, and facsimile machine furnished Ludmilla's desk, and as Michael strode across the room and opened the door for Peter Schiller, Arkady saw that next to its transmit button the fax had the number that had called Rudy Rosen and asked, "Where is Red Square?" Peter said, "I hear you're going home." "Look at that fax," Arkady said. This seemed to be an occasion that the lieutenant had waited for. He bent Arkady's arm behind his back and screwed his wrist so that he rose to the balls of his feet. "Everywhere I go, you are making a mess. Take a look." "Theft, trespass, resisting police, another Soviet tourist." Peter swung Arkady toward the door. "Bring the phone you found, please," he told Michael. "We're dropping charges to speed the repatriation process," Michael said. Fedorov followed. "The consulate rearranged his visa. We have a seat for him on the flight today. This can all be done quietly." "Oh, no," Peter said. He held Arkady like a prize. "If he has broken German law, he's in my hands." Chapter 25. The cell was like a Finnish bathroom. 15 square meters of white tile floor, blue tile walls, a bed facing a bench, a toilet in the corner. For cleanliness' sake, on the other side of the stainless steel bars lay a coiled hose. Arkady's belt and shoelaces were in a box by the hose. A uniformed policeman little older than a young pioneer came by every 10 minutes to make sure he wasn't hanging himself by his jacket. A pack of cigarettes arrived in mid-afternoon. Oddly enough, Arkady wasn't smoking as much as usual, as if food had cut down the appetite of his lungs. Dinner came on a compartmentalized plastic tray. Beef in brown sauce, dumplings, carrots with dill, vanilla pudding, plastic utensils. Ludmilla had been the voice on the other end when he called the fax number from the train station. Even if she had known Rudy, though, she didn't know he was dead when she asked, "Where is Red Square?" The Soviet quota of living space was 5 square meters, so this holding cell was a veritable suite. Also, a Soviet cell was a manuscript. Plaster walls were scribbled with personal messages and public announcements. "The party drinks the people's blood. Dima will kill the rats who turned him in. Dima loves Zeta forever." And drawings, tigers, daggers, angels, full-bodied women, freestanding cocks, heads of Christ. But the tiles here were glazed, highly fired, and unscratchable. Aeroflot had taken off by now, he was sure. Did Lufthansa have an evening flight? As he made a pillow of his jacket, Arkady found a wadded envelope in an inner pocket and recognized the shaky, needle-fine writing of his own name. It was the letter from his father that Belov had given him, and that he had carried around for more than a week, from a Russian grave to a German cell, like a forgotten poison capsule. He crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it toward the bars. Instead of passing through, it hit one and rolled to the drain in the middle of the floor. He tossed it again, and again it bounced back and rolled to his feet. The paper rustled. What would the parting words of General Arkady Renko be? After a lifetime of curses, what final curse? In the war between father and son, what last blow? Arkady remembered his father's favorite phrases. Tit-calf, when Arkady was a small boy. Poet, queer, shitpants, and eunuch were heaped upon the student. Coward, naturally, when Arkady refused officers' school. Failure, of course, from then on. What extra accolade had been saved? The dead had a certain advantage. He hadn't talked to his father for years. At this low point in his career, in this tiled hole, was this the right time to allow his father a posthumous stab? There was something funny about the situation. Even dead, the general still had the instincts of an executioner. Arkady flattened the envelope on the floor. He tugged open the corner of the flap, inserted a finger, and cautiously tore open the end, because he wouldn't have been surprised if his father had left a razor. No, the letter itself would be the razor. What were the most hateful, damaging words he could hear? What was worth hissing from the grave? Arkady blew into the envelope, and his breath lifted a half-sheet of onion skin. He smoothed the paper and held it to the light. The handwriting was so faint and palsied that it was more a wave from the deathbed than a letter, written with a hand that could barely hold a pen. The general had managed only one word: Irina. Chapter 26. Night traffic on Leopoldstrasse was a sinuous flow of headlights, glass, sidewalk cafes, chrome. Peter lit a cigarette while he drove. "Sorry about the cell. I had to put you someplace where Michael and Fedorov couldn't get at you. Anyway, you screwed them good. You should be proud. They can't figure out how you switched phones. They kept showing me car, tennis court, car." He downshifted and snaked in front of cars. Sometimes Arkady got the impression that Peter barely controlled the urge to drive on the sidewalk to get ahead. Apparently Michael's phone was special. It had a scrambler for security. He was upset because he would have to get a new one from Washington. "You found his phone?" Arkady asked. "This is wonderful. This is the Schlag, the whipped cream on the cake. He took your advice. After Fedorov left, Michael put on long pants and called his own number, and walked up and down the streets until he found his phone ringing just so softly inside a garbage bin, like finding a kitten." "So there are no charges?" "You were seen leaving the garage where the first phone was stolen, but by the time I was finished with him, the attendant didn't know if you were short or tall, white or black. With better prompting, he might give a more accurate description. The main thing is, you're still here, and you have me to thank." "Thank you." Peter showed a crescent smile. "See, that wasn't hard. Russians are so touchy." "You feel unappreciated?" "Ignored. It's nice that Russians and Americans get along so well, but that doesn't mean they can ship you back to Moscow when they want." "Why didn't you look at Michael's fax when I told you to?" "I already knew. After your friend Tommy died, I called the number. The woman answered herself. I'm that way. When someone is killed, I become more curious, not less." He handed Arkady the pack of cigarettes. "You know, I enjoyed your game with the phones. We must be alike. If you weren't such a liar, we could be a good team." On the highway, Peter shifted into overdrive, where he was happiest. "You admit you made up the story about Bayern, Franconia, and Benz. Why did you choose my grandfather's bank? Why call him?" "I saw a letter he wrote to Benz." "Do you have the letter?" "No." "Did you read the letter?" "No." Kilometer marks flashed by. Overpasses roared above them. "Don't you have a partner back in Moscow? Couldn't you give him a call?" Peter asked. "He's dead." "Renko, do you ever feel like the plague?" Peter must have been keeping track of where they were, because suddenly he downshifted and braked to the footing of a black ramp shaded into ash-white. Tommy's Trabant was gone. Peter let the BMW roll back slowly. "You can see the concrete is not just burned, it's chipped. I asked myself, how could a feeble little Trabi hit with that kind of force? Doors folded, locked shut, steering wheel bent. There are only tire prints of the Trabi and no sign of any broken glass or tail lights. But as we come back onto the road, see the skid marks." Two dark apostrophes tailed away from the road toward the ramp. "Did you test them?" "Yes, poor quality carbon rubber. You can't even recap tires like that. Can't burn them or recycle them. Trabi tires. The investigators think Tommy fell asleep and lost control. Fatal one-man, one-car accidents are always the most difficult to reconstruct. Unless it was a two-car accident and a larger vehicle came from behind and smashed the Trabi into the ramp. If Tommy had any family or any enemies, the investigation would still be open. It's closed. Germany has so many highway accidents, terrible accidents on the Autobahn, we can't investigate them all. If you want to kill a German, do it on the road. Were there any flash marks in the car, any sign of arson? No. Peter raced in reverse, and with no more than a tap of the brake, snapped the car around so that it followed its nose. Arkady remembered that he had flown jets in Texas, where there was less to hit. When Tommy was burning, you shouted that you saw a fire like that before. Who? A racketeer. Arkady corrected himself. A banker named Rudik Rosen. He burned up in an Audi. Audis burn well, too. After Rudy died, he got a fax from the machine that we saw at the station. The sender thought he was alive. Yes. What kind of car fire was it? Electrical? Collision? Different from this. It was arson. A bomb. Different? I have another question. Before this Rosen died, were you in his car with him? Yes. Why is that the first thing I completely believe? Renko, you're still lying about everything else. There's more than Benz involved. Who else? Remember, there's a plane leaving for Moscow tomorrow. You could still be on it. Tommy and I were looking for something. What? A red Bronco. Ahead, taillights lined the shoulder of the highway. On the turnout were the taller outlines of off-the-road vehicles. Peter swerved up among them and coasted to a stop. Figures jumped out of the way, arms shielding their eyes. From the dashboard he took flashlights for Arkady and himself. When they got out, they were accosted by men angry about the intrusion into turnout privacy. Peter stiff-armed one and snarled convincingly enough at another to send him backpedaling between fenders. There seemed to be two sides of Peter Schiller, Arkady thought. The Aryan ideal and the werewolf. Nothing in between. Peter worked the women waiting for customers while Arkady moved along vehicles that had pulled back to the far side of the turnout to consummate business. Since he didn't know what a Bronco looked like, he had to read the name on each vehicle. Wasn't a Bronco a bucking horse? No, that wasn't the sound. It was more like the beating of a damp drum, or, in the shells of the vehicles, the mating of turtles. There were no red Broncos, but Peter returned from the other side of the turnout to say that one had just left with a driver named Tima. He didn't seem discouraged. Maybe he drove a little faster getting back onto the highway. Arkady imagined the night trailing behind them like a scarf. The rest of Munich lived quietly on a schedule, ate its muesli, biked to work, paid for sex. Peter moved as if he lived at a higher RPM. I think when you were in the Trabi waiting for Tommy, somebody saw you. Then poor Tommy started home, and someone followed him. It wasn't an accident. It was murder, but they thought they were killing you. You want to drive around until someone tries to kill us? To clear my head. Are you following someone from Moscow, or has someone followed you? At this point, I'd follow anything. I'd pick out one star and aim at that. Like my grandfather. Maybe your grandfather is connected, and maybe he's not. I honestly don't know. Have you ever met Benz? No. Have you talked to anyone who met Benz? Tommy. Slow down, Arkady said. Walking on the shoulder of the road was a girl in a red leather jacket and boots, and as they went by he saw that she had black hair and a round Uzbek face. Stop. She was angry and not in the mood for a lift. Her German was a dialect of Russian. That Arschloch threw me out of my car. I'll kill him. What did your car look like? Arkady asked. She stamped her boot. Scheiße! Everything I have is in there. Maybe we can find it. Pictures and personal letters? We'll look for it. What kind is it? She looked off toward the dark and reconsidered. Uzbekistan is a long way off, Arkady thought. Her legs looked thin and cold. She said, Never mind, I'll take care of it myself. Peter said, If someone stole your car, you should report it to the police. She studied him and the BMW with its extra aerial and spotlight. No. What's Tima short for? Arkady asked. Fatima. Immediately she added, I never said my name was Tima. Did he take the car 2 nights ago? She crossed her arms. Have you been watching me? Do you come from Samarkand or Tashkent? Tashkent? How do you know so much? I'm not talking to you. How long ago tonight did he take the car? She set her face and started walking again, wobbling on her heels. Uzbeks had once been the golden horde of Tamerlane that had swept from Mongolia to Moscow. This was the end, stumbling on the Autobahn. They drove into the Red Square parking lot and cruised through. There was no red Bronco. A contingent of businessmen were trooping loudly from vans into the sex club. Slumming. The Stuttgart set. They'll only touch the beer here, and then they'll go home and fuck their wives silly. He shot a little gravel at them as he swung by. Back on the road, Peter was calmer, as if he had reached some internal decision. Arkady relaxed too, more in tune with the speed. The city spread as it approached, not like wildfire, more like a battlefield of moths. A red Bronco sat in front of Benz's flat. The apartment was dark. They drove by twice, parked on the next block, and returned on foot. Peter stayed in the shadow of a tree while Arkady walked up the steps and pushed the button to the flat. No voice came over the intercom. No window lit upstairs. Peter joined him. He's gone. The car is here. Maybe he went for a walk. A midnight walk? Peter said, He's an Aussie. How many cars can he have? Renko, let's act like detectives and see what we can find. He gave Arkady a flashlight, led him to the Bronco, and opened the tweezers of a combination knife. The chrome on the front bumper was untouched, but its rubber guard sparkled in the flashlight's beam. Peter squatted and teased from the rubber what looked like threads of glass. One reason it's almost impossible to reprocess a Trabi is that the fiberglass body breaks up into such sharp splinters. He dropped pieces into a paper envelope. Dead or alive, a Trabi is very difficult to handle. Peter radioed in the Bronco's plate. While they waited for an answer, he shook pieces from the envelope into the ashtray, then turned the flame of his lighter directly on the threads. They lit like yellow kindling. Strings of black ash rose on brown smoke, and a familiar noxious aroma filled the car. Pure Trabi. Peter blew out the flame. Proving nothing. There's not enough left of Tommy's Trabi to match to this, but even a lawyer would have to say the Bronco hit something. The radio spoke rapid German. Peter wrote on a pad, Fantasy Tours, and the address of Boris Benz. Arkady said, Ask how many cars are registered in Fantasy's name. Peter asked, then wrote on the pad the number 18, also Pathfinders, Navajos, Cherokees, Troopers, Rovers. He put the phone back in its sleeve. You said you never met Benz. I said that Tommy met Benz. You said that you and Tommy were on the highway because you were looking for Benz. You went to the sex club first. Tommy saw him there a year ago. Who was the connection? How did they meet? Arkady had succeeded in keeping Max's name from Peter because Max was only one step away from Irina. It would be a bitter outcome, he thought, if he had come all this way just to drag her into Peter's investigation. Peter said, Why would they meet? Tommy wanted to talk to Benz about the war? I'm sure Tommy told him about it. He was interviewing people for a book about the war. He was obsessed with it. His apartment is a museum of the war. I was there. What did you think? Peter's eyes looked energized, as if they had picked up electricity from the radio. From his jacket he produced a key. I think we should visit this museum again. Swastikas stretched across 2 walls. The Wehrmacht map covered a third. On the shelves were Tommy's collection of gas masks, tin panzers, a hubcap from Hitler's touring car, assorted ammunition, Goebbels' reinforced shoe. A clock in the shape of an eagle said 12 a.m. Peter said, I was here earlier. In and out. Normally we don't search the apartments of traffic victims. On the table where the birthday cake for the Berlin Wall had melted, a typewriter was set up with notes, paper, and file cards. Peter wandered about, focusing field glasses, trying on an armband and an SS cap, like an actor let loose in a prop room. He lifted a helmet, the one Tommy had worn at the party. Alas, poor Jürgen, I knew him well. He laid down the helmet and picked up a dental mold. Hitler's teeth, Arkady said. Peter opened the mold. Sieg Heil. The short hairs on Arkady's neck rose. Do you know why we lost the war? Peter asked. Why did you lose the war? It was explained to me by an old man. We were hiking in the Alps. We were on a high meadow surrounded by wildflowers when we stopped to eat. The subject of the war came up. He said the Nazis had committed excesses, but the real reason Germany lost the war was because of sabotage. There were workers in the munitions factory who deliberately degraded the gunpowder in the shells to make our weapons ineffective. Otherwise, we would have been able to hold out for an honorable peace. He described the grandfathers and boys fighting in the ruins of Berlin, stabbed in the back by those saboteurs. It was years later when I learned that those saboteurs were Russians and Jews, slave labor being starved to death while they worked. I remembered the flowers, the wonderful view, the tears in his eyes. He put the mold down, joined Arkady at the table, and flipped through the file cards, notes and pages. What are you looking for? Arkady asked. Answers. They searched the drawers of the desk and night table, folders that were stuffed into cabinets, address books discovered under the bed. Finally, next to the phone in the kitchen, numbers without names were penciled on the wall. Peter gave a laugh of dark amusement, nailed one number with his finger, and dialed the phone. Considering the hour, the other end answered quickly. Peter said, Grandfather, I'm coming over with my friend Renko. The elder Schiller padded around in a silk robe and velvet slippers. His living room was covered in oriental carpets. His lamps had shades of stained glass. I was awake anyway. The middle of the night is the best time to read. The banker seemed to make a firm distinction between work and personal life. Bookshelves accommodated not tomes on banking regulations, but art books that ran from Turkish rugs to Japanese ceramics. Objets d'art, a Greek bronze of a dolphin, Mexican skulls of sugar and jade, a Chinese alabaster dog, sat under spotlights arranged by someone who had taken great care to display eclectic pieces of modest size but unusual quality. A dark icon of a Madonna was in the traditional place, high in a corner that would have been the beautiful corner of a pre-revolutionary peasant house. Its thick wood was split, and the Madonna's face was shrouded by smoke, which made her eyes seem all the more luminous. Schiller poured tea into a gilded cup. He wore a brace under his bathrobe, Arkady realized, and leaned stiffly, marble from the waist up. I'm sorry I don't have any jam. I remember that Russians love their tea with jam. Peter paced back and forth. Walk, his grandfather told him. It's good for the rug. He turned to Arkady. When he was a boy, Peter would march a kilometer on that carpet, back and forth. He always had too much energy. He can't help it. Why did the American have your number? Peter asked. His book, his moronic book. He's the sort who lurks in graveyards and thinks he has a career. He kept pestering me, but I refused to be interviewed by him. I suspect he gave my name to Benz. The bank was not involved? Arkady asked. Schiller allowed himself the thinnest suggestion of a smile. Bayern Franconia would no more invest in the Soviet Union than in the far side of the moon. Benz approached me personally. Peter said, Benz is a pimp. He runs a string of prostitutes on the Autobahn. What would he approach you about? Real estate. It was business? Arkady asked. Schiller sipped his tea. The cup was porcelain with a gilded rim. Before the war, we had our own bank in Berlin. We're not Bavarian. He cast a concerned eye on his grandson. That's Peter's problem. He's not bred to be a drunken lout. Anyway, the family lived in Potsdam, outside the city. We also had a summer home on the coast. I've described them to Peter many times. Beautiful places. We lost them all. Bank and houses, everything ended up in the Soviet sector and then in the Democratic Republic of Germany. We lost them first to the Russians and then to the East Germans. Arkady said, with reunification, I thought private property was being returned. Oh, yes. The former East Germany is haunted now by Jewish ghosts. But we weren't helped because the new law excluded properties confiscated from 45 to 49, which was when we lost ours. Or so I thought, until Benz appeared at my door. What did he say? Arkady asked. He represented himself as some sort of real estate agent. He informed me that there was some question about exactly when the Potsdam house had been seized. When the Russians were in charge, many estates simply stood empty for years. Records had been lost or burned. Benz said he might be able to provide me with the proper documentation to help my claim. Schiller turned stiffly in his chair. It was for you, too, Peter. He said he might be able to help us with the summer house, too. They could all be ours again. For how much? Peter asked. No money. Information. Bank information? Schiller was offended. Personal history. The banker shook off his slippers. His feet were mottled blue with yellowed nails. 2 toes were missing. Frostbite. I should live in Spain. Peter, you know where the brandy is. I feel a chill. Arkady asked, what did you do on the Eastern Front? Schiller cleared his throat. I was with a special detachment. How special? I understand what you're saying. Other special detachments rounded up Jews. I did nothing like that. My detachment gathered art. My father wanted to keep me out of the front line, so he got me attached to a group of SS who followed the advance. I was a boy, younger than either of you. He told me that I could protect art. He was right. Without us, thousands of paintings, pieces of jewelry, and irreplaceable books would have disappeared into knapsacks, been burned, melted down, or completely disappeared. We were literally rescuing culture. The lists were already drawn up. Göring wrote one list, Goebbels another. We had teams of carpenters, packers, our own trains. The Wehrmacht had orders to keep the tracks open just to send our cargo back. It was an enormously busy fall. When winter came, we stalled outside Moscow, and that was the war right there, though we didn't know it. With brandy, the tea was better. The banker shifted in his chair. It occurred to Arkady that for the older man every movement involved pain. This is what Tommy wanted to ask you about? Arkady asked. Some of the same questions, Schiller said. Peter said, you told me you were captured outside Moscow and spent 3 years in a camp. You said you surrendered when your rifles froze. My feet froze. To tell the truth, when I was captured, I was hiding in a boxcar. The SS men were shot on the spot. I would have been shot too if the Russians hadn't opened some cases and found icons inside. There was some interrogation of me, which was not delicate. I agreed to make lists of what we'd taken. Then the whole war went in reverse. I was never in camp, not for a day. I traveled with the Red Army, first searching for what the SS had shipped. Then, as we moved further west, I was, as an advisor to special troops from the Soviet Ministry of Culture, helping to locate and send German works of art to Moscow. Stalin made a list. Beria made a list. We sent even more because we found what the SS had taken from different countries. The Koenig's drawings from Holland, the Poznan paintings from Poland. We stripped the Dresden Museum, the Prussian Royal Library, museum collections from Aachen, Weimar, Magdeburg. In other words, you collaborated. Peter said. I served history. I survived. I was hardly the only one. When the Russians arrived in Berlin, where do you think they went? While the city burned, while Hitler was still alive, they were in the museums. Rubens's, Rembrandt's, the gold of Troy disappeared, treasures that have never been seen again. Were you there? Arkady asked. No, I was still in Magdeburg. When we were done there, the Russians gave me a vodka. We'd been together for 3 years. I even wore a Red Army coat at that point. They took the coat off, marched me a few steps to an alley, shot me in the back, and left me for dead. See, Peter, personal history. What was Benz most interested in? Arkady asked. Nothing in particular. Schiller reconsidered. Actually, I had the feeling he was checking his list against mine. At heart, he was a crude man, a real barracks bastard. In the end, all we talked about was how to build crates. The SS enlisted carpenters from the Berlin film of Knauer, the most expert art transporters of the time. I drew him diagrams. He was more interested in nails and woods and documentation than in art. What do you mean, barracks bastard? Schiller said, it's commonplace. How many German girls have had babies by foreign soldiers stationed here? Arkady said, Benz was born in Potsdam. You're saying his father was Russian? That's what he sounded like, Schiller said. Peter said, all the stories you told me about defending Germany. You were a thief, first on one side and then on the other. Why didn't you tell me all this before? Why tell me now? The banker eased his feet into his slippers. He turned as completely to Peter as he could. He had that deadly combination of age, eggshell frailty, and brutal honesty. It didn't concern you. The past was gone. Now it does. Everything has a price. If we can get our house and property back, if we can go home, Peter, this is the price for you. Peter dropped Arkady off at Stas's apartment and tore off into the dark. Arkady unlocked the door with the house key Stas had given him. Laika sniffed him quietly and let him in. He went to the kitchen and made a late dinner of hard biscuits for the dog and tea, jam, and cigarettes for himself. Steps shambled up the hall. Stas leaned against the door jamb in mismatched pajama top and bottom and regarded Laika and the biscuits. Slut. I woke you, Arkady said. I'm not awake. If I were awake, I'd be asking where the devil you've been. At a sleepwalker's pace, he staggered to the refrigerator and took out a beer. Obviously, you think of me as the hall porter, the concierge, the elf who polishes your shoes. So where have you been? With my new German partner. He has become wildly enthusiastic. In return, I've misled him as best I can. Stas sat down. You cannot mislead a German any more than you can lead a German. Nevertheless, Arkady had misled Peter by omission, by not mentioning Max because of Irina. By now Peter was convinced that his grandfather was the only connection between Tommy and Benz. I traded on his sense of national guilt. If you can find a German with guilt, you should trade on it. Generally, I have found this to be a country of widespread amnesia. But if you have found a guilty German, I can guarantee that no one on earth has ever had a larger sense of guilt. Correct? Close enough. Stas tipped the bottle back so that it seemed to balance on his lips, then set it down empty. I was awake anyway. I was thinking that if I'd stayed in Russia, I probably would have died in a camp. Or maybe I only would have been pressed as flat as a blini. You were right to get out. As a result of which, I've had enormous influence on world events. I make fun of the station, but Liberty's budget is less than the cost of a single strategic bomber. Is that so? Not to mention this is a tax-free situation for me. That sounds good. Stas stared at the kitchen clock. The second hand dropped in audible clicks. a sound like a key turning over and over in a lock. Laika moved close to him and laid her shaggy head on his lap. Stas said, "Maybe I should have stayed." Chapter 27. In the morning, a heavy fog brought out headlights. Bicycles appeared and disappeared as wraiths. Irina lived a block from the park, on a street that mixed townhouses, artist studios, and boutiques. All the buildings were dressed in fey Jugendstil except hers, which was plain and modern. Though her windows were set back, Arkady located her balcony, a chrome rail before a wall of vines, lush and bright in the wet. He stood at a bus stop at the end of the street, the most logical and least conspicuous place to wait. Did the balcony lead directly to the kitchen? He could imagine the warmth of lights, the smell of coffee. He could also imagine Max having an extra cup, but he had to eliminate Max from the picture in his mind or slide into crippling jealousy. Irina might drive to the station. Worse, she might leave with Max. He focused on the hope that she was alone, was drying a cup and saucer, was putting on her raincoat, would take the bus. A delivery truck parked in the middle of the block. The driver climbed down from the cab, opened the rear doors, brought racks down to street level with a hydraulic lift, and rolled them into a dress shop. The truck's windshield wipers kept time, though rain wasn't falling so much as hanging in the air in fine droplets. Traffic had a sheen. Arkady stepped off the curb for a better view of Irina's house when a bus arrived and chased him back. Passengers boarded and cancelled their own tickets in an automatic punch box. Every single one of them. That was the amazing thing. The bus pulled away and the delivery truck drove off. It took Arkady a minute to notice that the vine-covered wall on Irina's balcony was a darker green, which meant that the lights of her apartment were off. He watched her door for another minute before he realized that she had left while the truck had been blocking his view. He had expected her to use the bus in this weather. Instead, she'd gone in the other direction toward the park, and he'd missed her. Arkady ran the length of the street to the park. In the foreshortened view that accompanies emotion, umbrellas bobbed on either side. A Turk, wearing a conical hat of newspaper, biked between the bumpers of limousines. Across the street, the Englischer Garten began as a wall of giant beeches. Farther down the street, a woman in a white raincoat entered a park gate. He darted between cars. The radio station lay diagonally across the park. Where he entered the gate, paths twisted left and right. The Englischer Garten was called the Green Lung of Munich. It had a river, streams, forests, lakes, all veiled now by mist, giving the park a cold, close breath that made Arkady gather his jacket at his neck. He could hear her, though. At least he heard someone walking. Did he remember how she walked? Long strides, always sure of herself. She hated umbrellas. She hated crowds. He hurried after the echo, aware that any hesitation put her farther ahead, if she was ahead. The path kept trying to turn away. Overhead beeches were monkey bars in a cloud. Oaks were shorter, as bent as beggars. Where the path crossed a stream bed, steam rose from the water, a ghostly flood tide. A creature resembling a large caterpillar sniffed around wet leaves. Closer, it became a wire-haired dachshund. Its owner crept behind, a yellow slicker with a scoop and bag. Beyond, Irina had disappeared, if it was Irina. Over the years, at a distance, how many women had he dressed in her features? This was the illusion of his life, the nightmare. Arkady had the park to himself. He heard the slow condensation of mist on leaves, the thud of nuts from the beaches onto sodden earth, the dash of unseen birds. Where shadows faded, he found he had reached the edge of a wide meadow, completely lost in a circle of green. For a moment on the far side he saw a flash of white. Running over the grass he had the labored breath and heavy feet of a farm horse. When he reached the spot where the brief sight of white had been, She was gone again. Now, though he knew the direction, a path led along a russet screen of maples and the languid vapor of another stream. He heard steps again, and where the maples ended, saw her, a bag over her shoulder. Her coat was actually more silver than white, with a reflective quality. Her hair was uncovered, darker in the rain. She looked back, and then continued walking, faster than before. They walked at the same pace, 10 meters apart, down a dark avenue of firs. Where the path narrowed to a strip that threaded a stand of birches, she slowed, then stopped, and leaned against the white, papery column of a birch for him to catch up. They walked on together in silence. Arkady felt like a man who had approached a deer. A single wrong word, he thought, and she would bolt for good. When she glanced at him, he didn't dare try to hold her eyes or read them. At least they were walking side by side. In itself, that was a victory. He was sorry that he looked so bad. His shoes were flecked with grass, his clothes damp and molded to his back. His body was too thin, and probably his eyes had the glower of the chronically starved. They came to the edge of a lake. The water was black and still. Irina looked down at their reflections, at the man and woman looking up from the water, and said, "That's the saddest thing I ever saw." "Me?" Arkady asked. "Us." Birds collected. The park was rich in them. Velvet-headed mallards, wood ducks, widgeons, and teal appeared out of the mist, breaking the surface of the water into spoons of light. Shearwaters flew as acrobatically as signatures. Geese dropped like sacks. They sat on a bench. She said, "There are people who come here every day to feed the birds. They bring pretzels the size of wheels." It was cool enough for their breath to condense. "I sympathize with these birds," she said. "The difference is that you never came. I will never forgive you." "I can tell. And now that you're here, I feel like a refugee all over again. I don't like that feeling." "No one does. But I've been in the West for years. I've earned the right to be here." "Arkady, go home. Leave me alone." "No, I won't go." He half expected her to rise and leave the bench. He would follow her. What else could he do? She stayed. She let him light another cigarette for her. "A bad habit," she said. "Like you." Despair saturated the air. Cold penetrated his thin jacket. He heard his heart echo across the water. A walking collection of bad habits was what he was. Ignorance, insubordination, lack of exercise, dull razors. So many birds arrived, some dropping wholesale in flocks, others wheeling individually out of the mist, that Arkady was put in mind of the factory ship he had spent part of his exile on, and how gulls had mobbed the air above the stern for the overflow and refuse from the nets. He remembered standing in the breeze above the stern ramp, field stripping a cigarette, and a gull snatching the paper from the air and carrying it away as its prize. "Find the Russian duck," he said. "Where?" "The one with dirty feathers and a crooked bill smoking a cigarette." "There is no such thing." "But you looked. I saw you. Imagine when Russian ducks really do hear about this lake, a lake with pretzels. They'll come here by the millions." "The swans, too?" A line of swans glided imperiously through the ducks. When a mallard resisted, the lead swan stretched out its long and creamy neck, opened its bright yellow bill, and snorted like a pig. "Russian," He's already infiltrated, Arkady said. Irina sat back to study him. You do look terrible. I can't say the same for you. She bent the light her way. Mist sat on her hair like jewels. I heard you were doing so well in Moscow, she said. Who did you hear that from? She hesitated. You're not what I expected. You're what I remembered. They walked slowly. Arkady was aware that she walked a critical millimeter closer, and that their shoulders occasionally grazed. Stas was always curious about you. I'm not surprised you're friends. Mac says you're both artifacts of the Cold War. We are. I'm like a piece of marble you find in an ancient ruin. You pick it up, turn it around in your hand, and ask, what was this? Part of a horse trough or part of a noble's statue? I want to show you something. He took out an envelope, opened it, and showed her the paper and the one word scribbled inside. My name, she said. It's my father's writing. I hadn't heard from him in years. This must have been almost the last thing he did before he died. You actually talked to him? I wanted to reach you without causing trouble, so I tried your father. Arkady tried to imagine this. It sounded like a dove flying into a furnace, though his father had been a fairly cold furnace in his last years. He told me what a hero you were, how they tried to break you, but that you forced the prosecutor's office to take you back, that they gave you the most difficult cases, and that you never lost. He was proud. He went on and on. He said he saw you often and that you'd write me. What else? That you were too busy for women, but women were always chasing you. None of this rang a false note. He said the only problem with you was that you were a fanatic, and that sometimes you put yourself in God's place, that some things only God could judge. If I were General Kirill Renko, I wouldn't have been so eager to see the face of God. He said he thought about you more and more. Did you have women? No, I was in psychiatric cells for a while, then I was in Siberia on the move, and then I was fishing. There was limited opportunity. She stopped him. Please, I remember Russia. There's always opportunity. And when you got back to Moscow, you must have had a woman there. I was in love. I wasn't looking for women. In love with me? Yes. You are a fanatic. They walked along a pond that bore snowy down and fine drops of rain like pearls. Was it the same lake as before? Akasha, what are we going to do? They left the park for a university cafe that had stainless steel machines hissing into pots of milk and posters of Italy, ski slopes of the Dolomites, colorful tenements in Naples on the walls. The other patrons were students with open books and bowl-sized cups of coffee. They took a table by the window. Arkady talked about working his way across Siberia, from Irkutsk to Norilsk to Kamchatka to the sea. Irina talked about New York, London, Berlin. Theater work in New York was good, but I couldn't join the union. They're like Soviet unions, worse. I waited on tables. In New York, waitresses are fantastic. So hard and so old, you think they waited on Alexander the Great or the Pharaohs. Hard workers. An art gallery. They wanted someone with a European accent. I was part of the gallery ambiance, and I started getting involved in art again. What no one was interested in then was the Russian avant-garde. You know, you expected to see me in Russia, and I expected to see you walk into an art gallery on Madison Avenue dressed in a proper suit, good shoes, tie. Next time we should coordinate dreams. Anyway, Max was visiting the Liberty office in New York. He produced a show on Russian art and happened to interview me and said if I was ever in Munich and needed work to call him. A year later I did. I still do some work for Berlin galleries. They're always looking for pieces of revolutionary art because now the prices are phenomenally high. You mean the art of our defunct and discredited revolution? Is auctioned at Sotheby's and Christie's. Collectors can't get enough. You're in trouble, aren't you? I was in trouble. Not now. I mean with your work. Work has its difficult moments. The good people die and the wrong people walk away with the spoils. My career seems to be in a shadow, but I'm thinking of taking a holiday, a vacation from professional pursuits. And do what? I could become a German. Transitionally, of course. First I'd turn into a Pole, then an East German, finally a fully mature Bavarian. Seriously. Seriously, I will wear different clothes every day and walk into your life until you say, this is just what Arkady Renko should look like. This is the proper suit. You wouldn't let go? Not now. Arkady described how the breath of a reindeer herd crystallized and fell like snow. He talked about salmon runs and Sakhalin, the white-headed eagles of the Aleutians and waterspouts that danced around the Bering Sea. He'd never thought before of what a catalogue of experiences his exile had brought to him, how unique and beautiful they were, what clear evidence that on no day could a man be sure he should not open his eyes. They had a lunch of microwaved pizza. Delicious. He told her how the first wind of the day approaching through the taiga made the million trees shiver like black birds taking flight. He talked about the oil field fires that burned year-round, beacons that could be seen from the moon. He described walking from trawler to trawler across the Arctic ice, sounds and sights not afforded most investigators. They had red wine. He talked about workers on the slime line, the dark hold where fish were gutted in a factory ship, and how each individual was a separate mind with a fantasy unconfined by gunnels or decks, a defender of the party who had taken to the sea in search of romance, a botanist who dreamed of Siberian orchids, each person a lamp on a separate world. After finishing the wine, they had brandy. He described the Moscow he had found on his return. Center stage, a dramatic battlefield of warlords and entrepreneurs. Behind it, as still as a painted backdrop, 8 million people standing in line. Yet there were moments, the occasional dawn when the sun was low enough to find a golden river and blue domes, and the entire city seemed redeemable. The warmth of patrons and the steam of the machines had produced a film of condensation on the window that diffused the light and color of the street. Something caught Irina's eye, and she wiped the glass. Max was outside. How long had he been looking in? He entered and said, "You two seem to be getting on like a pair of conspirators." "Join us," Arkady offered. "Where have you been?" Max asked Irina. His manner was alarmed, relieved, alarmed, in 3 rapid steps. "You haven't been at the station all day. People were worried about you. We were out searching for you. You and I were supposed to go to Berlin." "Talking to Arkady," Irina said. Max asked, "Are you finished?" "No." Irina took one of Arkady's cigarettes and lit it. She made it a drawn-out gesture of unconcern. "Max, if you're in a hurry, go to Berlin. I know you have business there." "We both have business there." "My business can wait," Irina said. Max was absolutely still for a moment, re-evaluating Irina and Arkady together, then dropped his brusque manner as easily as his hat, which he shook free of rain. Arkady remembered Stas's description of him as liquid, the master of a changing situation. Max smiled, pulled up a 3rd chair, settled, and gave Arkady a nod of acknowledgement. "Renko, I'm amazed you're still here." Irina said, "Arkady has been telling me what he was doing the last few years. It's different from what I'd heard. Max said, He was probably modest. People claim he was the darling of the party. A well-earned status, I'm sure. Who knows what to believe? I know, Irina said. She blew smoke Max's way. He brushed it aside, considered his hand as if he had caught a cobweb, and raised his eyes to Arkady. So how is your investigation going? Not well. No arrests imminent? Far from it. And you must be running out of time. I was thinking of abandoning the entire case. And? Staying. Really? Irina said. You're joking, Max said. You came all the way to Munich to give up? Where's your patriotic duty, your sense of pride? I have very little country left, and I certainly have no pride. Arkady doesn't have to be the last man in Russia, Irina said. You know, some people are going back. Some people see opportunities, Max pointed out. This is a time to contribute, not run away. Irina said, That's interesting, coming from someone who has run twice. It's hilarious, Stas said. He closed the cafe door and fell back against it, a rain-soaked mime of collapse. Irina, the next time you vanish, leave a forwarding address. This is the most exercise I've had since Laika learned to fetch. His clothes looked wrung, body and all, but he stayed on his feet and concentrated his attention on Max. Are you all right? Irina asked. I may throw up, or maybe I'll have a beer. Max, you were lecturing on political morality? I'm sorry, I missed that. Was it a short lecture? Max said, Stas doesn't forgive me for going home. He hasn't accepted that the world has changed. It's sad. Sometimes intelligent men cling to simple answers. Even the fact that you're in Munich proves how things have changed. You don't claim to be a political refugee, do you? He tilted toward Irina. Let Renko come or go. I don't see what it has to do with us. Irina said nothing. Like a man who senses a growing gulf, Max edged his chair closer and lowered his voice. I want to know what kind of wild stories Renko has been entertaining you with. All of a sudden he seems to have assembled an audience here. They were probably happier without us, Stas said. I only want to remind you that Renko is no unsullied hero. He stays when he should go. He goes when he should stay. He's the master of bad timing. Unlike yours, Irina said. I also want to point out, Max said, that your hero probably just came to you because he was frightened. Why would he be frightened? Irina asked. Ask him, Max said. Renko, weren't you with Tommy when he suffered his fatal accident the other night? Weren't you with him right before it? Is this true? Irina asked Arkady. Yes. Max said, Stas and Irina and I have no idea what kind of disagreeable business you're involved in, but isn't it possible that Tommy is dead because you dragged him into it? Do you really think you should drag Irina into it too? No, Arkady admitted. I'm only suggesting, Max said to Arkady, holding up his hand to stifle Stas's protests, I'm only suggesting that you came to Irina simply because you want to hide. Stas said, Max, you really are a shit. Max said, I want to hear the answer. Water dripped from Stas's chin. Max looked unmeltable. For a moment the only sound was the ring of china on the counter and the slow release of steam. Arkady said, I heard Irina on the radio in Moscow. That's why I came. Max said, You're a devoted fan. Get an autograph. Go home to Moscow and you can hear her 5 times a day. Irina said, We can take him to Berlin. Max's voice went flat. What? She said, If you're right, Arkady should get out of Munich. No one connects us to him. He'll be safe with us. No, Max said in disbelief. Arkady saw that he had come to a totally different conclusion. He had carefully and confidently built a seamless, logical argument with only one way out, a perspective of Arkady disappearing over the horizon. Irina had ignored all of it. No, I am not taking Renko to Berlin. Then go without me, Irina said. Arkady and I will do fine here. Max said, We're not staying at a hotel. We'll be in the new apartment. It's a big apartment, she said. You can have it all to yourself if you want. Max reassembled his composure. But for a moment Arkady recognized one reason why the man had returned from Moscow. The worst of reasons. Love curls around like a snake and crushes two men at the same time. Part 3. Berlin, August 18 to August 20, 1991. Chapter 28. Max drove a Daimler, a sedan with the woodwork of an antique cabinet and the sound of a muted trumpet. His attitude was friendly, as if they were off on a lark, as if becoming a threesome had been his idea. The German landscape lay under folds of rain. Sitting in front, Irina was the tangible warmth in the car. She propped her back against the door to include Arkady when she talked, almost as if to exclude Max. You'll like the show. It's a Russian show, but some of the pieces have never been seen in Moscow, not publicly. Irina wrote the catalogue, Max said. She really should be there. It's just about the provenance of the painting, Arkady, but the painting itself is beautiful. Are critics allowed to use the word beautiful? He said. In this case, she promised him, it's perfect. Arkady enjoyed hearing about this other life of hers, this new and independent mix of knowledge and opinions. He was now, as a benefit of experience, a skilled hauler of nets and gutter of fish. Why shouldn't she be an expert on the arts? Max seemed just as proud. From the back seat he couldn't tell at what point they crossed what had been the old East German border. As the highway narrowed, they slowed for farm equipment that lunged in and out of the mist. When the road cleared, they raced ahead again, as if the three of them were in a bubble caught in a river fed by the rain. There was a sense of suspended time in the situation. Part of it was Max's self-control. Arkady thought Max had wanted to kill him in Moscow. Instead, he had let him escape to Munich. He was sure Max had wanted him dead in Munich, yet here he was driving him to Berlin. On the other hand, Arkady couldn't touch Max. With what authority? As a refugee? He couldn't even ask questions without Irina accusing him of using her again, without losing her a second time. Max said, Since Irina is going to be busy tomorrow, let me take you around the city. You've been to Berlin before? In the army. He was stationed there, Irina answered for Arkady. He was surprised she remembered. Doing what? Max asked. Arkady said, listening to the American command, translating for the Soviet command. Irina said, Like you at Radio Liberty, Max. More and more she was given to sarcastic attacks on Max, and the walls of the bubble would tremble. Yet it was Max's luxurious car they rode in, his destination they drove to. I'll show you the new Berlin, he told Arkady. When they reached the city late at night, the rain had stopped. They entered on the Avus, the old raceway through the Berliner woods, then drove directly onto the Kurfürstendamm. Instead of the homogeneous affluence of Munich's Marienplatz, the Ku'damm was a chaotic collision of West German shops and East German shoppers. For block after block, crowds and socialist off-colors milled around display cases of silky Italian scarves and Japanese cameras. Their faces had the tight, poutish look of poor relations. A phalanx of skinheads marched in leather jackets and boots. Street lamps hung on ornate Nazi-era poles. Tables sold pieces of the wall, with graffiti and without. It's terrible. It's a mess, but it's alive, Irina said. That's why the art market had always been here. Berlin is the only international city in Germany. Max said, the city between Paris, Moscow, and Istanbul. He pointed to a sidewalk vendor with a rack of uniforms. Arkady recognized the gray chest and blue shoulders of a Soviet Air Force colonel's greatcoat. The vendor himself was covered with Soviet military medals and ribbons from his collar to his belt. "You should have kept your uniform," Max said. Stas had forced 100 Deutschmarks on Arkady before he left Munich. He had never been richer or felt poorer. They passed the Kaiser Wilhelm Church's shattered, floodlit brow. Looming behind it was a glass tower topped by a Mercedes star. Max left the boulevard and followed a dark arterial route along a canal. All the same, Arkady's internal compass began to function. Before they even reached Friedrichstrasse, he knew they were in what used to be East Berlin. Max turned down the ramp of a garage. As they drove in, the garage lights automatically went on. A smell of wet cement hit their nostrils like the chlorine of a pool. Electrical junction boxes hung by wires from the walls. "How new is this building?" Arkady asked. Max said, "It's still under construction." Irina said, "Believe me, no one will know you're here." Max unlocked the elevator with a key. Inside it had crystal sconces and an unscratched parquet floor. He toted Irina's overnight bag. Holding his own carry-on, Arkady felt like a workman with a sack full of tools. They stopped on the 4th floor, where Max opened a door to a 2-story living room and loft. "Just a studio. I'm afraid it's not furnished, but the electricity and plumbing are in, and the rent is free." Ceremoniously, he handed the door key to Arkady. "We'll be 2 stories up." Irina said, "The main thing is that you'll be safe." "Thanks," Arkady said. Max gathered Irina into the elevator. He had her, which was thanks enough. The key had freshly stamped sharp serrations, perfect to unlock the heart, Arkady thought, if you worked diligently in between the ribs. No bed, bedding, chairs, or bureau. Dry walls angled seamlessly into hardwood floors. The bathroom was all tiles, gleaming like teeth. The kitchen had a stove but no utensils. If he'd had food, he could have held meat in his hands above the flame. Steps echoed out of proportion to every move he made. He listened for sounds from 2 stories above. In Munich he had dreaded the possibility that Irina was sleeping with Max. Now, overhead, he had the certainty. What was Max's apartment like? Extrapolating, Arkady pictured the finish on the walls, the polish on the floors. He could imagine the rest. He asked himself if he should have stayed in Munich. Choice was the luxury of casting a vote, trying on shoes, lingering over a menu, and deciding between red caviar and black. He'd had to come to Berlin. If he hadn't, he would have lost Irina, not to mention Max. This way he had them both. Like a man who is proud he wears so much rope around his neck.
This ends Disc 9. Red Square, Disc 10.
The elevator was locked. Arkady took the emergency stairs down to the garage, where he wedged the door open and stepped out onto the street. Though Friedrichstrasse was a major thoroughfare, its street lamps were as dim as curb lights. Except for himself, the sidewalk was empty. Anyone awake was in the west. He spotted the point of a television tower and immediately knew that Alexanderplatz was to his right, West Berlin to his left. The mental map he had was out of date by a decade or so, but no major city in Europe was as unchanged as East Berlin in the last 40 years. The advantage of the Soviet model was that construction and upkeep were kept to a minimum, so Soviet memories tended to be excellent. Munich had been new territory to Arkady, not Berlin. Day after day his military assignment had been to monitor British and American radio patrols as they drove through the Tiergarten to Potsdamer Platz, along Stresemann to Checkpoint Charlie, then on to Prinzenstrasse and back. He followed them from the moment they left their motor pool. It was his own daily ride. It didn't matter how fast Arkady walked. Jealousy stayed with him. A shadow that walked ahead in giant steps, shrank at the next lamp, then jumped out again. On Unter den Linden, office buildings were massive and fragile, in the same way Soviet architecture was. The hugest structure was, in fact, the Soviet embassy. Trabis were parked nose in. Figures shifted under the lime trees. A man stepped out and hoisted a hand and a cigarette, like a question mark. Arkady hurried by, surprised he looked good to anyone. He was approaching the floodlights of the Brandenburg Gates and the familiar outline of Victory in her chariot, when the city opened up into a sudden expanse of stars and grass. It wasn't a park, but a wide ridge of green hillocks that stretched north and south. Over them a breeze lifted waves of insect calls. His first impulse was to step back. This was where the wall had been, he realized, which was like saying, this is where the pyramids were. Actually, around the gate there had been two walls, stranding it like a piece of grease in the middle, so that it was not a gate, but a terminus, with the view on either side brought to a halt. The wall had been a white horizon 4 meters high. There had also been a flattened no-man's land of watchtowers, both round and rectangular, tripwires, sapper charges, tank traps, dog tracks, brushed fields of anti-personnel mines, and seasonal brambles of concertina wire. Everywhere lights had crackled like an electric charge. The void left by the destruction of the wall and all this attendant apparatus was more immense than its presence had been. An image returned that was more connection than memory. He had been at this same point one summer night long ago. Nothing special had happened, except that he had noticed a handler with a brace of dogs that were trotting excitedly along the base of the inner wall. The handler was East German, not Soviet, and the way he had kept the dogs encouraged but in check was exactly the same way the charioteer up on her pedestal lightly reined her horses. The dogs had sniffed the ground, then turned, straining on their leads in Arkady's direction. He had the irrational fear, he was a young officer who had done nothing wrong, that they were tracking him, that they could smell his treasonous lack of fervor. He had stood his ground, and the dogs had turned aside before they came near. From then on, though, he had never looked at the gate without seeing in the chariot's silhouette a handler and dogs. Arkady moved into the lights and crossed in long, cautious steps. On the other side was the Tiergarten, a park of well-behaved flower beds and well-illuminated avenues. It took him 20 minutes to walk the length of the Tiergarten and around its zoological garden to Zoo Station. There the subway emerged to ride above the street. It was the only train stop that West Berliners had been allowed to use to go east. It was also the station where Soviets had been delivered when they went west. At street level, much of what Arkady remembered was covered with spray paint. Currency exchange windows were shuttered, though a late-night drug trade flourished in the doorways. Overhead, though, less had changed. The same narrow-gauge tracks ran by the same elevated platforms under the same glass roof. Lockers were still available 24 hours a day. He stowed the videotape he had brought from Munich. Phones were lined up on the street under the station. Arkady unfolded a wad of paper and called the number Peter Schiller had given him. Peter answered on the 8th ring, sounding irritable. "Where are you?" "Berlin. And you?" Arkady asked. "You know I'm in Berlin. You called this afternoon to say I had to drive in the damn rain all day to be here. You know this is a Berlin number. Who are you with?" A train came into the station. The sound traveled down through the girder that supported the phone. "Good," Arkady said. "Then I'll try you tomorrow at noon at this same number. Maybe I'll know more then." "Renko, if you think you can lead—" Arkady hung up. It was a comfort to know that Peter was raging somewhere close by, nearer than Munich but farther than arm's reach. He took the same route back through the park. Again he anticipated the sight of a cement barrier so intensely lit that it rose like a wall of ice. Again he crossed nothing but rubble covered by springy grass and nodding heads of flowers. He told himself he should have more faith. Chapter 29. The morning was bright, dry, not a cloud in the sky. Arkady and Max strolled the same route he had taken the night before. Irina was at the gallery, helping with the installation of the show. Max was the sort of animal that basked in the sun. He wore a suit the color of butter. In the windows they passed he looked as if he were being importuned by his companion for loose change, a meal, a business opportunity. Then he would put his hand on Arkady's arm as if to say, "Look at this raffish friend I have in tow." Their eyes would meet, and in the small black center of his irises Arkady could read that Max had not slept with Irina during the night, and that his bed had been no more comfortable than Arkady's bare floor. "It's a developer's dream," Max said. "This side of Berlin always had the grandeur. University, opera, cathedral, the great museums were always in East Berlin. We Soviets built as many monstrosities as we could, but we never had the money or the energy of capitalist developers. West Berlin has shops with the highest real estate value in the world. Imagine the value of East Berlin. See, without knowing it, we Russians saved it. This is literally metamorphosis. This is East Berlin crawling out of its cocoon." Friedrichstrasse was different in the daylight. In the dark, Arkady hadn't seen how many government offices were gutted. One was a wooden front with painted windows around the foundation of a Galeries Lafayette that was taking its place. Another was swaddled in 5 stories of heavy canvas. Though the street was relatively empty compared to the Ku'damm, from every direction came the sound of a hidden traffic of earth movers, pile drivers, cranes. Arkady asked, "Do you own the building we stayed in last night?" Max laughed. "You're too suspicious. I look for vision, you look for fingerprints." There were still Trabis under the lime trees, but they were outnumbered by VWs, Volvos, Maseratis. Out of open buildings floated the dust of sheetrock and the whine of electric drills. Whitewashed windows bore announcements of future offices of Mitsubishi, Alitalia, IBM. Across the street at the Soviet embassy, the steps were empty and the windows were dark. On a side street, a cafe had set white chairs and tables on the sidewalk. They sat and ordered coffee. Max checked his watch, a diver's chronometer with gold links. "I have an appointment in an hour. I'm the agent for the building you slept in. For a former Soviet real estate is almost the redemption of life. Do you have any investments?" "Aside from books?" Arkady asked. "Aside from books." "Aside from a radio?" "Aside from a radio." "I inherited a gun." "In other words, no." Max paused. "Something can be arranged. You're intelligent, you speak English and a little German. With decent clothes you'd be presentable." A coffee pot came with poppy seed rolls and strawberry jam. Max poured. "The problem is I don't think you appreciate how much the world has changed. You're a specimen from the past. It's as if you'd arrived from ancient Rome chasing someone who offended Caesar. Your idea of a criminal is, to say the least, out of date. To stay, you'd have to let go of all that, to erase it from your mind." "Erase it?" "Like the Germans. West Berlin was leveled, so they started fresh and built it into a showcase of capitalism. Our response? We built the wall, which of course was a pedestal for West Berlin." "Why don't you invest in West Berlin?" "That's thinking in the past. Frankly, West Berlin is nothing. It's an island, a club for freethinkers and draft dodgers. But a united Berlin will be the capital of the world." "That does sound visionary." "It is. Forgive me for saying so, but the wall was an even larger reality than your investigation. Now the wall is gone, and Berlin is finally free to bloom. Think of it. Over 200 kilometers of wall erased. An extra 1,000 square kilometers in the center of Berlin to be developed. It's the greatest real estate opportunity in the second half of the 20th century. There was such conviction in Max's eyes that Arkady realized he had encountered a salesman. Max was selling the idea of the future, and it was compelling. Evidence of the future lined the street. Urgent sounds of it echoed everywhere. The only silent building was the Soviet embassy, hulking like a mausoleum above the trees. Arkady said, "Does Michael share this vision of yours? For a man who is the radio station's deputy director for security, he welcomed you back pretty quickly." "Michael is a little desperate. If the Americans drop the station, he'll be left with a European lifestyle and no particular skills." He doesn't have a graduate degree in business administration. He simply has a Porsche. If he can adapt to a new situation, so should you. How would I? Your investigation got you here. What you do from this point on is an entirely different question. Do you go forward, or do you turn back? What do you think? I'll be honest, Max said. It wouldn't matter to me except for Irina. Irina is part of Berlin. She stands to benefit. Why do you want to take that away from her? She's never had a chance to enjoy money. She can do that with you, enjoy money? Yes. I don't describe myself as a completely innocent person, but fortunes are not made with thank you and please. I bet that when the wheel was invented, it rolled over someone. Max wiped his mouth. I understand the hold you have on Irina. Every émigré feels guilty about somebody. Really? Who do you feel guilty about? A good salesman was not discouraged by rudeness. Max said, It's not a matter of morality. It's not even a matter of you or me. It's just that I have the capacity to change and you don't. Maybe you're a heroic investigator, but you're a figure from the past. There's nothing for you here. I want you to be honest and ask yourself what's best for Irina, going forward or going back. That's up to Irina. See, Renko, that's an admission that you do know the right answer. Of course the decision is up to Irina. The point is, you and I know what's best. We just came from Moscow. We both know that even if she goes back, I can protect her better than you. I doubt you'd survive a day back there. So we're speaking of an emotional regression, aren't we? The two of you as poor but loving refugees. With a Soviet embassy trying to deport you, I think you'd need an influential sponsor. And frankly, no one comes to mind but me. The moment you decide to stay, you'd have to drop your investigation. Irina would leave you in an instant if she thought you'd stayed for anything else but her. If you know that, why haven't you told her I was after you? Max paid homage with a sigh. Unfortunately, Irina still has a high opinion of your abilities. She might think you were right. We're on the horns of a dilemma. You on one horn, me on the other. We're coexisting. That's why morality is so beside the point. That's why we'll have to work out some arrangement. After Max paid the check and left, Arkady went alone through the trees to the Brandenburg Gate, where victory wore her daytime tint of verdigris. Swifts circled around her, feeding on insects. He slipped among tourists to the meadow. Although his shoes and cuffs were damp, a summer warmth radiated from the ground. The grass had tassels of white flowers and miniature ripples of insects escaping from each footfall. Bees rushed between balls of clover, making up for the downtime of wet weather. A bike path had been laid out. Bikers in helmets and skin-tight outfits rode in single file, flying like flags on a motorcade. Were they aware that they were trespassing on the site of Max's New Berlin? Since he had time, Arkady walked along the Kudamm to Zoo Station. He felt as if he had fallen into an army of East Berliners who had invaded in good order but had fallen apart at the first sidewalk display of running shoes. West Berliners retreated behind the railings of cafes, but even there they were pursued by gypsies with tambourines and babies. A pair of Russians pushed a rack of uniforms. Arkady picked over an assortment of pieces of the wall with documents attesting to their authenticity. On another table he found an autopilot, an altimeter from a Red Army helicopter. He supposed he might find the entire helicopter if he went up and down the Kudamm long enough. He arrived at Zoo Station right at noon and called Peter's number. This time there was no answer. Overhead, a train had arrived, releasing yet more regiments of Aussies down the steps to the street. Out of indecision, Arkady was swept up by the crowd and marched across the street to the base of the memorial church, gray and shattered as a tree trunk struck by lightning, where backpackers sprawled on the stairs to watch a street magician. A tour bus aimed a broadside of cameras. The old Berlin had been divided in half and ruled essentially by Russians and Americans. He hardly saw an American tourist now. Maybe he could stay as a statue, he thought, the last Russian, posed as if he were trying to sell a pin of Lenin. Arkady was returning over the meadow when he saw 4 sections of the wall left standing like gravestones. So Max was wrong, he thought. Not everyone wanted to erase the wall and turn without pause to the money till. Someone thought a memorial was appropriate. Next to the section was a construction crane with a double jib for tall buildings. About 70 meters up, at the crown of the top jib, the block and tackle held a square basket. Against the sky, Arkady saw a figure climb over the edge of the basket and jump. Arms and legs spread, he plunged through the air and disappeared behind the sections. Arkady walked over quickly. Closer, the sections were each 4 meters square and elaborately spray-painted with every color of peace symbol and airbrushed with Christs, Gnostic eyes, prison bars, names, and messages in different languages. Behind the cement slabs, people sat at tables set on gravel. A sign said, "Jump Cafe." A truck offered sandwiches, cigarettes, sodas, and beer. The customers were bikers, some older couples with dogs leashed to their chairs, a pair of businessmen dark enough to be Turks, and a circle of teenagers, the sun sparkling on the rivets of their jackets. The jumper, a boy in a tank top and fatigues, was swaying upside down a few feet in the air. Arkady realized that he had never hit, and that he was connected by elastic cords running from his ankles to the top of the crane. The jib lowered to let him settle on the earth, hands first. He released the cords and staggered dizzily to his feet to applause from the bikers and tribal whoops from his friends. Arkady was interested in the 2 businessmen. Their suits were good, but they had massed bottles of beer on their table in a gluttonous volume. They had thick bodies and slouched with their heads tucked in a familiar attitude. Though they sat looking away from him, one of them had memorably ugly hair, long in the back, short on the sides, with an orange fringe on top. Though they didn't clap, they watched with close attention. A second figure was still in the cage, high above the tables. He pulled in the loose cords and seemed to sit down. A moment later he climbed onto the edge of the cage and balanced himself with one hand on a cable. A schnauzer yapped, and its owner plugged its mouth with wurst. The figure on the cage looked like he was trying to pick a place to land. "Dva!" shouted the man with the bad hair, fed up with waiting. "Come on!" The way fishermen shout when someone is slow pulling in a net. The figure jumped. He dropped with his arms and legs windmilling. This time Arkady saw cords playing out loosely behind. He assumed that careful calculations took into account the weight of the jumper, the distance to the ground, the full extension of the cords. The face hurtling down was white, eyes first, mouth peeled open. Arkady had never seen anyone so full of second thoughts. He heard an audible chord as the elastic went taut. Then the diver was rising in reverse, a quarter of the way back up. He bounced lower, more slowly and more crazily. Now his face was red, and the oval of his mouth resumed human shape. 2 girls in leather jackets ran forward to help their hero down. Everyone else applauded, except for the 2 businessmen, who laughed so hard they coughed. The one with the hair leaned back to catch his breath. He was Ali Kazbulatov. Arkady had last seen Ali with his grandfather, Mahmoud, at the Southport car market in Moscow. Ali smacked the table with his hand, like a body hitting the ground, and started to roar all over again. When an empty bottle rolled off the table onto the gravel, Ali didn't deign to pick it up. The other man at the table was also Chechen, older, with eyebrows brushed like fans. The kids in leather jackets found the laughter offensive, but after some cautious glances left the 2 men alone. Ali spread his arms like wings, pretended to flutter, then to drop, waved away praise for his acting from the man across the table, lifted his glass and lit a cigarette with satisfaction. No one else wanted to jump for Ali's entertainment. After 15 minutes, he and the other Chechen left and walked to Potsdamer Platz, where they got into a black VW cabriolet and drove away. Arkady couldn't follow on foot. but he turned back in the direction of the Kudam with a freshened eye. In front of the KaDeWe department store he found 2 Chechens resting on the fender of an Alfa Romeo. Up the Kudam, outside the great glass rectangle of the Europa Center, 4 Luberzi mafiosos were squeezed together in a gulf. A side street called Fasanenstrasse had elegant restaurants with French doors and wine stands, and also small, hairy Chechens tucked in a booth of one of them. On the next block, a Long Pond mafioso patrolled the boutiques. Arkady hit Zoo's station again. The telephone books and the operator had no listings for Transcom or Boris Benz. There was a number for a Margarita Benz. Arkady called. On the 5th ring, Irina answered. "Hello?" "This is Arkady." "How are you?" "I'm fine. I'm sorry to bother you." "No, I'm glad you called," Irina said. "I was wondering when this event was tonight and how formal it is." "At 7. You'll come here with Max and me. Don't worry about formality. Do what German intellectuals do. When in doubt, wear black. They all look like widows. Arkady, are you sure you're all right? Is Berlin completely confusing?" "No. Actually, it's starting to look familiar." The address for Margarita Benz was only 2 blocks away on Savigny-Platz. On the way, Arkady passed a commercial section of electronics stores with notices in Polish. Polish cars were parked in front. Men unloaded aromatic bags of cheap socialist sausage and loaded VCRs. He found the address at a genteel doorway just off Savigny. The legend below the 3rd-floor button was Galerie Benz. He hesitated, then turned away. Savigny-Platz itself was a square with 2 matching mini-parks, each surrounded by a tall box hedge. A formal garden was laid out with marigolds and pansies. Set deep into the hedges were arbors designed for trysts. Something about the neatly trimmed palisade of the hedge made him walk through the park and to a corner. Across the street were the outdoor tables of a restaurant under a filigree of shade lent by a beech. As he crossed, he heard the chatter of cutlery. A waiter poured coffee at a sideboard framed by honeysuckle grown over a yellow wall. 4 tables were occupied, 2 by executive types efficiently eating, 2 by students resting, heads in hands. The tables inside were hidden by reflections of the street. In the window panes, the box hedge of the park looked like a solid wall of green. It was the Bavarian beer garden from Rudy's tape. Arkady had thought it was in Munich because it had been inserted into a travelogue of the city, an assumption so stupid in retrospect that it made his stomach hurt. A waiter was staring at him. "Ist Frau Benz here?" Arkady asked. The waiter checked the end table, the same one she sat at in the tape. Her regular table, obviously. "Nein." Why insert Margarita Benz into the tape? The only reason Arkady could think of was identification if she had never met Rudy before and didn't want to give him her name. But she was the sort of woman who had her own table at an attractive restaurant on a stylish plaza in Berlin. What business could a Moscow money-changer have with her? The waiter was still staring. "Danke." Arkady backed away, catching his own image in the glass, as if he had stepped into the tape too. On the way back to the apartment, Arkady bought blankets, towels, soap, and a pullover in intellectual black. At 6:30 p.m. he was collected by Max and Irina on their way down to the garage. "You're thin. You can wear something like that," Max said. Covered by a jacket with brass buttons, he looked as if he had stepped off a yacht. Irina wore an emerald outfit that accented the red in her hair. She was so nervous and excited that in the elevator she was like an extra light. Arkady was fascinated by this whole new life she had. He said, "This is a big affair. You don't want to tell me what it is?" "It's a surprise." "Do you know anything about art?" Max asked Arkady, as if including a child. Irina said, "Arkady will recognize this." They drove in the Daimler along the Tiergarten to Kantstrasse. Irina turned around to Arkady, her eyes huge in the shell-like gloom of the sedan. "You are all right. It worried me when you called." "He called?" "I'm looking forward to this, whatever it is," Arkady said. Irina reached back and took his hand. "I'm glad you came," she said. "It's perfect." They parked at Savigny Platz. Walking to the gallery, Arkady became aware that he was approaching a cultural event of some size. Men so distinguished that they could have been the Kaiser escorted matrons draped in beads and jewels. Academics in black marched with wives in knit coats. There were even berets. Photographers crowded around the nondescript entrance to the gallery. Arkady slipped in while Irina endured a short bath of flashes. Inside, a line had formed at a brass elevator. Max led the way to the stairs and pushed along the banister past people inching up. On the third floor, a throaty voice called out, "Irina!" Arrivals showed invitations at a desk, but Irina was waved forward by a woman with a broad Slavic face and dark eyes that contradicted a mane of golden hair. She wore a long purple dress that looked like the vestment for a cult. Her makeup shifted when she smiled. "And Max!" She kissed him 3 times, Russian style. "You must be Margarita Benz," Arkady said. "I hope so, or I'm at the wrong gallery." She let Arkady touch her hand. He considered mentioning that they had met before, car to car, she with Rudy and he with Jaak. No, he would be a good guest, he told himself. The doors were opened. The gallery was a loft with a high ceiling and movable partitions stationed to create an open section on one side, a theatre on the other, and to lead the eye in between. Arkady was aware of Irina, Max, waitresses, the alert faces of security guards, the anxious faces of employees right and left. On a stand in the middle of the gallery was a weathered rectangular crate of wood. Though the corners were chipped, it was obvious that it was well constructed. Through stains, Arkady could see a blurred stamp of the eagle, wreath, and swastika of the postal authority of the Third Reich. However, his attention had gone to the painting that hung alone on the far wall. It was a small, square canvas, painted red. There was no portrait or landscape or picture in it at all. There was no other color, only red. Polina had painted 6, almost like it, to blow up cars in Moscow. Chapter 30. Arkady also recognized it as Red Square, one of the most famous paintings in the history of Russian art. It wasn't large, and it wasn't a true square either, because the upper right-hand corner rose in a disorienting manner, and it wasn't just red. As he approached, he saw that the square floated on a white background. Kazimir Malevich, the son of a sugar-maker, was perhaps the greatest Russian painter of the century, and certainly the most modern, even though he died in the 30s. He was attacked as a bourgeois idealist, and his paintings were hidden in museum cellars. But with the perverse pride that Russia took in the quality of its victims, everyone knew the images of Malevich. Like every other student in Moscow, Arkady had dared to paint a red square, a black square, a white square, and produced junk. Somehow Malevich, who did it first, had created art, and now the world genuflected to him. The gallery filled rapidly. A separate room was hung with other artists of the Russian avant-garde. The brief cultural explosion that had started with the last days of the Tsar, heralded the revolution, was stifled by Stalin, and was buried with Lenin. There were examples of sketches, ceramics, and book jackets, though none of the gum wrappers that Feldman had mentioned. The room was almost empty, because everyone was drawn to the simple red square on a white field. Irina said, "I promised you the show would be beautiful." In Russian, the word for beautiful has the same root as the word for red. "What do you think?" "I love it." "You said the right thing." The painting reflected Irina. She radiated. "Congratulations." Max arrived with glasses of champagne. "This is a coup." "Where did it come from?" Arkady asked. He couldn't imagine the Russian State Museum lending one of its most valuable possessions to a private gallery. "Patience," said Max. "The question is, what will it bring?" Irina said, "It's priceless." "Only in rubles," Max said. "The people here have Deutschmarks, yen, and dollars." 30 minutes after the doors were opened, security guards herded everyone into the theater section, where the video artist Arkady remembered from Tommy's party was waiting beside a VCR and a parabolic rear projection screen. There weren't enough chairs, so people sat on the floor and crowded the walls. From the back, Arkady overheard some of their comments. They were devotees and collectors, far more knowledgeable than he, but one thing even he knew. There was not supposed to be any Red Square by Malevich outside Russia. Irina and Margarita Benz went to the front of the theater, while Max joined Arkady. Only when the room was absolutely still did the gallery owner speak. She had a hoarse voice with a Russian accent, and though Arkady's German wasn't good enough to catch every word, he understood that she was placing Malevich at the level of Cézanne and Picasso as a founder of modern art, perhaps a little higher, as the most relevant and challenging artist, the genius of his age. As Arkady recalled, Malevich's problem had been that there was another genius residing at the Kremlin, and that genius, Stalin, had decreed that Soviet writers and artists should be engineers of the human soul, which, in the case of painters, meant producing realistic pictures of the proletariat building dams and collective farmers reaping wheat, not mysterious red squares. Margarita Benz introduced Irina as the author of the catalogue, and as she stepped forward, Arkady saw her looking over the seated rows at him and Max. Even in his new pullover, he was aware that he looked more like an uninvited guest than a patron of the arts, while Max was the opposite, practically a host. Or were he and Max bookends, meant to be a pair? The lights went out. On the screen was Red Square, 4 times its actual size. Irina spoke in Russian and German. Russian for him, Arkady knew, German for everyone else. Catalogues will be available at the door, and they will go into much greater detail than anything I say now. It's important, however, that you have a visual understanding of the study this painting has undergone. There are some details you can see on a screen that you wouldn't be able to find if we allowed you to pick up the painting and examine it by hand. It was both comforting and odd to hear Irina's voice in the dark. It was like hearing her on the radio. The Red Square was replaced on the screen by a black and white photo of a dark man with serious brows, fedora, and topcoat standing before an intact Kaiser Wilhelm church, the one that was now a war memorial on the Kudamm. Irina said, "In 1927, Kazimir Malevich visited Berlin for a retrospective exhibit of his paintings. He had already fallen into disfavor in Moscow. Berlin at that time had 200,000 Russian émigrés. Munich had Kandinsky, Paris had Chagall, the poet Tsetaeva, and the Ballet Russe. Malevich was considering his own escape. The Berlin show contained 70 Malevich paintings. He also brought with him an undetermined number of other works, in other words, half of his entire life's output. However, when he was summoned back to Moscow in June, he returned. His wife and small daughter were still in Russia. Also, the Communist Party's Central Committee's Agitation and Propaganda section was putting artists under more pressure, and Malevich's students appealed to him to protect them. When he boarded the train for Moscow, he left instructions that none of his art be returned to Russia. At the end of the 1927 Berlin show, all the works were crated by the art transport firm of Gustav Knauer and sent for storage at the Provincial Museum in Hanover, which waited for further instructions from Malevich. Some works were exhibited there, but when the Nazis came to power in 1933 and denounced degenerate art, which included, of course, avant-garde Russian art, the Malevich paintings were returned in their Knauer crates and hidden in the museum's cellar. We know that they were still there in 1935, when Albert Barr, the director of the Museum of Modern Art in New York, visited Hanover. He purchased 2 paintings and smuggled them out of Germany rolled in his umbrella. The Hanover Museum decided that possession of the rest of the Malevich collection was too dangerous, and shipped them back to one of Malevich's original hosts in Berlin, the architect Hugo Haring, who hid them, first in his house, and then during the Berlin air raids in his hometown of Biberach in the south. 17 years later, the war over and Malevich dead, curators of Amsterdam's Stedelijk Museum traced the route of the Knauer crates to Haring, who was still alive in Biberach, and acquired the paintings that now comprise the largest collection of Malevich work in the West. But from photographs of the Berlin show, we know that 15 major paintings are missing. We also know, from the quality of the Amsterdam collection, that some of the finest paintings Malevich brought to Berlin were not exhibited in the Berlin show at all. How many of those private works are missing, we will never know. Did they burn during the Berlin Blitz? Were they destroyed in transit by a zealous postal inspector who had discovered degenerate art? Or, in all the confusion of the war, were they simply crated, stored, and forgotten in Hanover or in the East Berlin warehouse of the Gustav Knauer transport firm? Malevich was replaced on the screen by a battered box covered with stamps and yellow documents. It was the one standing in the gallery. Irina said, "This crate came to the gallery a month after the wall came down. The wood, nails, style of construction, and bills of lading are consistent with the Knauer crates. Inside was an oil-on-canvas painting, 53 by 53 centimeters. The gallery knew at once that it had found either a Malevich or a masterful fraud." Which? The crate faded, and on the screen the painting reappeared in its actual size, a hypnotic beacon. There are less than 125 oil paintings by Malevich in existence. Their rarity, as well as their importance in the history of art, accounts for their extraordinarily high value, especially such masterpieces as Red Square. Most of the Malevich paintings were suppressed in Russia for 50 years as ideologically incorrect art. They're still being released now, like political hostages finally seeing the light of day. The situation is complicated, however, by the number of counterfeits flooding the Western art market. The same forgers who once produced counterfeit medieval icons now produce counterfeit works of modern art. In the West, we rely on provenance, exhibition catalogs, and bills of sale that provide the dates when art was shown, sold, and resold. The situation was different in the Soviet Union. When an artist was arrested, his work was confiscated. When his friends heard of his arrest, they hastened to either hide or destroy whatever works of his they had. The artworks of the Russian avant-garde that exist today are survivors, with the unlikely stories that survivors have of being stuffed in false bottoms or hidden behind wallpaper. Many genuine works have no provenance at all in the Western sense. To demand the usual Western provenance from a survivor of the Soviet state is to deny its survival at all. On videotape, hands in rubber gloves gently turned Red Square over and delicately peeled off a chip, which was analyzed and found to be of German manufacture from the correct time period. Irina pointed out that Russians always used German art materials when they could. There were paintings within paintings. Under X-ray, Red Square was a negative that revealed a rectangle painted over. Under fluorescent light, the border's lower layer of zinc-white paint softened to a creamy hue. Under ultraviolet light, the brushwork of lead white turned to blue. Under oblique light, magnified brushstrokes were rapid horizontal commas with variations, a cloud of strokes here, a tidal swell of strokes there, in a varying sea of different reds, broken by a crazing called craquelure, where red paint had not bonded to the yellow paint hidden underneath. Irina said, "While the work is unsigned, every brushstroke is a signature. Brushwork, choice of paints, repainting, lack of signature, even the craquelure, are characteristic of Malevich." Arkady liked the word craquelure. He suspected that under the proper light he might show some craquelure of his own. The screen went white again, moving over a magnified weave of canvas and primer thrown into relief by oblique light to the telltale grain of a fingerprint faintly discernible through the paint. Irina asked, "Whose hand left this mark?" A face with deep-set, sorrowful eyes filled the screen. The camera pulled back to show the blue tunic and sorrowful face of the late General Penyagin, hardly a person whom Arkady had expected to meet again, least of all in artistic circles. With a pen, the general pointed to similar whorls and deltas in the enlargements of two fingerprints, one lifted from the gallery's red square, and the other from an authenticated Malevich in the Russian State Museum. An off-camera voice translated. It occurred to Arkady that a German forensic technician would have been faster, but a Soviet general was more impressive. By now he had recognized the off-camera voice as Max's. It asked, "Would you conclude these prints are from the same man?" Penyagin stared straight into the camera and worked up forcefulness, as if he sensed how short his starring role would be. "In my opinion," he said, "these prints are absolutely those of the same individual." As the lights of the room came up, the most Kaiser-like guest in the audience rose and asked angrily, "Did you pay a Finderlohn?" "Finder's fee," Max translated for Arkady. Margarita answered the question. "No. Though a Finderlohn is perfectly legal, we dealt directly with the owner from the start." The man said, "Such fees are notorious ransoms. You know that I'm referring to the fees paid in Texas for the Quedlinburg treasure, which was stolen from Germany by an American soldier after the war." "No Americans are involved," Margarita almost smiled. "Only one of numerous examples of German art despoiled by the occupying forces, like the 17th century painting stored in Reinhardsbrunn Castle and stolen by Russian troops. Where is it now? On the auction block at Sotheby's." Margarita assured him, "There are no Russians involved either, except for Malevich, and, of course, I have some Russian background myself. You must be aware that it is absolutely against the law to export art of this period and quality from the Soviet Union." The art lover was mollified, though not without a parting shot. "So it came from East Germany?" "Yes." "And it's one of the few good things that did." He drew general agreement. Was the painting a Malevich? Arkady wondered. Forget the amateur performance by Penyagin. Could the story of the crate be true? It was a fact that most of the Malevich works in existence had been hidden or smuggled to reach the museums where they now reigned. He was the outlaw artist of the century. What provenance did Arkady have to show for himself? Not even a Soviet passport. Margarita Benz played a strict but generous hostess, keeping people at arm's length from the painting, forbidding cameras, steering her guests toward a table of caviar, smoked sturgeon, champagne. Irina circulated from guest to guest, answering questions that sounded like hostile inquisitions. That was the German language to an outsider, Arkady thought. If this audience was unhappy, it would have left. All the same, watching her, he was put in mind of a white stork walking among crows. A pair of Americans in black tie and pumps communed over the plates of food. "I didn't like that crack about the States. Remember the Sotheby's sale of Russian avant-garde was a big disappointment." "Those were all minor works, and mostly fakes," the other American said. "A major piece like this could stabilize the whole market. Anyway, if I don't get it, I still will have had a nice trip to Berlin. Jack, this is what I wanted to warn you about. Berlin has changed. It's definitely dangerous. Now that the wall's down, it's dangerous. It's full of—" He glanced up, took his friend by the arm, and whispered, "I'm thinking of moving to Vienna." Arkady looked around for what could have scared them. There was no one but him. An hour later, a continuing high noise level and a thick cigarette haze signaled the success of the show. Arkady retreated to the video theater and watched a tape of pre-war Berlin that was part footage of horse-drawn trolleys on Unter den Linden, part photographs of Russian refugees. He played with the machine, running the tape forward and back. The figures on the screen were the most exotic and attractive refugees of their time, of course. All of them, writers, dancers, and actors, gave off a hothouse fluorescence. He thought he was alone until Margarita Benz asked, "Irina was good tonight. didn't you think?" "Yes." The gallery owner stood in the doorway of the theatre, with a drink in one hand, a cigarette in the other. "She has a wonderful voice. You found her convincing?" "Totally," Arkady said. She slipped inside. He heard her shoulder graze the wall as she approached. "I wanted to get a good look at you." "In the dark?" "You can't see in the dark? What a bad investigator you must have been." Her manner was a strange mix, coarse and imperious at the same time. He remembered the two contradictory identifications Jack had made on her pictures: Mrs. Boris Benz, German, staying at the Soyuz, and Rita, hard-currency prostitute, emigrated to Israel 5 years ago. She dropped her cigarette into her glass, set it on the VCR, and gave Arkady matches so that he could light another for her. The tips of her nails were as hard as tines. When Arkady had first seen her in Rudy's car, he had said to himself, a Viking. Now, he thought, a Salome. "Did you make a sale?" he asked. "Max should have told you that a painting like that isn't sold in a minute." "How long?" "Weeks." "Who owns the painting? Who's the seller?" She laughed on the exhale. "What rude questions." "This is my first show. I'm curious." "Only the buyer needs to know the seller." "If it's Russian, be serious. In Russia, no one knows who owns what. If it's Russian, whoever has it owns it." Arkady accepted the rebuff. "How much do you think you'll get?" She smiled, so he knew she would answer. "There are 2 other versions of Red Square. They're each valued at $5 million. The number seemed to roll in her mouth. "Call me Rita. My close friends call me Rita." Malevich appeared on the screen in a self-portrait with a high collar, black suit, and anxious shades of green. "You think he was actually going to leave?" Arkady asked. "He lost his nerve." "You can tell that." "I can tell." "How did you get out?" "Dear, I fucked my way out. I married a Jew, then I married a German. You have to be willing to do that sort of thing. That's why I wanted to see you, to see what you're willing to do." "What do you think?" "Not enough." Interesting, Arkady thought. Maybe Rita was a better judge of character than he was. He said, "I had the idea from some of your guests that they've seen too many Russians since the wall came down." Rita was scornful. "Not too many Russians, too many other Germans. West Berlin used to be like a special club. Now it's just a German city. All those East Berlin kids grew up hearing about Western lifestyles, so now they come over and want to be punks. Their fathers are unregenerate Nazis. When the wall came down, they poured in. No wonder West Berliners are lifting their skirts and running." "Are you thinking of running?" "No. Berlin is the future. This is what Germany is going to be. Berlin is wide open." They sat, a foursome, around a late dinner on the patio of the restaurant on Savigny Platz. Max was enjoying the slow dissipation of excitement, the way a director of a theatrical production savors an opening night, and was as doting and admiring of Irina as if she were his star. She carried the glow of celebration. She seemed to be circled by candles and crystal. Rita was in the same chair she had sat on in the videotape. As she looked at Max, Irina, and Arkady, she seemed concerned over a basic problem of arithmetic. For Arkady, Max and Margarita kept fading away. All he could see was Irina. Their eyes would meet, as palpably as a touch, so he kept up his part of the conversation even in silence. The waiter set down his tray next to Max and nodded toward 2 men in shiny suits approaching along the park. They moved slowly, as if they were walking a dog, but there was no dog. "Chechens. Last week they broke up a restaurant down the block, the quietest street in Berlin. They killed a waiter with an axe in front of the customers." He rubbed one arm. "With an axe." "What happened afterwards?" Arkady asked. "Afterwards? They came back and said they would protect the restaurant." "Outrageous. Max said. "Anyway, you're already protected, aren't you?" "Yes." The waiter was quick to agree. The Chechens crossed over to the restaurant. Arkady had seen one eating with Ali at the Jump Cafe, and the other was Ali's younger brother Benno, who had the size and swagger of a jockey. "You're Borya's friend, aren't you? We heard you had a place here." "Do you have a place here?" Max acted amazed. "A whole suite." Benno had inherited his grandfather's shrewd eyes and force of concentration, Arkady realized. This was the next Mahmoud, not Ali. The way he focused on Max, Arkady doubted that he noticed anyone else at the table. "You're having a party? Can we join?" "You're not old enough." "Then we'll get together later." Benno led the older Chechen down the street, two world travelers at their ease. When Rita started to sign the dinner check, Max insisted on paying the bill for generosity's sake, and also to demonstrate that he was in control. He wasn't in control, though, Arkady thought. Nobody was. Chapter 31. In the middle of the night he woke, aware that Irina was in the room with him. She was in a raincoat, her feet bare in the thin milk of moonlight that covered the floor. She said, "I told Max I was leaving him." "Good." "It's not. He says he knew as soon as you came to Munich this could happen." Arkady sat up. "Forget about Max." "Max has always treated me well." "We'll go someplace else tomorrow." "No, you're safe here. Max wants to help. You don't know how generous he can be." Her presence was overwhelming. On her shadow he could have drawn her face, eyes, mouth. He smelled her and tasted her in the air. At the same time he knew how tenuous his hold on her was. If she caught his slightest suspicion about Max, he would lose her in a moment. "Why don't you like Max?" she asked. "I'm jealous." "Max should be jealous of you. He's always been good to me. He helped with the painting." "How?" "He brought the cellar to Rita." "Do you know who the cellar is?" "No. Max knows a lot of people. He can help you if you let him." "Whatever you want," Arkady said. She stooped and kissed him. Before he could stand, she was gone. Orpheus had descended into the underworld to save Eurydice. According to Greek legend, he found her in Hades and led her through endless, slowly rising caverns toward the surface. The only stricture laid by the gods on Orpheus for this second chance was that he not look back until they had reached the surface. On the way he felt her start to change from a wraith to a warm, living body. Arkady thought about the logistical problems. Orpheus obviously had gone first. As they maneuvered along the ledges of their subterranean route, had he held her hand, tied her wrist to his as if he were stronger? Yet when they failed, the fault wasn't Eurydice's. Even as they approached the light of the mouth of the cave through which they could make their final escape, it was Orpheus who turned, and with that backward glance condemned Eurydice to death again. Some men had to look back. Chapter 32. At first Arkady couldn't tell whether Irina's visit had been real, because outwardly nothing seemed changed. Max led them to breakfast at a hotel on Friedrichstrasse, praised the renovation of the restaurant, poured the coffee, and laid out newspapers by importance of reviews. The timing was good, and the show made both Die Zeit and the Frankfurter Allgemeine. Two cautious but positive reviews, harking back to the long-standing debt that Russian art owes to German support. A bad review in Die Welt, which doesn't like modern art or Russians. A worse one in Bild, a right-wing rag that prefers news events about steroids or sex. It's a good start. Irina, you have interviews this afternoon with Art News and Stern. You do better than Rita with the press. More important, we're having dinner with some Los Angeles collectors. Americans are only the beginning. The Swiss want to speak to us next. The nice thing about the Swiss is that they don't flaunt the art they buy. They prefer it in a vault. Which reminds me, we'll pull the painting off public exhibition by the end of the week to make it more accessible for serious people. Irina said, "The show was supposed to run a month so the public could see it." "I know, it's a matter of insurance. Rita was afraid to show the painting at all, but I told her how strongly you felt." "What about Arkady?" "Arkady." Max sighed to indicate this was a lesser subject. He wiped his mouth. "Let's see what we can do. When does your visa run out?" he asked Arkady. "In 2 days." He was sure Max knew. "That's a problem because Germany doesn't accept political refugees from the Soviet Union anymore. There's nothing political to be afraid of." He turned to Irina. "I'm sorry, there really isn't. You can go back any time you want to. Even if there's a charge of treason against you, nobody cares. At the worst, they won't let you in. If you were with me, there'd be no problem at all." He returned to Arkady. "The point is, Renko, that you can't defect, so you'll have to get an extension of your visa from the German Foreign Police. I'll take you. You'll also need a work permit and a residence permit. This is all assuming, of course, that the Soviet consulate will cooperate." "They won't," Arkady said. "Oh, then that's a different story. What about Rodionov back in Moscow? Doesn't he want you to stay longer?" "No." "Strange. Who are you after? Can you tell me that?" "No." "Have you told Irina?" "No." Irina said, "Max, stop it. Someone is trying to kill Arkady. You said you were going to help." "It's not me," Max said. "It's Boris. I talked to him on the phone, and he's very unhappy about you and the gallery getting involved with someone like Renko, especially when we're about to see the culmination of all our work." "Boris is Rita's husband," Irina told Arkady. "A typical German." "Have you ever met him?" Arkady asked. "No." Max seemed pained. "Boris is afraid that your Arkady is in trouble because he's involved with the Russian mafia. A hint of that, and the show would be a disaster." "I have nothing to do with the gallery," Arkady said. Max went on. "Boris thinks Renko is using you." "To do what?" Irina demanded. She had come during the night, Arkady thought. It wasn't a dream. She watched Max for the least little misstep. New lines had been drawn, and Max retreated over them as carefully as he could. To stay, to hide, I don't know. I'm only telling you what Boris thinks. As long as you want Renko here, I'll do my best to keep him here. That's a promise. After all, it seems that as long as I have him, I'll have you. They played at being a Western couple. Their names could have been George and Jane, Tom and Sue. They shopped, buying a sports shirt for Arkady that he wore from the store, wandered through the Tiergarten to the zoo, where they ignored the lions and watched the pony carts, saw no Chechens or art collectors. Neither tried to say anything exceptional. Normalcy was a spell too easily broken. At 2, Arkady delivered her to the gallery, then went to Zoo Station and put more coins in his locker. He tried calling Peter, but there was no answer. Peter was fed up or had lost interest. Either way, Arkady had lost contact. As soon as he put the phone back on the hook, it rang. Arkady stepped back. Along the sidewalk, Africans were selling Aussies what appeared to be French luggage. Backpackers with long hair queued sleepily at the currency exchanges. No one came forward to answer the phone. He picked it up. Peter said, "Renko, you'd make a terrible spy. A good spy never calls from the same place twice." "Where are you?" "Look across the street. See the man in the nice leather jacket talking on the phone? That's me." In good weather, the drive out of the city was like a summer jaunt. They went south, through the evergreens of the Grunewald, then by the waters of the Havel, and hundreds of small boats, their sails catching as much sun as breeze, at a distance looking like gulls. "There are some benefits to being German. In the middle of your first call, I heard a train on your end of the line. Being efficient people, the transport organization was able to tell me at what subway and surface stations around the city trains were arriving at exactly that time. I narrowed the list to Zoo Station because, of course, you're Russian. Zoo was the one station you were sure to know. You were bound to head to familiar places. You're brilliant, it's undeniable. Peter didn't argue the point. When you called yesterday from Zoo Station, I was there waiting for you. I followed you around Berlin. You noticed the city has changed. Yes. When the wall came down, there was such intensity of celebration. East and West Berlin back together. It was like a wild night of love-making. Afterwards was like waking in the morning and finding this woman you had yearned for so long was going through your pockets, your wallet, taking the keys to your car. The euphoria was gone. That's not the only change. We were ready for the Red Army. We weren't ready for the Russian Mafia. I was behind you yesterday. You saw them. It's like Moscow. That's what I'm afraid of. Compared to your gangsters, German criminals are a Salzburg choir. German killers clean up after themselves. Russian mafias just shoot each other on the streets. Boutiques are keeping doors locked, hiring private guards, moving to Hamburg or Zurich. It's bad business. You don't seem upset. They haven't reached Munich yet. Life was boring until you came along. Arkady felt that once again Peter had taken flight, and all that he could do was see where he would land. He didn't know how long Peter had followed him, and waited to hear the names of Max Albov, Irina Asanova, Margarita Benz. Somewhere in the woods, among the cottages and country lanes, the highway crossed the former East German border, and Potsdam came into view. At least the part of Potsdam that was proletariat housing and might have appeared promising in an architectural rendering, but in reality was 10 stories of anonymous balconies with fractured cement. Old Potsdam was hidden in a canopy of beech trees. Peter parked on a leafy boulevard in front of a 3-story townhouse. This was the Kaiser's kind of mansion, a wrought-iron gate and portico wide and high enough for a carriage, marble stairs to double doors, classical stone facing, carved scrollwork above the windows that were high enough to show coffered ceilings, an artist's tower rising above a tiled roof, except that so much of the facing had fallen off the bricks that a makeshift scaffolding covered the second floor. A wooden ramp ran down one side of the stairs. The other side was broken. Some windows were bricked in, some boarded up. A stunted tree and tall grass grew from the caved-in turret of the tower. The grounds were long abandoned to rubble and weeds of opportunity. A ferrous powder compounded of rust, soot, and the dust of decaying bricks covered the gate. But the building was inhabited. From head to foot, the balconies and surviving windows wore boutonnieres of red geraniums, and dim lights and slow movement showed through the glass. By the gate was a sign that said, "Medical Clinic." "The Schiller House," Peter said. "This is it. This is what my grandfather sold out for, this ruin." Arkady asked, "Has he seen it?" "Boris Benz brought him a photograph of it. Now he wants to move back in." On both sides the block was lined with mansions, similar in design and disrepair to the Schiller House, some worse. One was as masked by ivy as an ancient tomb. Another was posted, "Verboten, kein Eingang." Peter said, "This used to be Bankers' Row. Every morning they would all go to Berlin, every evening return. These were cultured, intelligent people. They had a modest portrait of the Führer. They closed their eyes when the Meyers disappeared from this mansion over here, or the Weinstein family vanished from that house over there. Later they could get those houses for a good price. Well, you can't tell where the Jews live today, can you? Now my grandfather wants us to trade with the devil again for this." A balcony door opened, and a woman in a white cap and apron backed out with a wheelchair that she turned around. She put on the brake and sat down for a cigarette, mistress of all she surveyed. "What are you going to do?" Arkady asked. Peter pushed open the gate. "I should take a look, don't you think?" The driveway had once been laid in cobblestones and led to a reception arch of pillars. Now 2 ruts cut through the weeds, and one of the pillars had long since suffered a collision and been replaced by a standing sewer pipe. The front door had a red cross and a Ruhig sign for quiet. but it was open, and the sound of radios and the smell of antiseptic drifted out. There was no reception desk. Peter's inspection tour took them down a hall of dark mahogany to a ballroom turned into a mess hall, and an enormous kitchen divided by cinder blocks into a small kitchen with steaming vats of soup and a second area of tiled baths and toilet stalls. Peter tried the soup. Not bad. They have good yellow potatoes in East Germany. I was in Potsdam last night, but I didn't get here. Where were you? In the archives of the Potsdam City Hall, looking for Boris Benz. He let the ladle drop and moved on. There's not enough of him, he said. I tap into the federal computer and I see his driver's license, Munich residence, marriage license. I see his registered ownership of a private company called Fantasy Tours, with work, insurance, and medical records in order because his employees are examined for venereal disease once a month by law. What does not show up is his local education or work history. You told me that Benz was born here in Potsdam and that many East German records weren't transferred yet. Peter bounded up the stairs. That's why I came here. But there are no records at all here for Boris Benz. It's one thing to plug a name into a computer file. You're only adding one more blip to the screen. It's more difficult to insert a name on an old, meticulously written school roll. As for work or military records, they don't matter if you're not looking for work or a loan from the bank. It only proves that Boris Benz has more money than personal history. Ah, this must have been the master bedroom. They looked into a ward with 5 cots on a side. Some of the beds were occupied by patients attached to IVs. Family photographs and crayon drawings were taped to the walls. The sheets looked clean, and the parquet floor was mopped to a shine. 4 elderly women in housecoats were playing cards. One of them looked up. Wir haben Besuch. Visitors. Peter nodded approvingly at each resident. Sehr gut, meine Damen. Schöne Fotos. Danke. They beamed as he waved and backed away. The other bedrooms had also been turned into wards and more zinc-lined baths. Cigarette smoke traveled out the open transom of an office. They climbed to the 3rd floor. In the ceiling of the stairwell, where a chandelier had once hung, was a fluorescent ring. Peter said, I asked myself, if Benz didn't grow up here, how would he know about my grandfather or what he did in the war? Only the SS or Russians knew. So there are 2 answers. He's Russian or German. Which do you think it is? Arkady asked. German, Peter said, East German. To be more precise, the Staatssicherheitsdienst, Stasi, their KGB. For 40 years, Stasi created identities for spies. Do you know how many people worked for them? 2 million informers, more than 85,000 officers. Stasi owned office buildings, apartment houses, resorts, bank accounts in the millions. Where did all the agents go? Where did the money disappear to? In the last weeks before the wall came down, the agents at Stasi were furiously creating new identities for themselves. When people stormed its offices, they were empty and the master files had evaporated. 1 week later, Boris Benz rented his apartment in Munich. That's when he was born. The 3rd floor was servants' quarters turned into medicine closets and nurses' rooms. Panties were drying on a line that ran from corner to corner. Peter said, where could the Stasi go? If they were important, they were going to be put in jail. If they were unimportant, with Stasi on their papers, no one would hire them. They couldn't all rush to Brazil like a second wave of Nazis. Russia doesn't want thousands of German agents. What's this? A narrow stairway was blocked by pails. Peter moved them aside, climbed the stairs, and tried the knob of a door built into the ceiling. A sash snapped, and dust cascaded down the steps as he pushed the door open. They pulled themselves up into the tower. The casement windows were buckled, parts of the roof fallen in, and from one corner grew a stunted linden tree, a lifelong prisoner of the tower. The view was wonderful. Lakes and rolling hills reaching to Berlin, green country in every other direction. 2 stories below was the balcony with the nurse in the wheelchair. She had pushed off her sandals and rolled down her stockings to her calves. She raised the leg rests and angled the chair for more direct exposure to the sun, then lolled back like Cleopatra, the cigarette in her mouth an exclamation point to total ease. Peter said, "Ask yourself, where does an Aussie find the money to buy 18 new cars, or live in Munich? For a man with no history, Benz was born with impressive connections." "But why bother your grandfather?" Arkady asked. "What did he get except war stories?" Stasi was more than spies. They were thieves. They targeted people with valuable goods. People weren't just arrested, their savings were taken as reparations to the state, and their paintings and coin collections ended up in the apartment of a Stasi colonel. Maybe when Benz disappeared, he took something and doesn't know quite what. There's so much still hidden in this country. So much. Peter's was a perfectly German, exquisitely logical answer to the identity of Boris Benz. It wasn't Arkady's answer, but he admired it nonetheless. Peter asked abruptly, "Who is Max Albov?" "He's given me a place to stay in Berlin." Surprised, Arkady tried to go on the offensive. "That's why I was calling you. You have my passport, and I can't stay in a hotel without it. Also, I want to extend my visa." Peter tested a post before leaning against it. "Your passport is the leash I have on you. I'd never see you again if I gave it back to you." "Is that so bad?"
This ends Disc 10. Red Square, Disc 11.
Peter laughed, then cast his eyes over the trees. "I can imagine myself growing up here, running in the hall, climbing the roof, breaking my neck. Renko, I worry about you. I followed you to that apartment on Friedrichstrasse yesterday. Albov arrived before I left for Potsdam, and I identified him by his license. From the checking I've done, he's a slippery type. A defector twice, no doubt connected to the KGB, and Ersatz businessman. What could possibly bring the two of you together? I met him in Munich. He offered to help. Who's the woman? She was with him in the car." "I don't know." Peter shook his head. "The correct answer is, what woman? I see now that I shouldn't have left. I should have camped on Friedrichstrasse and watched. Renko, are you safe?" "I don't know." Peter accepted that. He took a deep breath. "Berlin air. It's supposed to be good for you." Arkady lit a cigarette. Peter took one. From the balcony below came audible snoring mixed with the garden sound of flies. "The workers' state," Peter said. "What about the house?" Arkady asked. "Are you going to be a landowner? Are you going to move in?" Peter leaned on one railing, then another. He said, "I like to rent." Chapter 33. The day was fading when Peter dropped Arkady at Zoo Station. Over the city was a momentary hush, a pause between afternoon and evening. Minute by minute, Arkady was learning what he would do to stay with Irina. The answer seemed to be anything. She would be going to dinner with American collectors. Arkady bought flowers in a vase and walked through the Tiergarten in the direction of the Brandenburg Gate, its columns and pediments as high as a 5-story building. He saw how impressive a promenade this could be, a boulevard that ran the length of the western half of the city and continued through the gate into the old imperial squares of the east. He had it practically to himself. When the wall was up, this 100 meters of blacktop had been the most carefully observed spot on earth, from one side by watchtowers, from the other by tourists who climbed a platform to gawk. At the base of the columns was a white Mercedes and a man bouncing a soccer ball on his head. Wearing a camel's hair coat tied as casually as a bathrobe, he balanced the ball on his forehead, dropped it to knee, to instep, tipped the ball to his other foot, and flipped it up again. A professional player like Borja Gubenko didn't lose his skills if he kept in shape. He bounced the ball from knee to knee. "Renko!" He waved Arkady closer, keeping the ball in steady motion. While Arkady came closer, Borya kicked the ball high into the air. Arms out, like a tightrope walker, he caught it on his foot, cradled it on his instep, and flipped it up to his head. "I've been doing more than just hitting golf balls in Moscow," he said. "What do you think? Think I'm ready to run back out there and defend the goal for Central Army? Why not?" When Arkady was close enough, Borya stepped back to let the ball drop, then stepped forward and kicked it full force into his stomach. Arkady dropped. As he landed, he heard the vase break. His legs went different ways. The ground spun, and he couldn't get his balance, even lying down. There was a ring around his vision and spots in the sky. Borya knelt and put a gun to his ear. An Italian pistol, Arkady thought. "I owe you a lot more than that," Borya said. The gun wasn't necessary. He rose, opened the passenger door of the Mercedes, lifted Arkady by the collar and the back of his belt, the same way drunks were toted out of football games, and threw him into the front seat, put the ball in back, and slid behind the wheel. The car's acceleration shut Arkady's door. Borya said, "If it were up to me, you'd be dead. You never would have left Moscow. If people saw us kill you, so what? We'd pay them off. I think there's a self-destructive streak in Max." Arkady breathed shallowly. He hadn't had the wind knocked out of him for so long that he had forgotten the utter helplessness. Flowers and vase were lost. His stomach still felt concave. He was aware that Borya was taking a scenic route along the river Spree, more or less in the direction of the sunset, maintaining just enough speed so that Arkady wouldn't jump. Borya could have killed him by now. Borya said, "Sometimes smart people overcomplicate. Great plans, no execution. What's the classic example?" He snapped his fingers. "In that play?" Arkady said, "Hamlet?" "Hamlet, perfect. You don't admire the ball forever, you kick it." "Like you kicked the Trabi off the road in Munich?" "It could have solved our problems. It should have. When Rita told me you were still alive and that Max had brought you here, I honestly couldn't believe it. What's going on with you and Max?" "I think he wants to prove he's the better man." "No offense, but Max has everything and you have nothing." Borya broke into a smile. "In the West, that's how it's scored. He's the better man." Arkady asked, "Who's the better man, Borya Gubenko or Boris Benz?" Borya's smile spread into the grin of a boy caught stealing cookies. He fished out Marlboros and gave one to Arkady. "As Max says, we have to be new men for new times." Arkady said, "You needed a foreign partner for the joint venture, and it was easier to create one than find one." Borya stroked the wheel. "I like the name Benz. It has a more reassuring sound than Gubenko. Benz is a man people want to do business with. How did you figure it out?" "Obvious things. You were Rudy's partner, but on paper Benz was Rudy's partner. Once I knew Benz was a paper identity, you were the most likely candidate. It struck me as odd that the clinic at your Munich house believed me for a second and let me in the door when I claimed I was you. I don't sound very German. Then you made the mistake of videotaping a restaurant window when you were taping Rita. Your reflection wasn't a perfect portrait because you were holding the camera, but on a big screen, an old football hero still stands out. The tape was Max's idea. Then I should thank him." Heading south toward the Kudamm, they passed a service station with signs in Polish. Borya said, "What the Poles do is they steal a car, a nice car, cut it off the motor, drop the car on a legal motor, maybe a piece of junk that barely runs, and drive to the border. The border guards check the number on the motor and they let it through. It's like a joke. How many Poles does it take to steal a car? If you have any money, you just pay the guard and drive through." "Getting a painting across the border, is that more difficult?" Arkady asked. "You want to know the truth? I like that painting. It's a rare work of art, but we don't need that painting. There's a difference of opinion here. We were doing very well with the slot machines, the girls. That's the personnel part of Transcom, bringing prostitutes from Moscow to Munich. It's legal. It's an opportunity. The world's opening up, Renko. Then why smuggle the painting?" It's democracy. I was outvoted. Max wants the painting, and Rita loves the idea of being Frau Margarita Ben's gallery owner instead of a madam, which is what she was. After I missed you in the Trabi, I wanted to hit you here. I was outvoted again. I have nothing against you, but I wanted to leave Moscow behind. When I heard you were here, I exploded. Max says you're going to be quiet. You have a personal involvement, and you're not going to get in the way. That you're on the team. I'd like to believe it, but when I follow you, I see you jump in a car with the German police and go for a day trip to Potsdam. Put me anywhere in the world, and I recognize the local militia. You're twisting our pricks, Renko, and that's a mistake. This is a new world for both of us, and we should take advantage instead of tearing each other down. We can't be Neanderthals the rest of our lives. I'm happy to learn from the Germans or the Americans or the Japanese. The problem is the Chechens. They're going to spoil Berlin the way they spoiled Moscow. They pick on Russian businesses. It's a shame that they bring down their own people, walking around with automatic weapons as if they were home, kicking their way into restaurants, busting up shops, kidnapping children. Horrible stories. So far the German police don't know what to do because they've never seen anything like it. They can't infiltrate because none of them can pass for Chechen. Not close. But it's short-sighted on the part of the Chechens, because they have so much money that if they invested it here legally, they could make a fortune. I could show them how to get into the positive side of business. Rudy was an economist. Max is a visionary, but I'm a businessman. I can tell you from experience that business is based on trust. At the golf range, I trust that my suppliers are selling me good liquor, not poison. The suppliers trust that I'll pay them in real money, not rubles. The most civilizing idea in the world is trust. If Mahmoud would just listen, we could live in peace. That's all you want? That's all I want. They drove through the now familiar hordes of the Kudam, under neon grails of AEG, Siemens, Nike, and Cinzano below a sky of pale lavender. The ruins of the Kaiser Wilhelm Church looked out of place, because it was the only building in sight that wasn't new. Hard behind it stood the glass wall of the Europa Center, starting to blaze with office lights. Borja parked in the center's garage. In its shopping area, the Europa Center had more than 100 shops, restaurants, cinemas, and cabarets. Borja led Arkady past the entreaties of sushi bars, first-run westerns, cultured pearls, Swiss watches, and nail salons. His eye had a speculative glint, as if he were considering expanding on his golf range. Mahmoud trusts you. With you along, he might listen. He's here? Arkady asked. It's one thing for Max to say that you're as good as on the team. If you do this for me, this little thing, then I'll know you're okay. He's right upstairs. You know how he is about his health. They climbed 3 flights. Arkady had expected that any meeting with Mahmoud Khasbulatov would take place in the back of a car or in the corner of a dimly lit restaurant. But at the top of the stairs was a brightly illuminated, carpeted foyer and a counter lined with a selection of organic shampoos, sunglasses, and chelated vitamins. For 60 Deutschmarks, the clerk issued them towels, rubber slippers, and metal bead chains with locker keys. A bathhouse? Arkady asked. A sauna, Borja said. The changing room had lockers, showers, hair dryers, complimentary mousse. Arkady hung his miserable few clothes on hangers, locked up and slipped the chain over his hand like a bracelet. Borja had to stuff his wardrobe in. Most men, when they stripped, looked misshapen or diminished. An athlete like Borja Gubenko had undressed before other people all his life. He wore physical ease. Arkady looked starved alongside him. Mahmoud comes here? Arkady asked. Mahmoud is a health nut. Wherever he is, here or Moscow, he spends an hour a day in a sauna. How many other Chechens are here? At the Southport car market, Mahmoud never had less than half a dozen. A few, relax, Borja said. I just want you to talk to Mahmoud face to face. For whatever reasons, he likes you. Also, I want you to see that everything I do here is legitimate. This is a public place? Borja pushed open the sauna door. It couldn't be more public. Arkady was used to utilitarian bathhouses, to pale Russian torsos and the smell of alcohol working its way out as sweat. This was different. A veranda with a tropical forest of plastic plants opened onto a circular indoor swimming pool surrounded by marble steps. Swimming, floating, stretched across chaise longues were naked bodies so pink they looked as if they had just rolled in snow. Male, female, boys and girls. The scene would have been hedonistic if it hadn't been so serious. They looked as fit as Olympians and as stiff as mummies, some with the embellishment of a towel, some not. A man with a goatee and a belly of grey hair walked up the steps as gravely as a senator. Chechens were easy to find. Two of them leaned on the balustrade, watching a woman swim slowly back and forth in bathing cap and goggles, nothing else. Although Chechens would never allow their wives to go naked in public, they had no objection if Germans wanted to. Toddlers with hair as fair as goose down ran out of a dining area, their shrieks echoing off the copper baffles above the pool. Arkady heard the bang of dominoes being slapped on a dining table. Probably more Chechens there. Borya took Arkady the other way, past two smaller sitting pools, and through the wooden door of a dry sauna. Inside was the senatorial German. They climbed benches to the warmest air. The German paid them no attention. He sat by a wall thermometer and rubbed sweat like soap over his body. Every few seconds he checked the temperature. Sweating seemed to take all his concentration. The metal beads of Arkady's chain were already hot. The sauna was well insulated. He could hear no pool sounds at all. "Where's Mahmoud?" "Somewhere here," Borya said. "Where's Ali?" If Mahmoud was nearby, so was his favorite bodyguard. Borya put a finger to his mouth. He could have been a sculpture, except for the dew of sweat starting to appear on his temple, upper lip, the hollow where his neck sank into the armature of muscle that was his chest. He whispered, "Dry heat takes too long. Let's try the Russian bath." He climbed down, and Arkady followed. Outside, the Chechens at the balustrade watched the swimmer dry herself by the near edge of the pool. She wasn't young, but from the back she had a hard, athletic body to be proud of, and she turned toweling down into an elaborate process. She pulled off her cap, releasing thick blonde hair that she swung around to rake fiercely with her fingers, then brush back, wet from a face that was broad, Slavic, not the least German. With eyes that were so bold and diffident, they summed up and dismissed both the Chechens and Arkady at the same time. It was Rita Benz. Borya pushed through a door labeled Russisch Dampfwagen, and Arkady followed, plunging into an aromatic cloud. The bench on his side was empty. He sat, put his hand out, and touched a limestone rim, a fountain. The only light rose as a smoky glow from 4 glass floor tiles around the fountain's base. He couldn't see Borya on the other side. A sauna was an oven that slowly baked the sweat out. A Russian bath was so saturated by moist steam that perspiration bloomed in an instant. The scent of cypress helped open the pores. Sweat flowed down Arkady's forehead, ran over his chest, accumulated between his toes, filled every crevice of his body. He felt like one great conduit of sweat. He thought about Rita and the first time he had seen her in Rudy's car. The way she had looked at him now was the way she had looked at him then. "Ali?" Mahmoud's voice came out of the corner. Arkady was already moving toward the door when Borya hit him. His head bounced off the wall, and he toppled off the bench and to the floor. He didn't so much lose consciousness as pass through a brief eclipse. Then his eyes were open, and he half crawled, half swam off the floor and perched unsteadily on the edge of the bench. Aside from his poor balance and a compression problem in his ears, he was in one piece. The question that victims of concussions always asked was, what happened? A second ago he had been in the Russian bath with Borya and Mahmoud. Now he seemed to be alone. The steam was pink. To Arkady that meant his head was cut and blood was running into his eyes. He found a knot on his scalp, but no cut. He wiped his face with a towel. The bath was still a cube of rose-colored steam. Arkady looked down. The glass tiles on the floor were red. As he maneuvered around the fountain, he saw a red foot dangling from the opposite bench. The foot led to a body that he pulled toward the light. Mahmoud seemed to be eating a towel. So many puncture marks bled from his neck and chest that he looked as if he had been the target of an automatic weapon, but the taped grip of a knife stuck out of his withered stomach. Arkady remembered that he had worn a towel tied prudishly around his waist. Borya had carried his towel in his hand. Arkady felt his wrist. The chain and key were gone. There was a knock on the door. When Arkady didn't answer, the door opened and Ali stepped halfway in. Steam rushed out. He looked fat and strong, and his hair hung in ringlets around his eyes. "Granddad, don't you think you've been in here long enough?" Arkady said nothing. He felt the fact register in Ali's mind that steam should be white. Ali moved all the way in and shut the door. His pudgy hand groped through the mist. Arkady stood on the bench so that his feet wouldn't be visible in the light and walked around to the other side. "Where are—" For a moment there was nothing but the sound of water running over the rims of the fountain. Then he heard Ali lift the dead man and the suction as he pulled out the knife. With Mahmoud off the glass tiles, there was more light in the bath. Arkady saw Ali's feet turn round. "Who's here?" Ali asked. Arkady was silent. 2 more Chechens were outside the door, more at different areas around the spa, he thought. Ali had only to call. "I know you're here," he said. There was a flurry in the mist, a flutter of water particles spinning as Ali slashed at steam. He was partially impeded by the fountain. Arkady tried to slide by toward the door and felt a hot line draw across his back. He retreated. Ali had also felt contact. His next move was a thrust into the wood by Arkady's hand. Arkady kicked out, and Ali rocked. The fountain shifted, too. A hand grabbed Arkady's foot and dragged him down onto the bench, then to the floor. Ali took a handful of hair and pulled Arkady's head back, but the motion made him slip on the slick floor and lose the knife. Arkady heard it rattle on the far side of the bath. They crawled over each other toward the sound. Ali had enough weight to force Arkady down and reach ahead. He got to his feet, a red Buddha rising through clouds, with the knife in his hand. It was a boning knife with a long, narrow blade. Arkady hit him. Ali slid back and came forward again. Arkady feinted another punch, and Ali leaned forward to keep his momentum. When the punch didn't come, he started to slide. He swung the knife and grabbed Arkady on the way down. They skated clumsily together for a second and landed under the fountain. Ali heaved free and sat against the bench. He looked down where his stomach was sliced open on a curve from his left hip to his right rib. He tried to hold his stomach together, but it was running out like a spilled cup. Ali sucked air. He couldn't get enough to talk. He had the expression of a man who had willingly jumped from a height to find to his horror and disbelief that this time there was no safety cord. He thought Arkady was helping him up, but Arkady was taking the keychain off his wrist. Arkady gathered his towel and slippers and left the bath. The 2 Chechens had moved down to the pool, though Rita was gone. He was aware he was covered in blood. He dove into the nearest sitting pool, which was frigid, and climbed out, leaving red curls unraveling in the water. He rinsed in the second, heated pool, and dried himself as he went to the changing room. Ali's locker contained his shiny suit and a Louis Vuitton bag with a machine pistol, 3 clips, and a Vuitton wallet fat with high-denomination Deutschmarks. Arkady dressed at normal speed, and on the way down the stairs past office workers who were hurrying up for after-hours relaxation and didn't seem to find it unusual how badly a Russian's clothes could fit. He returned his slippers to the cashier on the way out. Chapter 34. At Friedrichstrasse, the garage door was still wedged open. Arkady climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. He left the lights off while he found his carry-on and changed clothes. Ali's shoes pinched. He would have to get new ones tomorrow. Timing was everything. If Borya heard that 2 bodies had been found in the bath, he'd be reassured. If he heard both were Chechen, he'd be warned. The police would put together a description of the man who had left in Ali's suit. Benno and the other Chechens would already be looking for him. Arkady was no expert on small arms, but he recognized the machine pistol as a Czech Scorpion, an automatic with a snout sticking out of an oversized slide. The clips held 20 rounds each, which the pistol could empty in 2 seconds. Perfect Ali fireworks. With a Scorpion, no one needed to aim. When the door opened behind him, Arkady pushed home a clip and turned to fire. Irina was in the doorway. So frozen in place, she balanced between the light of the hall and the dark of the room. Arkady looked to see whether anyone else was in the hall, then pulled her in by the wrist and shut the door. "I thought I heard you," she said. Her voice came out as small as a pre-recorded tape. "Where's Max?" "Why do you have a gun?" "Where is Max?" "Dinner was over early. The Americans had to catch a plane. Max went to the gallery to see Rita. I came here to see you." She pulled her wrist free. "Why is it dark in here?" When she tried to reach the switch, he pushed her hand away. She tried to open the door, and he kicked it shut. "I can't believe this, Arkady. It's happening again. You didn't come back for me. You came for someone else. You used me again." "No." "Yes, you did. Who are you after?" Arkady was silent. "Who else?" she asked. He said, "Max, Rita, Boris Benz, except that his real name is Borya Gubenko." He felt her pull away. She said, "I used to think that the day I left you was the worst day of my life. This is worse, though. You've come back and outdone yourself. I've wasted my life on these 2 days. 5 minutes ago I was yours. I ran down here. What do I see? Investigator Renko. They killed a money dealer in Moscow. What do I care about Soviet laws? They murdered my partner. Why should I care about Soviet police? They killed Tommy. People around you get killed. Max wouldn't hurt me. He loves me. I love you." She hit him. First with the flat of her hand, as hard as she could, then with her fists. He stood like a man leaning into the wind, and let the pistol hang. He let it slide down his leg to the floor. "I want to see your face," Irina said. She found the switch and turned it on. At once he could see something was wrong from the shock in her eyes. He put his hand up and felt a tender swelling from his temple to his brow. It had ballooned since he had left the bathhouse. She looked at Ali's shirt on the floor. The back was soaked through, red as a flag. She unbuttoned the shirt he was wearing. He pulled it off, and she turned him around to look. He heard her breath stop. "You're cut." "It's not deep." "You're still bleeding." They turned on the bathroom light. In the cabinet mirror, Arkady saw that Ali had slashed him from the right shoulder blade down to his belt. Irina tried to swab the blood from his back, but a washcloth was inadequate. Arkady set the pistol in the basin of the sink, undressed, and stepped into the shower. She set the water on cool and cleaned him around the long red slice. His muscles bunched and shook from the temperature of the water, then eased at the touch of her hand on his back. Her fingers found a scar on his rib, and, as if tactilely remembering, went to a puckered mark on his leg and then up to a slick ridge in the middle of his stomach, as if he were a map with 4 limbs. Arkady turned off the water. He emerged from the shower while she pulled off her skirt and slipped in 2 steps from her pants. He lifted her up. She held on to his neck, wrapped her legs around his waist, and arched herself so he could enter. She opened herself even as she held him tight. Her mouth was hot. Her eyes were wide, as if afraid to close. Outside they were locked. Inside he traveled to the heart of her. They rocked, his back against the wall. She cried, with sharp intakes of breath. In the mirror he saw the wall wiped with his blood. They looked as if they were climbing together from a black pit to the light, on one pair of legs that had never been so strong before. She held on, her fingers curling in his hair. "Arkasha!" She leaned back while inside he drove closer to a yielding core. She held on as desperately, her mouth on his again, on his cheek and against his ear, whispering with a voice as hoarse as his, until the last inner resistance dissolved. As his legs failed, they dropped slowly to their knees, to the tiles of the floor, then he on his back and she astride. There was a moment of softness. She pulled her blouse up over her head. Her breasts were bare, the tips dark and hard. He felt himself grow large again. He filled his mouth with her breast. Her hair hung in a curtain around her face. Her tears sluiced down her neck and between her breasts to him, a mixed taste of salt and sweet, and forgiveness. This was the absolution from and for herself. When she threw her head back, he saw below her right eye a delicate blue flaw, her own Moscow scar. As she rode, her eyes closed as if he were rising inside along her spine up to her throat. She twisted to be beneath him and spread to take him even farther in, her legs high, in flight. He drove her along the tiles. Inside she carried him deeper, as if they could shed their bodies, shed the lost years, shed the pain, save each other, two persons in one skin. They lay on the bathroom floor, as if in bed, her head pillowed on his chest, her leg resting over his so that he felt her brush of hair against his thigh, a subtle contract of trust. So what if their flanks were red from the blood on the tiles? If Orpheus and Eurydice had emerged intact from hell, what would they look like? Even in shadow, Irina looked exhausted. "I think you're wrong. Max isn't a killer. He's smart. As soon as reform started in Russia, he said it wasn't reform, it was collapse. He was unhappy because our relationship hadn't developed the way he'd hoped. He wanted to come back a hero. By defecting again. By making money. He said the people in Moscow needed him more than he needed them. He must have been right. If he had been wrong, Max never could have returned to Germany. He wants to prove he's smarter than you." "He is?" "Oh, no. You're brilliant. I said I'd never let you be close to me again, yet here I am." "You think Max and I can work out our misunderstanding?" "He helped you get to Munich. He helped you get to Berlin. He'd help again if I asked. Just wait." They sat on the floor by the living-room window with the lights off. They were classic refugees, Arkady thought. He in pants, Irina in his shirt. Dried, the cut on his back looked like a zipper. Where could they go? The police were searching for Mahmoud and Ali's killer. Assuming their guidelines were like the militias, the Germans would broadcast his description, watch the airport and train stations, alert hospitals and pharmacies. Meanwhile, Boria's people and the Chechens would search the streets. Of course, the Chechens would also be hunting Boria. After midnight, there was little traffic. Before Arkady saw cars down on the street, he could identify their voices. The asthmatic rattle of trabbies, the clockwork ticking of diesel cabs. A white Mercedes went by at the speed of a trolling boat. "Do you want to help?" he asked. "Yes." "Get dressed and go up to your floor." He gave her Peter's telephone number. "Tell the person who answers where we are, then stay there until I come up." "Why don't we go up together? You can call." "I'll be with you in a minute. Just keep calling until you get an answer. Sometimes he doesn't pick up right away." Irina didn't argue. She pulled on her skirt and went barefoot into the hall. The brief glimpse of light was blinding. Below, the white Mercedes passed by again. Arkady heard the organ note of the Daimler before he saw it slowly approaching from the other direction. Max and Boria had to protect each other from Chechens as much as hunt for him. Max would be the one coming up, but Irina was right. He wouldn't hurt her. The two cars passed each other in front of the building, and drove on. In a few years, when developers were done, Friedrichstrasse would be pulsing like a regular artery, with department stores, fast food outlets, and espresso bars. Arkady felt he was keeping watch in the graveyard of the old East Berlin. The two cars appeared again, from the same directions as before. They must have circled the block. The Mercedes parked across the street, while the Daimler swung into the building garage. There wasn't a lot of protection in an unfurnished apartment. Arkady set his carry-on directly in front of the door so that anyone opening it would focus first on the bag. He lay down on the far side of the floor, facing the door, to present as small a target as possible. Through the floorboards, Arkady felt the elevator engage. He doubted Max would be alone. The crystal sconces in the elevator cab were bright. Arkady wanted the irises of Max's and any friend's eyes dazzled, tight as pins. The pistol came with a folding wire stock that Arkady straightened and put against his shoulder. He pushed the safety rate selector to full automatic and laid the 3 other ammo clips in front of him like extra cards. The hall light edged the black rectangle of the door. In this frame, the door seemed to vibrate. In the hall, the elevator stopped. He heard the doors of the car slide open, pause, then shut. The elevator went on up to the 6th floor. There was a knock. Irina slipped in and shut the door behind her. Her eyes found Arkady. "I knew you weren't coming up." "Did you call?" "The machine answered. I left a message." "You're missing Max," Arkady said. "He's going up right now." "I know. I used the stairs. Don't try to make me leave without you. I did that before. That was my mistake." Arkady didn't take his eyes from the door. Max might be temporarily confused to discover Irina gone, he thought. The elevator stayed on the 6th floor for 10 minutes, though, longer than made sense, unless Max was quietly coming down the stairs. But when the elevator activated again, it went straight down to the garage, and seconds later Irina said she saw the Daimler leave, with the Mercedes following. Chapter 35. Irina said, "I always imagined who you were with. I saw someone very young for some reason, small and dark, bright, passionate. I thought of places you would walk, what you'd talk about. When I wanted to torture myself, I imagined an entire day at the beach, blankets, sand, sunglasses, the sound of waves, evening in a cabin." She tunes a shortwave radio, looking for romantic music when she happens to hear me. She stops because the station is Russian, after all. Then she moves the dial, and you let her. You don't say a word. So, I imagined my revenge. She gets a trip to Germany. By coincidence, we share the same compartment of a train, and as it's a long trip, we talk, and naturally I discover who she is. We usually end up on an icy platform in the Alps. She's a nice woman. I push her off the platform anyway for taking my place. You kill her, not me. I'm mad, I'm not crazy. From the apartment floor, the street had a sound like surf. A wash of headlights moved across the ceiling. Arkady saw a car park 1 block north on Friedrichstrasse. He couldn't tell the make, though he could see that no one got out. A second car parked a block south. As the hours passed, he told her about Rudy and Yak, about Max and Rodionov, about Borya and Rita. To him it was an interesting tale. He remembered his walk with Feldman, the art professor, describing the revolutionary Moscow that had been. The squares will be our palettes. We ourselves are palettes, Arkady thought. Possibilities. Inside Borya Gubenko was a Boris Benz. Inside an in-tourist prostitute known as Rita was the Berlin gallery owner Margarita Benz. Irina said, "The question is, who can we be, if we get out alive? Russian? German? American? Whatever you want. I'll be putty." "Putty is not what comes to mind when I think of you." I can be American, I can whistle and chew gum. Once you wanted to live like the Indians. Too late for that now, but I can live like a cowboy. Rope and ride, drive cattle. Or stay here, drive on the Autobahn, climb the Alps. Be a German. That's easier. Easier? You can't be American unless you stop smoking. I can do that, Arkady said, although he lit another cigarette. He exhaled and watched the smoke. He screwed the cigarette out on the floor, put his finger to her lips, and motioned her to move away. It had taken him a moment to realize that the shift in the smoke was air stirring under the door. Stairwells produced suction, though he wouldn't have felt the draft if he hadn't been lying down. He put his ear to the floor. See, he could live like an Indian. He heard the easing of shoes in the hallway. Irina stood against a wall, not trying to hide or get small. Around his carry-on bag, Arkady saw the light at the bottom of the door, a white bar fading at one end. He pressed his stomach into the floorboards. If he were any flatter, he could slide under the door himself. He glanced at Irina. Her eyes watched him like hands keeping a man from falling off a cliff. The door swung open. Light fanned in, and a familiar bulk stepped across the threshold. "You could get killed that way, Peter," Arkady said. Peter Schiller kicked the bag aside. He snorted at the sight of Arkady. "Is this a shooting range?" "We were expecting other people." "I'm sure you were." Peter saw Irina, who returned his stare undiminished. "Renko, we have Russians running all over Berlin. We have 2 dead mafiosos at the Europa Center, cut up by someone who looked like you. What happened to your back?" "I slipped." Arkady got to his feet and shut the door. "Arkady was with me," Irina said. "How long?" Peter asked. "All day." "Lies," Peter said. "This is a gang war, isn't it? Benz is connected to one of them. The more I know about the Soviet Union, the more it sounds like one endless gang war." "In a way," Arkady conceded. "This afternoon you said you didn't even know this woman. Tonight she's your witness." Peter walked around the room. He had the size and vigor of a Borya, but more Wagnerian, Arkady thought. A Lohengrin who had stumbled into the wrong opera. "Where is Benz?" Arkady asked. "Gone," Peter said. "He boarded a plane to Moscow an hour ago." It wasn't a bad time to leave Berlin. Maybe Borya was abandoning the entire Benz identity, Arkady thought. After this, Boris Benz might never be seen again. Eliminating Mahmoud was certainly a more important accomplishment than hanging on to the German asset of fantasy tours. All the same, he was surprised. Borya wasn't the type who settled for less than everything. Peter said, "Benz boarded the plane with Max Albov. They're both gone." "Max was coming here," Irina said. Arkady remembered how the elevator had paused on his floor before continuing to the 6th. Max must have been packing. "Why would he go to Moscow?" "They got on a charter flight," Peter said. "How could they get on a late-night charter flight at the last minute?" "There were lots of seats available at the last minute," Peter said. "Why?" Peter looked at both Arkady and Irina. "You haven't heard? You don't have a radio or a television here. You must be the only ones in the world who don't know. There's been a coup in Moscow." Irina laughed softly. "It finally happened." "Who took over?" Arkady asked. "A so-called emergency committee. The army rolled in. That's all anyone knows." A coup was the predicted catastrophe, the long-due sum of Russian fears, the Moscow night that followed day. Yet Arkady was stunned. Stunned to find himself stunned. Max and Borya must have been surprised too. With all that confusion, why would Max go back? Arkady asked. Irina said, "It doesn't matter as long as they aren't coming here." "So you don't need this anymore." Peter took the machine pistol away from Arkady, scooped the clips off the floor, and stuffed them in his belt. "We're safe," Irina said. "Not quite," Peter said. He motioned with the pistol for them to move to a corner. Arkady had put the safety on. Now Peter pushed it off. The room was still dark. Peter could see them against the glow of the glass better than they could see him, but Arkady caught the gesture for them not to move. In the hall, the elevator door opened. Irina took Arkady's hand. Peter motioned for them to lie down, then turned around and fired through the wall. The Scorpion wasn't a particularly loud weapon, though its 7.62mm heads went through sheetrock as if it were paper. Peter walked along the wall, sawing waist-high, reloading as he went. A couple of rounds sparked off studs and nails. Shouts of outrage and confusion answered from the hall. Peter sprayed the second clip at knee level. Someone in the hall finally understood what was happening and fired back. A saucer-sized chunk of the wall exploded into the room. Peter used the shining hole as a target. He turned his back to the wall, disengaged the empty clip, and inserted the last. An arc of holes answered through the walls. Peter walked to the high point of the arc, aimed low, and fired, standing as close as a carpenter to the wall, surrounded by shafts of light. He moved to the side when a single shot responded, took his stance again, put the barrel in the hole, and widened it with 4 more shots. He set the rate to manual and listened for moans, then placed a shot straight through the wall at his feet. Reset to automatic, and finished the clip in a spray. In 10 seconds, Peter had put 80 rounds through the wall. On his way to the door, he let the Scorpion fall and reached around to the holster at the back of his belt for his own gun in case he needed it. He didn't. 4 Chechens lined the hall. Covered in blood and lime, they seemed to have suffered an industrial accident. Peter sorted through them, holding a cautionary gun to each head with one hand while he checked the carotid pulse with the other. A couple of the dead men held Scorpions of their own, for all the good it did them. Arkady recognized Ali's friend from the wall cafe, staring up through a layer of dust. He didn't see Benno. "They were parked outside when I got here," Peter said. 2 in each car. "Thank you," Arkady said. "Bitte." Peter relished the word like a mouthful of satisfaction. People are confused when they wake to the sound of automatic fire. In an area of the city with so much construction, the first reaction is bourgeois outrage that anyone would break the law and drive a nail before dawn. On the street, Arkady saw blue police lights floating far off down Friedrichstrasse, approaching without sirens since it was the middle of the night. He and Irina followed Peter around a corner to his car. As he started to drive, Peter monitored the police radio. The responding officers had to locate the right address, then search 4 floors to find the bodies. There were no witnesses in the building. Arkady knew that possibly someone in an apartment across the street had noticed them leaving the building, but what was there to describe, except 2 men and a woman seen from hundreds of feet away at an angle in the dark? Peter said, "There's nothing we can do about your finger and footprints. They're all over the apartment. But they won't be easy to match. Your friend says she has no criminal record in Germany, and there are no prints on you at all." "What about you?" "I wiped the pistol and the clips, and I didn't use my own gun." "That's not what I meant. What about you?" Peter drove for a while before he said, "There's an official review every time you use a firearm. I don't want to explain why I shot 4 men that I didn't formally identify and warn. Through a wall, they could have been 4 visitors asking directions, collecting for Greenpeace or Mother Teresa." There was dust on Peter's fingers. He wiped them on his shirt. "I don't necessarily want to explain how I was helping my grandfather. This is a Russian gang war. I'm not going to let it turn into a public scandal about him." "If they do trace this to me, Fedorov knows your name," Arkady said. "With the coup, I think the consulate in Munich has more on its mind than me or you." On the police band, a dispatcher ordered ambulances to Friedrichstrasse. The urgency of the voice contrasted with the calm of the Tiergarten, the park's rounded massing of shadow under morning stars. Peter said, "You've lied to me from the start. But I have to admit that I found out more from your lies than the lies I heard before. What is it about you, I wonder?" I still expect the truth." Arkady said, "If we go to Savigny-Platz, I might be able to show it to you." While Arkady sat on an arbor bench, his back tightened. He needed aspirin or nicotine, but he had no pills and didn't indulge the telltale glow of a cigarette because the hedges around him stayed dark as the sky slowly lightened to grey. From the bench he couldn't see Peter and Irina, parked a block away. He could see the lights of the gallery, which looked as if they had burned through the night. In Moscow, under the same roof of clouds, tanks were rolling through the streets. Was it a military putsch? Was the party reclaiming its role as the vanguard of the people? Had the work of national salvation begun in earnest with both hands? Just as the party had protected Prague, Budapest, and East Berlin before. There should at least be a rumble of distant thunder. Except on Friedrichstrasse, the Germans seemed to have slept soundly through the night. German television had closed its eyes at its accustomed time. Arkady assumed that the planners of the coup would, at minimum, detain around 1,000 of the leading reformers, take control of Soviet television and radio, close the airports and telephone lines. He had no doubt that city prosecutor Rodionov deplored the necessity of a coup, but as every Russian knew, grim tasks were best done quickly. What Arkady did not understand was why Max and Gubenko had rushed back. How could an international flight land if the airports were closed? This would be a good time to listen to Radio Liberty. He wondered what Stas was saying. A fine sprinkling of rain arrived. Then the rustling of unseen birds in the hedges, like the excitement of extras in the wings. Over the hedges spread the window lights of early risers, a sea sound of traffic, the browsing of street cleaners. The 2-2 time of high heels passed on the other side of the hedge. Rita came into view, in matching poppy-red slicker and hat, walking briskly between the garden squares that made up the plaza, hand in her right pocket. Arkady had seen her at least start to sign a dinner check. He knew she was right-handed. When she unlocked the ground-floor door, she kept her hand in the pocket and looked back at the street before she entered. 10 minutes later, an armed guard came out, yawned and stretched, and went off with loggy steps in the opposite direction. After another 10 minutes, the gallery lights went out. Rita reappeared, locked the door, and started back across the plaza, holding a canvas bag by the handles with her left hand. Arkady caught up with her on the bag side in the middle of the plaza and said, "That's no way to treat a $5 million painting." She was startled enough to stop. He appreciated the purity of her first reaction, which was fury. The contents of the bag were wrapped in plastic. "I hope that's waterproof," he said. When Rita started walking again, he grabbed a handle of the bag. "I'll shout for the police," she said. "Shout? I hear the life of the German policeman is incredibly boring. At least it would be, without Russians. The police would love to hear a story about you and Rudy Rosen, though the details might not help your business much." "So Max and Boria left you all alone?" Arkady liked Rita's resilience. She was used to dealing with men. A softer, more reasonable expression came over her. "I'm not going to wait around for Chechens to show up." She offered a neutral smile. "Can we talk out of the rain?" He thought of slipping into an arbor, but Rita led him across the street to patio tables sheltered by an awning. It was the same restaurant as in the videotape, and she went to the same table at which she had raised her glass and said, "I love you." The inside of the restaurant was black. They had the patio and plaza to themselves. Despite the early hour, Rita's face was made up in a mask that was ferocious and exotic. The red slicker she wore had an oily quality that went well with her lips. Arkady unzipped her coat. Rita asked, "Why did you do that?" "Let's say that you're an attractive woman." They sat, each with a hand on the bag under the table. Because her coat was open, the pockets hung straight down, out of her immediate reach. Arkady asked, "Do you remember a Russian girl called Rita?" Margarita said, "I remember her well. A hard-working girl. One thing she learned was that she could always do business with the militia." "And Boria?" "The Long Pond people protected the girls in the hotel. Boria was a friend. But to make real money, Rita had to get out of Russia. She married a Jew." "No crime." "You didn't get to Israel." Margarita held up her right hand to show her long nails. "Do you see these building a kibbutz in the desert?" "And Boria followed." "Boria had a perfectly legal proposition. He needed someone to help him recruit girls to come and work in Germany, and he needed someone to watch over them while they were here. I had the experience. There's more to it than that. Boria bought papers that created a Boris Benz, which was convenient when he went searching for a foreign partner in Moscow. This way he could be both. When you married Boris Benz, that let you stay here too. Boria and I have a special relationship. And if the wrong person called, you could play his maid and say that Herr Benz was vacationing in Spain. A good whore is a good mimic. Do you think the Boris Benz identity was a good idea? It was a weak point. Too much depended on it. It worked fine until you came along." Arkady looked around at the empty tables without taking his hand from the bag. "You made a videotape here and sent it to Rudy. Why?" "Identification. Rudy and I had never met. I didn't want to give him a name." "He wasn't a bad character." "He was helping you. After Rodionov told us, it was just a matter of how to get rid of Rudy to the best effect. He knew about the painting. We let him think if he got it authenticated, he could make his own sale. I gave him a slightly different painting. Boria said that with a big enough explosion we could get rid of Rudy and give Rodionov a reason to wipe out the Chechens, both at the same time." "Did you think Boria was going to stay here at some point and become Boris Benz for good?" "Where would you rather be, Moscow or Berlin?" "So in the videotape when you said, 'I love you,' you were saying it to Boria." "We were happy here." "And you were willing to do things for Boria that his wife never would, like going back to Moscow and delivering a firebomb to Rudy. I had to ask myself why an obviously well-to-do tourist would stay someplace as shabby and far out of the city as the Soyuz Hotel. The answer was that it was the hotel closest to the black market and the shortest ride with a firebomb that didn't have a fuse. You were brave, taking a chance you wouldn't blow up too. That's love." Rita wet her lips. "You're so good at questions. Could I ask you one?" "Go ahead." "Why don't you ask about Irina?" "Like what?" Rita leaned forward as if she were whispering in a crowd. "What Irina got out of it? Do you think Max paid for her clothes and all her little gifts because she made good conversation? Ask yourself what she was willing to do for him." Arkady felt his skin start to heat. "They were together for years," Rita said, "practically man and wife, like Boria and me. I don't know what she's telling you now. I'm just saying that what she's doing for you, she did for him. Any woman would." His ears burned. A hot meridian spread across his face. "What are you really trying to say?" Rita's head rested sympathetically to one side. "It sounds as if she hasn't told you everything. I've known men like you all my life. Somebody has to be a goddess, and everyone else is a whore. Irina slept with Max. He bragged about what she would do." Rita invited him to lean toward her and lowered her voice even more. "I'll tell you, and you can compare." As soon as he felt the tension on the handle ease, Arkady lifted the canvas bag. "Shoot now and you'll put a hole through the painting. I don't think it's insured for that," he said. "You prick." Arkady grabbed the pistol when she brought it over the table. It was Boria's .22. He bent her wrist and twisted the gun free. "You fuck," Rita said. Boria had betrayed her, run to Moscow and abandoned her with this puny gun. Arkady removed the rounds from the breech and clip and tossed the empty pistol in her lap. "I love you too," he said. Chapter 36. At an airport souvenir shop, Arkady bought a beer tray and a cotton shawl embroidered with the rats of Hamelin. In a bathroom stall, he covered the painting with the shawl, wrapped the tray in bubble plastic, put it in Rita's canvas bag, and then rejoined Peter and Irina in a corner of the transit lounge. Arkady said, "Think of all the paintings and manuscripts confiscated from artists and writers and poets for 70 years, hidden away by the Ministry of the Interior and the KGB. Nothing is thrown away. Poets may get a bullet in the back of the head, but the poem is stuffed in a box and buried in a cellar. Then, at a magical moment, when Russia joins the rest of the world, all that evidence becomes valuable assets." "But they can't sell it," Irina said. "Art more than 50 years old cannot legally be taken from the Soviet Union." "But it can be smuggled out," Peter suggested. Arkady said, "Bribes will do. Armored tanks, railroad trains, and crude oil have been moved across the border. To bring a painting out is relatively easy." "Even so," Irina said, "the sale isn't valid if Russian law is broken. Collectors and museums don't like to be involved in international disputes. Rita couldn't sell Red Square if it came from Russia." Peter said, "Maybe it's a fake from Germany. There were fantastic forgers in East Berlin, all out of work now." "Has this painting really been examined?" Irina said, "Completely. It's been dated, X-rayed, and analyzed. It even has Malevich's thumbprint." "All of that can be faked," Peter said. "Yes," Irina admitted, "but it's a curious thing about fakes. They can be the best forgeries on earth with the correct wood, paints, and technique. But they don't look right." Peter said, "This is becoming spiritual." Irina said, "It's like knowing people. After a while you learn the fake from the real. A painting is an artist's idea, and ideas can't be forged." "How valuable did you say the painting is?" Peter asked. "Perhaps $5 million. That's not much here," Arkady said, "but in Russia it's 500 million rubles." "Unless it's a fake," Peter pointed out. Arkady said, "Red Square is real, and it's from Russia." "But they found it in a Knauer crate," Irina said. Arkady said, "The crate is fake." "The crate?" Peter sat up. Arkady could see him mentally rearranging. "I hadn't thought from that direction before." Arkady said, "Remember, Benz wasn't interested in the art your grandfather stole. He had his own. He was interested in the crates your grandfather built, with Knauer carpenters, if you remember." "That's good," Peter said appreciatively. "That's very good." Arkady laid the shawl on Peter's knees. Peter sat up straighter. "What are you doing?" "The cultural atmosphere is a little unsettled in Moscow right now." "I don't want it." "You're the only person I can leave it with," Arkady said. "How do you know I won't disappear with it?" "There's a kind of justice in making you a guardian of Russian art. Besides, it's a trade." Arkady patted the jacket pocket with the passport and visa that Peter had returned to him and the ticket he had bought with Ali's money. There had been no difficulty in getting on the regular Lufthansa flight to Moscow. There was nothing like a military coup at a destination for decimating a passenger list. What Arkady still didn't understand was why leaders of the new emergency committee were allowing planes to land at all. Stas limped off the Munich flight with a tape recorder and a camera. He was full of perverse good cheer. Such a glorious idiocy! The emergency committee didn't arrest any of the democratic leaders. Now it's a standoff. The tanks are in Moscow, but they just keep circling around. Standards for oppression have really dropped. "How do you know what's happening?" Arkady asked. "People are calling us from Moscow," Stas said. Arkady was amazed. "The telephone lines are open?" "That's what I mean about idiocy." "Does Michael know you're going?" "He tried to stop me. He says it's a security risk and an embarrassment to the station if we're caught. He says Max called from Moscow to say that it's business as usual and there's nothing for me to be so excited about. Does he know Irina's going? He asked. He doesn't know. Though boarding had started, Arkady dove into a telephone booth. A recorded message on the phone repeated over and over that the international circuits were busy. The only way he could get through was to call continuously. As he was about to give up, he noticed a fax center. Paulina had said she would take Rudy's fax machine. At the desk he wrote her telephone number and the message, "Looking forward to seeing you. If you have a painting of Uncle Rudy's, could you bring it with you? Drive very carefully." He added his flight number and arrival time and signed the message Arkady. Then he asked for a fax directory and wrote a second message to Fedorov. "Followed advice. Please inform City Prosecutor Rodionov of return today. Renko." The clerk's eyes opened as wide as a doll's. "You must be anxious to get home," she said. "I'm always anxious when I go home," Arkady said. Irina waved him to the gate, where Stas and Peter Schiller were regarding each other like examples of different species. Peter grabbed Arkady and pulled him aside. "You can't leave me with this." "I trust you. My short experience with you suggests that's a curse. What am I going to do with it?" "Hang it someplace with a constant temperature. Be an anonymous donor. Just don't give it to your grandfather. You know, the story about Malevich wasn't a lie. He did bring his paintings to Berlin to keep them safe. For the time being, do what he did." "It seems to me that Malevich's mistake was going back. What if Rita calls Moscow and says you took the painting? If Albov and Gubenko know you're coming, they'll be waiting for you." "I hope so. I wouldn't be able to find them, so they have to find me." "Maybe I should go with you." "Peter, you're too good. You'd scare them away." Peter shifted reluctantly. Arkady said, "Life can't all be fast cars and automatic weapons. You finally have a task worthy of you." "They'll kill you at the airport or on the way in. Revolutions are for settling scores. What's an extra body? At least here I can throw you in jail." "That sounds inviting." "We can keep you alive and extradite Albov and Gubenko." No one has ever successfully extradited anyone from the Soviet Union. And who knows what government will be in place tomorrow? Max might be Minister of Finance, and Gubenko might be Minister of Sport. Besides, if there's a decent investigation into Ali and his friends, I think you'll be glad I'm far away. A soft gong announced the last boarding call. Peter said, "Germany goes straight downhill every time Russians show up." "And vice versa," Arkady said. "Remember, there's always a cell waiting for you in Munich." "Danke. Be careful." Peter scanned the boarding line as Arkady joined Stas and Irina. From halfway down the ramp, Arkady could see Peter's head over the crowd, still carrying out the duty of a rear guard. At last glimpse, Peter took a firm grip on the shawl and slipped away. The canvas bag fit in the overhead compartment. Arkady sat on the aisle, Stas by the window, Irina in between. When they lifted off, Stas's face took on an even more ironic expression than usual. Irina held on to Arkady's arm. She looked exhausted, blank, not unhappy. Arkady thought the three of them resembled refugees so confused that they were going the wrong way. A number of passengers seemed to be journalists and photographers burdened with carry-on gear. No one wanted to spend 2 hours at a baggage claim while a revolution was going on. Stas said, "The emergency committee starts off by saying Gorby's sick. 3 hours later, one of the ringleaders drops from hypertension. This is a strange coup." "You don't have visas. What makes you think they'll let you off the plane?" Arkady asked. Stas said, "You think any reporter here has a proper visa? Irina and I have American passports. We'll see what happens when we get there. This is the biggest story of our lives. How could we pass it up? Coup or no coup, you're on a list of state criminals. So is she. You could be arrested." "You're going?" Stas said. "I'm Russian." Though Irina's voice was soft, it possessed finality. "We want to go." Germany stretched below. Not the straight roads and quilted farms of the West, but narrower, more winding lanes and shabbier fields the farther east they flew. Irina rested on Arkady's shoulder. The feel of her hair cushioned against his cheek was so normal it was overpowering, as if he were briefly traveling through an alternative life he had missed. He never wanted to come down. Stas talked nervously, like a radio at low volume. Historically, revolutions kill the people at the top, and usually Russians overdo it. The Bolsheviks killed the ruling class, and then Stalin killed the original Bolsheviks. But this time the only difference between Gorby's government and the coup is that Gorby isn't in it. Did you hear the complete statement of the emergency committee? They're seizing power to protect the people from, among other things, sex, violence, and glaring immorality. Meanwhile, troops keep moving into Moscow, and people are erecting barricades to protect the White House. The White House was the Russian Parliament building on the river at the Red Presnya embankment. Presnya was an ancient neighborhood given the honorific Red for building barricades against the Tsar. Stas said, "That won't stop tanks. What happened in Vilnius and Tbilisi were rehearsals. They'll wait until night. First they'll send in internal troops with nerve gas and water cannons to disperse the crowd, and then KGB troops will storm the building. The Moscow commandant has printed 300,000 arrest forms, but the committee doesn't want to use them. They expect people to see the tanks and slink away." Irina asked, "What if Pavlov rang a bell and his dogs ignored him? They'd change history." "I'll tell you what else is strange," Stas said. "This is the longest I've ever seen so many journalists stay sober." Poland spread as dark as an ocean floor. Food carts blocked the aisles. Cigarette smoke circulated along with theories. The army was moving already, to offer the world a fait accompli. The army would wait until dark to carry out its attack so that there would be fewer photographs. The committee had the generals. The Democrats had the Afghan vets. No one knew which way the young officers just back from Germany would lean. "By the way," Stas said, "in the name of the committee, City Prosecutor Rodionov has been rounding up businessmen and confiscating goods. Not all businessmen, just those against the committee." When Arkady closed his eyes, he wondered what kind of Moscow he was returning to. It was a rare day that offered so many possibilities. Stas said, "It's been so long. I have a brother I haven't seen in 20 years. We call once a year at New Year's. He called this morning to tell me he was going to the Parliament building to defend it. He's a fat little man with kids. How is he going to stop a tank?" "Do you think you can find him?" Arkady asked. "He told me not to come. Can you imagine that?" Stas stared out of the window for a long while. Vapor had condensed into balls of water between the double panes. He said he'd wear a red ski cap. "What is Ricky doing?" "Ricky went to Georgia. He put his mother, daughter, TV, and VCR in his new BMW, and they went tootling off. I knew he would. He's a lovely man." The closer they got to Moscow, the more Irina looked like the girl who had left it, like someone returning to a fire with a particular glow, as if the rest of the world were an unlit interim place, as if she were coming back with a vengeance. Arkady thought he could be swept up by her and follow, happily, once he was done with Borya and Max. How much of all this was his private score, to atone in some small measure for Rudy, Tommy, and Yak? The dead aside, how much was because of Irina? Dealing with Max wouldn't erase the years she had known him. He could call them émigré years, but seen from a height, Russia was a nation of émigrés, inside and out. Everyone was compromised to some degree. Russia had a history of such confusion that when a few moments of clarity arrived, everyone naturally rushed to the event. In any case, Max and Borya were more likely to be the thriving specimens of a new age than he was. As they crossed into Soviet airspace, Arkady expected the plane to be ordered to turn around. When they approached Moscow, he thought it would be directed to a military base, refueled and sent home. When seatbelt signs lit, there was a general last-second extinguishing of cigarettes. Out the window were the familiar low woods, power lines, and grey-green fields that led to Sheremetyevo. Stas held his breath like a man diving. Irina held Arkady's hand as if she were the one bringing him home.
This ends Disc 11. Red Square, Disc 12.
Part 4. Moscow, August 21, 1991. Chapter 37. Arrival in Moscow was never a rose-strewn path, but this morning even the normal bleakness was accentuated. After western lights, the baggage area was dark and cavernous, and Arkady wondered whether there had always been as much numbness in the faces, such a closed-down look to the eyes. Michael Healy was waiting at the customs booth with a colonel of the frontier police. Radio Liberty's deputy director wore a trench coat of many belts and watched passengers through dark glasses. The frontier police was KGB. They wore green tunics with red tabs and faces screwed to perpetual suspicion. Stas said, "The winged shit must have taken their direct flight from Munich. Damn." "He can't stop us," Irina said. "Yes, he can," Stas admitted. "One word, and the best that can happen to us is being put back on the plane." Arkady said, "I'm not going to let him take you back." "What are you going to do?" Stas asked. "Let me talk to him. Just get in line." Stas hesitated. "If we do get through, there's a car waiting to take us to the White House." "I'll meet you there," Arkady said. "You promise?" Irina asked. In this setting, Irina's Russian seemed different, softer, with more dimensions. This was why beautiful icons had plain frames. "I'll be there." Arkady walked ahead to Michael, who followed his approach like a man pleased to find gravity working in his favor. The colonel seemed to be primed for more prosperous targets. He gave Arkady only passing notice. Michael said, "Renko, good to be home? I'm afraid that Stas and Irina won't be able to stay. I have their tickets for the flight back to Munich." "You'd really point them out?" Arkady asked. "They're ignoring orders. The station has paid them, fed them, housed them. We can demand a little loyalty. I just want to make it clear to the colonel that Radio Liberty refuses any responsibility for them. They aren't assigned to this story." "They want to be here." "Then they're on their own and they can take their chances." "Are you going to cover the story?" "I'm not a reporter, but I've been around reporters. I'll help." "You know Moscow?" "I've been here before." "Where is Red Square?" Arkady asked. "Everyone knows where Red Square is." Arkady said, "You'd be surprised. A man here in Moscow got a fax just 2 weeks ago asking him, 'Where is Red Square?'" Michael shrugged. Ahead of Stas and Irina, photographers top-heavy with gear and carry-on bags clattered forward. Stas slipped 50 Deutschmark notes into his passport and Irina's. Arkady said, "The fax came from Munich. In fact, it came from Radio Liberty." "We have a number of facsimile machines," Michael said. "The message came from Ludmila's machine. It was sent to a black-market speculator who happened to be dead, so I was the one who read it. It was in Russian." "I suppose it would be a fax between 2 Russians." "That's what fooled me," Arkady said, "thinking that it was between 2 Russians, and that it was about Red Square." Michael seemed to have found something to chew on. His dark glasses maintained a smooth gaze, but his jaw was busy. Arkady said, "But just when you least expect it, Russians can be exact. For example, the fax asked, 'Where was Krasny Ploshad?' Now, in English, a square can be a place or a geometric figure, but in Russian the geometric figure is a kvadrat. In the English language, Malevich painted Red Square. In Russian, he painted Krasny Kvadrat. I didn't understand the message." until I saw the painting. What are you getting at? Where is Red Square the place? Makes no sense. Where is Red Square the painting? Makes a great deal of sense when you're asking a man who thinks he will have the painting to sell. Ludmilla couldn't use the wrong word. No Russian could. Her office is next to yours, as I remember. In fact, she works for you. How is your Russian, Michael? Siberians killed rabbits at night with flashlights and clubs. The rabbits would sit up and stare red-eyed at the beam until the club came down. Even through glasses, Michael had the transfixed attention of a rabbit. He said, all that proves is whoever sent the fax thought the person on the other end was alive. Absolutely, Arkady agreed. It also proves that they were trying to deal with Rudy. Did Max put you and Rudy together? There's nothing illegal about sending a fax. No, but in your first message you asked Rudy about a finder's fee. You were trying to cut out Max completely. It doesn't prove anything, Michael said. Let's leave that up to Max. I'll show him the fax. It has Ludmilla's number on it. The customs line shuffled forward again, and Stas Kolotov, state criminal, stared directly through the glass at the officer, who compared eyes, ears, hairline, height to the picture in the passport, then rifled through the pages. Arkady said, "You know what happened to Rudy. It's not as if he'd be safer in Germany. Look what happened to Tommy." Stas got his passport back. Irina pushed her passport through the slot and presented a glare so defiant it invited arrest. The officer never noticed. After a professional frisk of the pages, her passport was returned, and the line moved forward. "Michael, I don't think this is a time to call attention to yourself," Arkady said. "This is a time to ask, what can I do for Renko so that he won't tell Max?" Despite Stas's urging, Irina stopped at the far side of the booths. Arkady mouthed the word, "Go," and he and Michael watched Stas lead her through the exit. It turned out that Michael did have something to say. "Congratulations. Now that you got her in, she'll probably be killed. Just remember, you brought her back." "I know." A German television crew was negotiating the price of bringing in a video camera. The emergency committee, a colonel of customs informed them, had only that morning banned the transmission of video images by foreign reporters. The colonel accepted an informal bond of 100 Deutschmarks to ensure that the crew didn't violate the committee's laws. The other camera crews ahead of Arkady all had to make their own financial arrangements with customs and then race to their cars. Arkady's Soviet passport was a disappointment, a no-sale. Like a cashier, the customs officer just waved him through. An open double door led to the waiting hall and a reception line of emotional families waving cellophane-wrapped bouquets. Arkady watched for dry-eyed men with heavy athletic bags. Since Sheremetyevo's metal detectors were haphazardly manned, the only persons sure to be unarmed and unprotected were arriving passengers. He held the canvas bag to his chest and hoped that Rita's call saying that he had the painting had gotten through. Arkady recognized a small figure in a raincoat sitting alone in a row of chairs halfway down the waiting hall. Polina was reading a newspaper, Pravda, by the look of it. Not a difficult guess, he admitted, since most papers had been banned the day before. He stopped for a cigarette by the flight board. Amazing. Here was an entire nation that could go about its business and keep its eyes down. Maybe history was nothing but a microscope. How many people had actually stormed the Winter Palace? Everyone else was searching for bread, trying to stay warm, or getting drunk. Polina pulled her hair away from her eyes to give Arkady a sharp glance, dropped her newspaper, and marched out. Through the window he watched her join a male friend who was sitting on a scooter at the curb. The friend came to attention and moved to the rear saddle. Polina sat in front, stomped the starter pedal with more fury than weight, and drove off. Arkady walked up the hall, took the seat she had left, and looked at the newspaper, which said, "The measures that are being taken are temporary. They in no way signal a renunciation of the course aimed at profound reforms." Under the newspaper were car keys and a note that said, "White Zhiguli, license X65523MO. You shouldn't have come back." Translated from Paulina-ese, this meant "Welcome home." The Zhiguli was parked in the front rank of the terminal lot. On its floor was a square canvas covered in red paint. Arkady removed the beer tray from the plastic wrap, replaced it with the painting, and put it into Margarita's bag. He took the highway south to Moscow. As he reached the dark of an underpass, he rolled down the passenger window and sailed the beer tray out. At first the road seemed normal. The same unrepaired cars rolled at high speed over the same potholes, as if he had been gone for a single morning. Then, set back from the highway behind a row of alders, he saw the dark outline of a tank. Once he spotted one, he saw more tanks, like dark watermarks on a screen of green. There were no tanks on the highway. In fact, no sign of the military at all, until the side row at Kurkino, where an endless line of armored personnel carriers filled the slow lane. Soldiers wearing campaign caps rode in open hatches. There were boys with eyes tearing in the wind. Where the highway crossed the ring road and became the Leningrad road, the caravan exited and headed into the city. Arkady sped up and slowed down while a sleek metallic blue motorcycle with two riders stayed a steady 100 meters behind him. They could simply put a bullet in his head as they drove by, except for the painting, on which they wouldn't want to scratch. A light rain cleaned the street. Arkady looked on the dashboard shelf. No wipers. He turned on the radio and after Tchaikovsky heard instructions on how to remain calm. Report the agitation of provocateurs. Allow responsible organs to carry out their sacred duty. Remember the tragic events of Tiananmen Square, when pseudo-democratic agents provoked unnecessary bloodshed. The accent seemed to be on unnecessary. He also found a station operating from the House of Soviets that denounced the coup. At a red light, the motorcycle pulled up behind him. It was a Suzuki, the same model he and Yak had admired outside a cellar in Lyubertsy. The driver wore a black helmet, leather jacket, and pants sculpted like armor. When Minin hopped off the back, raincoat flapping, hand on hat, Arkady floored the accelerator, raced through the cross-traffic, and left the bike behind. The Voikovskaya metro station was surrounded by Muscovites who had emerged from rush-hour trains to study the clouds, arrange their raincoats, and gather resolve for the dash home. Calmer souls loitered at the entrance to buy roses, ice cream, piroshki. The scene was surreal, because it was so normal that Arkady began to wonder whether the coup was taking place in another city. Cooperatives no bigger than shacks had set up business behind the station. He got in line at one that sold galwazes, razor blades, Pepsi, and canned pineapples, and bought himself a bottle of carbonated mineral water and a tall lavender aerosol can of romantic deodorant. He went on to a second-hand store that sold watches without hands and forks without tines, and bought 2 collections of odd keys on wire loops. He tossed the keys and kept the wires, which he added with the water and deodorant to the canvas bag. Back in his car, Arkady returned to the avenue and cruised until he picked up the motorcycle again outside Dynamo Stadium. Traffic was becoming more difficult. When the Sadoyeva ring was blocked by a procession of armored personnel carriers, he made a left and followed them until he could slip through at Fadeyeva. First he smelled, then saw the black exhaust of tanks idling in Manega Square along the west wall of the Kremlin. Crossing Tverskaya, he had a glimpse of Red Square, its brow of cobblestones blocked by lines of internal troops spaced like hedgerows. Shoppers emerged from Children's World bearing stuffed animals. On the sidewalk, women held up pantyhose and used shoes for sale. A coup? It might be happening in Burma, darkest Africa, the moon. The majority of people were too exhausted. If there was shooting in the streets, they would still stand in line. They were sleepwalkers, and at this sunset Moscow was the center of sleep. Across the square from the toy shop, the Lubyanka looked equally somnolent. However, in the back of the building, a line of vans rolled out of the truck bay. Arkady drove into his courtyard, squeezed the Zhiguli between the vodka cases around the church, and opened the gate to the woodcart alley that ended on a bluff overlooking the canal. Carrying Rita's bag, he entered the back door of an apartment house and climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, where he had a view of the courtyard and the blue motorcycle lurking behind a delivery truck a block away. Arkady sympathized with Minin. On any other day he would have cars and radio communications. What did he remember about his assistant? Impatience, a tendency to rush ahead. Minin got off the motorcycle, his face folded with doubt. He was followed by the driver, who pulled off his helmet to release long black hair. It was Kim, looking for Arkady now. He went out the back door and across an overgrown lot that dwindled down to a dirt path threading between the back walls of workshops and brought him to the street on the far side of the motorcycle. Looking toward his house, he saw Minin push the buttons of the code box. The Suzuki leaned on its kickstand, front wheel at an angle. The motorcycle had a blue plastic body that swept from the windshield to the exhaust like the cowling of a jet engine. Access to the exhaust pipes was tight. On the other hand, anything added wouldn't easily be seen. Arkady got on his back and felt the long scab on his back crack under his weight. The Suzuki had a 4x2x1 exhaust system running from header pipes to muffler. When he shook the water bottle and sprayed them, the pipe spat back. Although he emptied the bottle on the pipes first, he still burned his fingers when he reached in, ran the wires around them, and attached the deodorant can. Nevertheless, he twisted the wires tight. Yak would have been proud. By the time Arkady got to his feet, Minin and Kim had disappeared. He wiped his hands on his jacket, shouldered the canvas bag, and followed their trail to the house. He saw the curtains in his window shift. Minin had composed a grin. He let Arkady enter the apartment and close the door before popping out of the bedroom hall with a huge Stechkin he had waved outside Rudy's apartment. A Stechkin was a machine pistol like a Scorpion, but not as ugly. In fact, it was the best-looking part of Minin. The closet opened at Arkady's back, and Kim stepped out. He had a face as flat as a jack of spades, and he had a malish, the same weapon he had carried to protect Rudy so long ago. He must have had it tucked inside his leather jacket. Arkady was impressed. It was like facing artillery. Minin said, "Give me the bag." "No." Minin said, "Give it to me or I'll kill you." Arkady held the bag to his chest. "The painting inside is worth millions of dollars. You don't want to put holes in it. It's fragile. If I even fall on it, it will be trash." "How would you like to explain that to the city prosecutor? Also, I don't want to undermine your authority, Minin, but I can't think of anything more stupid than putting a target between two automatic weapons." He asked Kim, "Can you?" Kim moved to the side. "This is your final warning," Minin said. Arkady kept the bag cradled to his chest while he opened the refrigerator. Something like moss had grown out of the top of the kefir bottle. He shut the door on the smell. "I'm curious, Minin. How do you think getting this painting will safeguard the party's sacred mission? The painting belongs to the party." "So much does. Are you going to pull the trigger or not?" Minin let the gun hang. "It doesn't matter whether I shoot you. As of today, you're dead." "You're working with Kim. Aren't you a little embarrassed to be riding around with a homicidal maniac?" When Minin didn't answer, Arkady turned to Kim. "Aren't you embarrassed to be riding with an investigator? One of you ought to be." Kim smiled, but Minin was actually sweating with hate. "I've always wondered, Minin, what do you have against me?" "Your cynicism." "Cynicism? About the party?" Well, Minin had a point. I thought, Senior Investigator Renko, son of General Renko, I thought you'd be a hero. I thought it would be a great experience to work shoulder to shoulder with you, until my eyes came clear and I saw the sort of corrupt individual you were. How? We were supposed to be investigating criminals, but you always turned the investigation against the party. It just worked out that way. I watched to see if you took money from the mafias. I didn't. No, you were more corrupt because you didn't care about money. Arkady said, I've changed. Now I want money. Call Albov. Who's Albov? Or I will walk out with the painting and you will have lost $5 million. When Minin said nothing, Arkady shrugged and took a step to the door. Wait, Minin said. He went to the wall phone in the hall, dialed and walked the receiver into the living room. Arkady examined his bookshelf and pulled out Macbeth. The gun that should have been behind Shakespeare was gone. Minin had a moment of satisfaction. I was up here while you were in Germany. I searched everything. Someone came on the line because Minin spoke rapidly into the receiver and explained Arkady's lack of cooperation. He looked up. Show me the painting. Arkady lifted the painting out of the bag and pulled it halfway out of the plastic wrap. There's been a mistake, Minin said to the phone. There's no painting, just a canvas. It's red. His forehead squatted. That's it? You're sure? He held the phone out to Arkady, who took it only after slipping the painting back into the bag. Arkady? Max, Arkady said, as if they hadn't seen each other for years. I'm glad to hear your voice, and I'm certainly pleased you brought the painting with you. We spoke to Rita, who was upset, and sure you were going to turn her over to the German police. You could have stayed in Berlin. What brought you back? I would have stayed in jail. The police were searching for me, not Rita. True. Borya did set you up. I'm sure the Chechens would also love to know where you are. It was very shrewd of you to return. Arkady asked, Where are you? Max said, The situation being what it is, I don't want to broadcast that. Frankly, I'm worried about Rodionov and his friends. I hope they have the resolve to finish this business quickly, because the longer they wait, the bloodier it will be. Your father would have wiped out the defenders at the White House already, wouldn't he? Yes. I understand that you want to make some sort of arrangement about the painting. What? A British air ticket to London and $50,000. A lot of people are trying to leave town. I can give you any amount of rubles, but foreign currency is tight right now. I'm giving the phone back to Minin. As soon as he had handed over the phone, Arkady took a serrated knife from a drawer by the sink. While each act was reported by Minin, he opened the window and pulled the wrapped painting out of the bag. The wrap's plastic bubbles started popping as Arkady sawed. Wait, Minin said, and offered the phone to Arkady again. Max was laughing. I get the point, you win. Where are you? Minin will bring you. He can lead me. I have a car. I'd better talk to him, Max said. Minin listened grimly before he returned the receiver to the hall. You don't have to lead me, Arkady said. Just tell me where he is. There's going to be a curfew tonight. In case there are any roadblocks, it's better if we all go. Kim broke into a grin, bursting with personality. Hurry up. I want to come back and find the girl on the scooter. It was the first time he had opened his mouth, and it wasn't what Arkady wanted to hear. We saw Polina, Minin said. His tone was judicial, though his tongue left a brief dab on his lips. You look like shit. You look like you've been rolling on the ground. They didn't treat you too well in Germany. Travel is wearing, Arkady said. Switching the bag from hand to hand, he slipped out of the soiled jacket. The back of his shirt was black with old blood and red with new. Kim sucked in an audible breath. From the closet, Arkady selected a wrinkled but cleaner jacket, the one he had worn to the cemetery. From its pocket he pulled his heirloom, his father's revolver, the Nagant, an ancient firearm with a hammer and wooden grip as curved as apostrophes. The 4 rounds, thick as silver nuggets, were in the pocket, too. One arm through the handle of the bag, he swung open the cylinder and loaded it. He said, "How many times have I told you, Minin? Don't just check the closets, check the clothes, too." Minin and Arkady waited in the courtyard while Kim went for the motorcycle. The sky was dark. Lamplight and rain intensified the blue of the church and lent the windows of the house a pastel oiliness. Arkady wondered whether the television hypnotist was on tonight. He said, "I have a neighbor who collects my mail and puts food in my refrigerator." There was no mail and no food. Minin said, "Maybe she knew you were away." Arkady let the inadvertent admission gape for a while. The church gutters were stopped up, as usual, and the overflow fell in bright threads. He said, "She lived right below me. She always heard me walking around, and she probably heard you." Minin's face played in and out of the shadow of his hat. "Why don't you just say you're sorry?" Arkady asked. "She had a bad heart. Maybe you didn't mean to scare her." "She interfered." "Pardon?" "She overstepped. She knew she was sick. I didn't. I take no responsibility for the consequences of her own actions." "You mean you're sorry?" Minin put the barrel of the Stechkin where the bag covered Arkady's heart. "I mean, shut up." "Do you feel left out?" Arkady asked more softly. "That I'm depriving you? That they're having a revolution without us? You or me?" Minin tried to be silent, but he shifted with the feet of an ardent spear-carrier. "I'll be there when the action starts." Kim arrived on his motorcycle and followed them through the low arch of the alley. At the car, Minin jumped in on the passenger side. "I'm not going to let you slip away again, and I'm not going to ride with that lunatic anymore." Arkady considered compromises. If he refused to go, he wouldn't find Albov. Also, he had pressed Minin about as far as he could. "Put the gun in your left hand," he said. When Minin did as he was told, the selector catch of the Stechkin was above his top knuckle. Arkady reached across and turned the catch down from automatic to safe. He said, "Keep your left hand where I can see it." The Zhiguli had a manual shift. Arkady rested the canvas bag by his left foot and laid the Nagant on his lap. Kim led the way up Tverskaya in the central official lane. Rain had chased most shoppers off the sidewalk. At Pushkin Square, a crowd carried banners in the direction of the Parliament building. Many were kids, of course, but an unusual number were Arkady's age or older, men and women who had been children during the Khrushchev era, had been allowed the heady oxygen of that short-lived reform, but had said nothing when Soviet tanks invaded Prague and had lived in shame ever since. That was the essence of collaboration, silence. They wore woolen caps over thinning hair, but they had miraculously discovered their voices. In Mayakovsky Square, the traffic stopped for tanks moving to the Parliament building by way of the Sadoyeva Ring. "The Taman Division," Minin said approvingly. "They're the toughest. They'll roll right up the Parliament steps." But Moscow was such a big stage that most people seemed unaware of any coup. Couples walked hand in hand toward the cinema house. A kiosk opened its shutters, and oblivious to the rain, a line of customers formed. Tracks wove in and out of shining macadam. Tverskaya became Leningrad Prospect, which turned into the Leningrad Road. Kim raced ahead. At speed, at least, Arkady wasn't afraid of Minin shooting him. "We're taking the airport road," he said. Minin said, "You're falling behind. I don't want to miss the fireworks." Along Chimki Lake was a sudden calm, a shadow among the urban lights, the monotone of drops on the water. A line of slitted headlights appeared, more tanks moving at a walking pace. Beyond them was the horizontal haze of the ring road. The motorcycle began to trail sparks, as if it were dragging its muffler. The can Arkady had wired to the exhaust pipes was 1/3 propane gas, which expanded 2,100 times. Ignited, it expanded like a blowtorch. Flames fanned up the plastic sides, and through the ports and over the rear tire in jets of fire that seemed to drive the bike forward. Arkady saw Kim looking at his rearview mirror, where the light would first appear to be coming from, then from side to side, then finally down, where the entire plastic sheath was igniting like a meteor around his legs and boots. The bike oscillated from lane to lane. That must be an impulse, Arkady thought, to try to outrun fire. Though the road was crossing an arm of the lake and there was no place to turn off, Kim jumped the shoulder of the road. "Stop! Stop the car!" Minin pushed his gun against Arkady's head. The motorcycle touched a side rail and rolled like a tumbling flame. Kim stayed with it through a long slide, then the bike spun again, spewing a helmet from the blaze. As Arkady accelerated by, Minin pulled the trigger. The Stechkin didn't fire. He remembered the safety and switched hands, but Arkady picked up the Nagant and held it on him. "Get out!" He slowed to 15 kilometers, enough to knock Minin off his feet when he landed. "Jump!" Arkady leaned, opened the passenger door, and pushed Minin. But as the door swung wide, Minin swung with it and hung on to the outside of the door, pressed against the glass. He broke the window with the Stechkin, got his elbows in, and aimed. Arkady tapped the brake. As Minin fired, the side window behind Arkady exploded. The door swung out, and Minin's hat flew off. The motorcycle burned far behind. The lights of the Ring Road overpass appeared ahead. Arkady kicked the door open again with his right foot, and with his left pushed the gas pedal all the way down. Minin's weight and the force of air resistance forced the door back in. Minin began firing as soon as the door swung inward, spraying the rear and side windows as Arkady steered across the shoulder of the road and hit the corner of the overpass. The dark under the ramp was enormously quiet. When the Zhiguli came out the other side, the passenger door hung like a broken wing, and Minin was gone. Arkady had no guide left, but he was fairly certain by now that he was returning to a place he knew. He brushed glass off the bag. Air tunneled sideways through the hanging door and out the shattered windows. Arkady remembered that Soviet cars always evolved, doing with fewer and fewer luxuries. This was the new model. Chapter 38. The first time Arkady came through the village, women were selling flowers on the side of the road. Not tonight. The place seemed abandoned, its windows dark, as if the houses themselves were trying to hide. Sunflowers bobbed in the rain. A cow, startled by his headlights, bolted from a garden. On the road, water was pooling in tread tracks. Tanks had kneaded mud to a soft consistency, and where they had moved two abreast, they had rolled over fences and fruit trees. The Zhiguli had front-wheel drive, and Arkady plowed ahead in low gear as if he were steering a boat. The fields on the other side of the village were flatter, and the way was straighter, though more chewed up. Half a kilometer on, the right shoulder of the road was crushed by tracks emerging from a field. Mud stood stacked like bricks, showing how the tanks had maneuvered onto the road, advancing one tread to pivot on the other. It would have looked like a military parade, Arkady thought, except that it had started from a potato field with as few witnesses as possible. The rest of the way was smooth enough for him to use only running lights. Fields stretched in rows from gray to black, and with the rain the road looked like a causeway between bodies of water. There were no bonfires this time to guide him. Coasting between animal pens into the yard of the Lenin's Path Collective, he saw the rusting tractors and reapers waiting like so many theatrical props. The garage where he had discovered General Penyagin's car, the butchering house, the shed full of consumer goods. In the middle of the yard, the lime pit in which he had found Yak and Penyagin was swollen by the rain. Arkady got out, pushed the revolver under his jacket into the back of his belt, and held the bag chest high. With every step, milk that was a combination of rainwater and septic lime filled his shoes. On the far side of the yard, past the barn and shed, were headlights. Closer, he saw the car was a Mercedes, and that the lights were aimed at a figure climbing out of one of the command bunkers, the one that had been locked during his first visit. Borya Gubenko struggled under the weight of a flat, rectangular wooden case. His shoes were encased in mud. His camel's hair coat was hemmed with mud. He lifted the case up to the back end of a Lenin's Path truck, the same one that had sold Yak a shortwave radio. On the truck bed, Max arranged the case against others standing on end. "You almost missed us," he called to Arkady. "We were packing to go." Borya seemed less pleased. He was drenched, his hair stuck to his brow, as if he'd played a full day of goal in foul weather. He looked past Arkady. "Where's Kim?" "Kim and Minin had road problems," Arkady said. Max said, "I'm sure. I would have been disappointed if they had made it. Anyway, I knew you'd come." "I have to get more." Borya gave both Max and Arkady a hard look and trudged back to the bunker. The case that had just been loaded bore fading stamps, for reference only, and confidential materials of the archives of the USSR Ministry of the Interior. "How is Irina?" Max asked. "She's happy." What I'd forgotten about Irina was her impulse for martyrdom. How could she resist you? Max seemed bemused, a little distracted. "I didn't get a chance to say a proper goodbye in Berlin because Borya was in a rush. He's unromantic. Once a pimp, always a pimp. He's still hanging on to his prostitutes and slot machines. He wants to change, but the criminal mind is so limited. Russians don't change." "Where is Rodionov?" Arkady asked. "He's keeping the prosecutor's office in line for the emergency committee. The committee is such a collection of party hacks and all-out drunks that Rodionov shines by comparison. Of course, the committee will win because people always recognize the crack of a whip. The trouble is that the coup is so unnecessary. Everyone could have been rich. Now we're going to go back to a system of counting crumbs." Arkady nodded at the crates. "Those aren't crumbs. Why are you moving them if the committee will win?" "In the wildly remote unlikelihood that the attack fails, people are going to trace the route of the tanks very quickly. Once they're here, they'll go right to the bunkers and we'd lose everything." Arkady looked in the direction Borya had gone. "I'd like to see." "Why not?" Max jumped off the truck, happy to oblige. The space inside the bunker was narrow, designed for a dozen men to sweat out a nuclear holocaust and live like apes around a vented generator so that they could radio troops that had been crisped in the field. The generator, throbbing like a Trabi, powered red emergency lights. Borya was covering a painting with an oilcloth. "It's tight," Max said. "We had to get rid of the radiation counters. They didn't work anyway." He played a flashlight. The eye imagines a mine with veins of malachite, lapis, or gold twisting into the ground. This was even brighter. Some of the paintings were crated, but most were not, and the beam lit a canvas covered with the primal stripes of Matyushin, its colors as fresh and vivid as the day they were painted. Max moved the beam across a palm tree by Sarian, Vrubel's swans, radiant suns of Ion, an angelic cow by Chagall. An ogre by Lisztsky overlapped erotic sketches by Annenkov. Above a kaleidoscope by Popova was a fighting cock, all whirling feathers, by Kandinsky. Arkady felt he had stepped into a mine of images, as if a culture had been buried. Max shared his pride. "This is the greatest collection of Russian avant-garde art in the world, outside of the Tretyakov Gallery. Of course, the ministry didn't know what they were confiscating because the militia doesn't have any taste. The people they stole from did, however, and that's what matters, right? First, the revolution confiscated all the private collections. The revolutionaries themselves wanted the most revolutionary paintings. Then Stalin purged his old friends, and the militia got its second harvest of great art. And it kept on harvesting right through Khrushchev and Brezhnev, hiding it all away beneath the ministry. That's how great collections are built." Let's give Rodionov credit, because when he was given the task of cleaning up the Ministry archives, he recognized Red Square, and it led him to all these, which are great art, but not in the class of Red Square. He also had the sense to know that while he could smuggle the painting out himself, he needed someone more sophisticated to both get it out and legally put it on the market. "You have the painting?" Arkady said. "Yes. Do you have the money and the ticket?" Borya looked around with the experience of a man who knew how complicated transactions could be. "It's crowded here. We need more room." Max led the way into the butchering house. The flashlight picked butcher blocks, meat grinders, and waist-high tallow pots out of the dark. The pig still hung on the wall hook, exuding an odor of swamp gas. Max shared cigarettes. "I'm not surprised to see you. What I do find hard to believe is that you're willing to make an arrangement. That simply isn't like you." "Yet here I am, and here's the painting," Arkady said. "So you say. I think that $50,000 is high, considering there's no one else you can sell it to. You don't have the provenance or the Knauer crate." You agreed. "Tonight of all nights, it's difficult to get money together," Max said. Borya stared out at the rain. "Take the painting." Max said, "You're always in a hurry. We can work this out between intelligent men." "What is it with the two of you?" Borya asked. "I don't get it." "Renko and I have a uniquely intimate relationship. We're practically partners already." "Like last night in Berlin? When you came down from the apartment, you said Renko and the woman weren't there. I'm starting to think I should have been the one to go up. Now that I think about it, I've done all the work." "Don't forget Rita," Arkady reminded him. "She must have overwhelmed Rudy." Borya's shrug became a smile. "Rudy wanted to get into the art business with us, so we let him. He thought someone was coming from Munich with a fabulous picture for him to authenticate. He didn't know who Rita was because he didn't have a real active sexual life." "Unlike Borya," Max said. "Some people might call Borya indiscriminate, bigamous at the least." "So Rita brought him one," Borya said. "Max painted it. He called it a special effect, like in the movies." Max said, "Kim added his own incredibly crude bomb because Borya demanded that everything in the car burn up." Borya said, "Kim can do all kinds of things with blood." "Such a rich life Borya has had," Max said. "Rita and Kim. In Transcom we had a venture that could have become a true multinational company if we just stayed away from gambling and whores. It's the same with this emergency committee. They could have all been real millionaires, but they couldn't tolerate even the least reform. It's like having a partner who's in the last stage of syphilis when it attacks the brain. Now we're just salvaging what we can. I had a friend named Yak, a detective. I found him here in a car." "What happened?" Arkady asked. "Bad timing," Borya said. "He ran into Penyagin. The general was checking the communications in the other bunker, and your detective asked why there was a battalion of tanks and troops sitting in the field. He thought it was going to be like Estonia all over again. There was going to be a coup, and he was going to go back to Moscow to sound the alarm. It was lucky I was around. I was checking a shipment of VCRs in the shed, and I stopped him before he got to the car. But Penyagin was in a dither." Max said, "Borya doesn't like grandstand critics." "Penyagin was supposed to be head of CID. You'd think he'd seen a body before," Borya said. "He was a desk man," Arkady said. "I guess so. Anyway, Minin was supposed to investigate, but you showed up first." Borya stared at the lime pit. Like a man who can't trust his good fortune, he said, "I can't believe you came back." "Where is Irina?" Max asked. "Munich," Arkady said. "Let me tell you where I'm afraid she is," Max said. "I'm afraid she came back with you and went to the White House, where she'll probably be gassed and shot. The committee may be a collection of party nobodies, but the troops know their job." "When is the attack?" Arkady asked. At 3 a.m., the middle of the night, they'll use tanks. It will be fast but messy, and they won't be able to spare reporters even if they wanted to. Do you know what would really be ironic? If this time I saved Irina." Max let a moment pass. "Irina's here. Don't deny it. You still have a little glow. She wouldn't let you come back without her." Strangely, Arkady couldn't deny it, though a lie would have served, as if a word could make her disappear. "Now do you know what you wanted to know?" Borya asked Max, who nodded. "Let's see the painting." He snatched the bag away and opened it while Max played the flashlight through the plastic wrap. "Just like Rita told us." Max lifted the painting out. "It's heavy," Borya protested. "It's the painting." Max unwound the wrap. "It's wood, not canvas, and it's the wrong color." "It's red," Borya pointed out. "Red is all it is," Max said. Arkady thought it looked like one of Polina's better efforts, vibrant crimson instead of dark maroon, with more consistent brushstrokes. "I think it's a fake. But what's your opinion?" Max turned the flashlight directly into Arkady's eyes. Borya kicked Arkady's legs out from under him, then, with no loss of momentum, moved in and planted a second kick in his chest. Arkady rolled into the dark. On his side, he freed the nagant from the back of his belt. Faster, Borya produced a pistol and fired into the floor, spraying Arkady with cement. Arkady shot. Max had been standing in the black behind the flashlight. Now he held a shield of phosphorescent white, brilliant enough to light the entire butchering house. Polina's canvas had ignited as the slug passed through, and Borya squinted, stupefied by the blaze. When he understood what was happening, he turned back to Arkady and fired wildly 4 more times. Arkady shot, and Borya dropped to his knees, into the soft folds of his coat. The breast of his coat showed a bright rosette. Arkady fired a second time in the same place. Borya swayed, rose, and lined his eye on the sight. His eye wavered. As he started to topple, he put his hands on the floor, still clutching his gun, trying to keep the world from spinning. His head rolled, and he relaxed and slumped across the floor at full length, as if he were diving for a penalty kick. On the floor, the canvas produced a white light that broke into noxious smoke against the ceiling. Max's sleeve was on fire. He was framed in the doorway for a moment, a man attached to a torch. Then the doorway went dark as he ran. The house filled with a chemical cloud that made Arkady's eyes tear. Flames ran down the blood grooves of the floor. His chest stung, though he didn't feel particularly hurt. Borya's first kick had folded his knees in a new way, and his legs were numb. He dragged himself over the floor to retrieve his jacket and Borya's gun, a little TK pistol that was empty. He crawled to the door, pulled himself up so that he could exit erect, staggered out, and leaned as stiff as a ladder against the wall until sensation returned. Except for the glow from the butchering house and the headlights of the car, the yard was black. The surface of the lime pit seemed to seethe, but it could have been an effect of raindrops. There was no sign of Max, not even smoke. The Mercedes switched to high beams, and Arkady's shadow jumped the pit. He stepped back and started to slide, so he stood his ground and fired the nagant's last shot, though his eyes were so overloaded he could barely see his hand, much less the car. The lights swung to the side, raced across the yard and onto the road that led through the pens toward the village. Taillights danced from rail to rail until they disappeared. More on one foot than two, Arkady made it to the step of the truck. His knees still felt rearranged. When he opened his shirt, he could see that his stomach was pocked by cement, no worse than birdshot. He wished he had a cigarette. He buttoned his shirt and pulled on his jacket, then removed the ignition keys from the truck and locked its back doors. Hobbling to the bunker, he closed it against the rain. In the last glimmer from the fire, Arkady staggered across the yard to the Zhiguli. The car had the gaping windows and crumpled fender of an abandoned wreck. Max had a head start. On the other hand, the Zhiguli was made for Russian roads. Chapter 39. The radio picked up nothing. He might have been traveling cross-country in Antarctica. He would have seen more in Antarctica. Snow reflected light. Potato fields absorbed it. Man didn't have to search for black holes in the universe when there were potato fields. By the time he was on the highway, his leg had stiffened so much from Borya's kick that he no longer knew whether he had the clutch in or out. The ring road was a starry line of lamps. Above the city, tracers dotted the sky. He tried the radio again. Tchaikovsky, of course, and a warning that a curfew was in effect. Arkady turned the radio off. The air rushing through the broken windows made him feel as if he were re-entering Earth. On the Leningrad Road, armored personnel carriers stopped pedestrians but let cars drive through, so that there were long spaces of sparse traffic and empty sidewalks, then crossing spotlights and military vehicles proceeding slowly on a circular road. The Zhiguli, bent door and all, drew no attention. At night a driver noticed that Moscow was a series of concentric rings, and how much the city was orbits of light in a void. The metro and buses were shut down, but people started to reappear out of the dark singly or in groups of 10 or 20 heading south. Troops were non-existent at one corner, massed at another. In the Red Presnya district, Belovaya Street was blocked by tanks. The idling of their engines sounded like deep thought. Regular militia was off the street. Arkady parked and joined the sidewalk traffic. A stream of men and women poured toward the river. Obviously some knew each other because there was quiet murmuring. Mostly they were silent, as if everyone were saving their breath for the walk, and as if that breath, visible in the rain, were enough communication. No one mentioned or looked askance at Arkady's bloody shirt. To his relief, his leg functioned, knee and all. Arkady let himself be swept forward. As the pace quickened, he found himself running with the crowd down a side street that had been turned into a dead end by army trucks parked bumper to bumper. But the canvas cover of one truck was pulled back, and people helped each other up, as if climbing a country stile. On the other side of the truck, the wide Red Presnya embankment road curved between the river and the White House. It was a relatively new building, a 4-story marble box with 2 arms that seemed to float lightly in the glow of thousands of people carrying candles. Arkady's group squeezed single file between buses and bulldozers that had been set up as a barricade. Along the way he heard every rumor. The Kremlin was ringed by tanks, ready to move down Kalinin Prospect to the White House. Riot troops were stationed outside the Bolshoi. The committee was bringing gas canisters by barge to the embankment. Commandos had found tunnels to the White House. A helicopter assault would land on the roof. KGB agents inside the building would machine-gun the defenders at a secret signal. It would be like China or Romania, but worse. People hovered over small, warming fires of trash and around votive candles stuck into makeshift altars of wax. These were people who in all their lives had gone to no public demonstration that hadn't been organized and herded, yet their feet had brought them here. There weren't many ways to reach the White House, because the bridge over the river was barricaded at both ends. Arkady spotted Max among people arriving from Kalinin Prospect. From a distance he didn't look much the worse. He nestled one hand in his jacket pocket, but moved with an assurance that parted the crowd. At a corner of the White House, a tank that had come to its defense was festooned with flowers. The soldiers on board were boys with the hollowed eyes of determination and fear. The turrets swung toward Kalinin Prospect, where Arkady heard the drumming of automatic fire. Students played guitars and sang the kind of sappy songs about birches and snow that usually drove Arkady insane. Around another fire, rockers took sustenance from a tape of heavy metal. Ancient veterans linked their arms and puffed up the ribbons on their chests. A battalion of street cleaners, women in black coats and scarves, stood like a row of witnesses. Arkady maneuvered to keep Max in sight, since he seemed to know better which way to go. He skirted a barricade being assembled from construction timbers, mattresses, iron fences, and benches. Its builders were men with attaché cases and women with shopping bags who had come directly from offices or bakeries to the battle line. A girl in a raincoat scaled the makeshift palisade to tie a Russian tricolor to the highest plank. Polina looked down from her vantage point without seeing Arkady in the crowd below. Her cheeks were flushed, her hair free, as if she were riding the crest of a wave. Her friend from the airport climbed after her, more carefully, as the sound of weapons fire resumed. Max moved toward the White House steps. As Arkady tried to catch up, he saw there was a defense plan of sorts. Within the barricades, women had established themselves as an outer ring that soldiers would have to break through first. Then came shock troops of unarmed citizens, a mass that water cannon or armor would have to dislodge. Behind them, younger and stronger men were organized in divisions of about 100. At the bottom of the White House steps, Afghan vets stood in groups of 10. Above them was an inner cordon of men wearing dark ski masks over their faces and shouldering weapons. At the top of the steps, strobe lights popped around microphone booms and still and video cameras. "You?" A heavy-set militiaman grabbed Arkady's arm. "I'm sorry." Arkady didn't recognize him. "You almost ran me over last week. You caught me taking money." "Yes," Arkady remembered. It had been after the funeral. "See, I'm not just someone who stands in the street and takes bribes." "No, you're not. Who's in the ski masks?" "A mix. Private guards, volunteers." The officer's concern, however, was Arkady. He gave his full name, insisted that Arkady repeat it, and shook his hand. "You never know another man until a night like tonight. This is the drunkest I've ever been, and I haven't touched a drop." Everywhere was a common look of astonishment, as if they had all ventured individually to drop their lifelong masks and show their faces. Middle-aged teachers, muscular truck drivers, wretched apparatchiks, and feckless students wandered with expressions of recognition, as in, "I know you." And among all these Russians, not a bottle, not a one. Afghan vets with red bandanas around their arms patrolled the perimeter. Many still had their fatigues and desert caps. Some held radios, others carried sacks of Molotov cocktails. Everyone had said how they had gone to Afghanistan, become dope addicts, and lost the war. These were the ones who had lost their friends in the dust of Khost and Kandahar, fought on the long retreat on the Salang Highway, and avoided the anonymous ride home in zinc-lined coffins. They seemed very competent tonight. Max's hair and one ear looked singed, and he had changed jackets, but he seemed remarkably untouched after having had one arm on fire at the collective. He stopped by worshippers huddled around a priest who was blessing crucifixes at the base of the White House steps, then turned and saw Arkady. A bullhorn announced, "As attack is imminent, we are observing a blackout. Extinguish all lights. Those with gas masks prepare to put them on. Those without should tie wet cloths over their noses and mouths." Candles disappeared. In the sudden dark there was a stir of thousands of people slipping on goggles and tying scarves and handkerchiefs over their faces. Undeterred, the priest pronounced blessings through a gas mask. Max had slipped away. The bullhorn appealed, "Please, reporters, do not use your flashes." But someone stepped out of the White House door, and the response at the top of the steps was an explosion of strobes and spotlights. Arkady saw Irina among the reporters, and Max climbing toward her. The embankment was blacked out, but the scene at its center was an illuminated theatrical production. The steps spilled over with lights and journalists trading shouts in Italian, English, Japanese, and German. There were no official press passes for a coup, but reporters were professionals used to mayhem, and Russians were accustomed to disorder. Max was stopped halfway up by two men in ski masks. Half an eyebrow was gone, and his neck had a raw sheen, yet he seemed unruffled and in control. Cameramen rushed up and down the steps on either side. He enlisted the guards in conversation, employing a confidence that commanded any situation, an ability to flow around any obstacle. "You can help me," Arkady heard him say as he caught up. "I was on my way here to join my colleagues from Radio Liberty when my car was deliberately run off the road. In the explosion, one man was killed and I sustained injuries." He turned and pointed to Arkady. "There is the driver of the other car. He followed me." The guards had cut eye-holes in woolen ski caps that were a contrast to their satiny suits. One was hulking and the other small, but they both had sawed-off rifles that they held casually in Arkady's direction. He didn't even have his father's gun, and by now he was so exposed he couldn't retreat. "He's not from the press. Ask for his identification," Arkady said. Max took hold of the situation like the director of a film. It looked like a stage set. Wet marble steps, vying strobes, the fairy lights of tracers in the clouds. "My identification burned in the car. It doesn't matter, because a dozen reporters here will vouch for me. Anyway, I think I recognize this character. His name is Renko, one of Prosecutor Rodionov's gang. Ask him for identification." Dark eyes stared through the masks. Arkady had to admit that Max had defined the moment neatly. Here his identification could condemn him. "He's lying," Arkady said. "Is his car a wreck? Is my friend dead?" In the clamor of the steps, Max's whisper was all the more effective. "Renko is a dangerous man. Ask him whether he killed someone or not. See, he can't deny it." "Who was your friend?" the smaller guard asked through his mask. Though he had no face to go by, Arkady thought he had heard the voice before. The guard could have been militia, like the traffic officer at the bottom of the steps, or a private bodyguard. "Borya Gubenko, a businessman," Max said. "The Borya Gubenko?" The guard seemed to know the name. "He was a close friend?" Max answered quickly. "Not close, but Borya sacrificed himself to get me here, and the fact is that Renko brutally killed him and tried to do the same to me. Here we are, surrounded by the cameras of the world. The world is watching these steps tonight, and you can't afford to let a reactionary agent like Renko near anybody. The main thing is to get him out of sight. If you do trip and accidentally shoot him in the back, it will be no loss to the world." "I don't do anything accidentally," the guard assured him. Max began to sidestep to continue his climb. "As I said, I have colleagues here." "I know you do." He lifted off his mask. It was Benno, Mahmoud's grandson. His face was almost as dark as his mask, but it was lit by a smile. "That's why we came, in case you tried to join them." The larger guard pulled Max back by the tail of his jacket. Benno said, "We were looking for Borya too, but if Renko took care of him, then we can concentrate on you. We'll start by asking about 4 cousins of mine who died in your apartment in Berlin." "Renko, what is he talking about?" Max asked. "Then we'll talk about Mahmoud and Ali. We'll make a night of it," Benno said. "Arkady," Max appealed. "But since it's going to get dangerous here in about an hour," Benno said, "we'll do our talking someplace else." Max wrested free of his jacket and ran diagonally down the steps. On the bottom one he slid on wax, crashed through the line of veterans, regained his feet, and fought his way through the circle of worshippers around the priest. The larger Chechen raced after him. Benno waved calmly to a group in the crowd and pointed in Max's direction. In his white shirt he was easy to follow. Benno regarded Arkady. "Are you staying? It's going to be bloody here." "I have friends here." "Get them out." Benno slipped his cap back on and adjusted the holes over his eyes. He took one step down. "If you don't, good luck." Then he plunged, a dark figure, into the crowd. Arkady climbed the rest of the way to the jostling lights at the top of the steps, arriving just as a spokesman emerged from the door, protected by guards carrying bulletproof shields. Ringed by cameras, the spokesman was outside just long enough to announce that snipers had been seen on the roofs of nearby buildings. He ducked back inside, but the journalist stayed in clear sight to check notes. Irina had appeared with the spokesman and remained. "You came," she said. "I said I would." Her eyes were set deep with exhaustion and brilliant with exhilaration at the same time. "Stas is inside on the 2nd floor. He's on the phone to Munich. They still haven't cut the wires. He's broadcasting right now." Arkady said, "You should be with him." "Do you want me to?" "No, I want you with me." As more tracers fanned across the sky, the bullhorn insisted futilely on an absolute blackout. Cigarettes reappeared along with gas masks. A perfect Russian blackout, Arkady thought. As the sound of patrol boats approached on the river, the lights of a convoy appeared on the far bank. The women on the outer line had started to sing, and parts of the crowd picked up the song and swayed, so that in the dark they looked like the surface of a sea or a plain of grass in a wind. "Let's wait with them," Irina said. They walked down the steps, through the defense ring of the Afghan vets, and past a row of candles freshly lit. Other vets in wheelchairs had arrived and had run chains through the spokes of their wheels. Women shielded them with umbrellas. Now that must have made a parade on the way here, Arkady thought. "Keep walking," Irina said. "I didn't get down here before. I want to see." People were sitting, standing, slowly circulating as if at a fair. They would all have different memories later, Arkady was sure. One would say that the atmosphere around the White House was quiet, grim, purposeful. Another would remember a circus air, if they lived. All his life, Arkady had avoided marches and demonstrations. This was the first one he had ever willingly come to. The same could be said, he suspected, of the other Muscovites around him, of the construction workers who formed the unshaven and unarmed inner troops, of the mousy apparatchiks who set down their briefcases to hold each other's hands and form a human ring, so many that there were 50 rings of them around the White House, of the women doctors who somehow, out of empty hospital storerooms, had scavenged bandages. He had an urge to see each of their faces. He wasn't the only one. A priest moved along a row, giving absolution. He noticed artists who were making white pencil portraits on black paper, passing them as gifts. The mystery is not the way we die. It's the way we live. The courage we have at birth becomes hoarded, shriveled, blown away. Year after year we become more alone. Yet holding Irina's hand for this moment, for this night, Arkady felt that he could swing the world. A piece of paper was pushed into his other hand. Look at this face. It was familiar. It was the one he was born with. Sound grew as a vortex in the rain. Overhead, a helicopter shook the air and shot a flare that dropped, a match head in a well.